How are we looking? Good?
All is good, sir.
Oh, it's perception.
Good morning, Mary. How are you?
The other one just folds right up. You want to get the bag, but this is the bigger one.
You ready for your salad this morning?
Oh, yeah.
We'll call the meeting order. Just a moment.
Oh, my God. Hi. So sorry.
Somebody dropped that. So, okay.
You did our chocolates are here.
There.
I've been calling on Frida and Jim.
How's it going? Good day today.
I sure hope so.
Well, we just stopped back with our finance. It was good. No.
Sister was telling us in the morning.
My daughter got
Yeah, I know, right? Scarf. Good morning.
Morning, man.
Let me get my stuff out.
Hey, you. Today is Friday.
We'll call this meeting to order. How many had breakfast this morning? What do you think of breakfast this morning? Let's give the cook a good hand. I appreciate those of you who attended the service last night. I think that was the most memorable event. And for those of you who did not attend, I would encourage you to do so next convention. Meeting is called to order. We'll have an opening prayer. Mr. Sobel.
Would you bow with me in prayer?
Creator, who made us and everything that we do and live and touch. We come to you at this hour, at the opening of our convention, asking that your Heavenly Spirit wash over our hearts and our minds and be of good and positive thoughts as we support one another, work with one another, not to do our glory, but to do your glory. For everything that we do, O Lord, Fion Kao, is not in our name, but in your name. We ask a special blessing on each family represented here this morning. The delegates have come far and near to do your work, and we give praise to you. Be with those who are in sorrow, those who are working to find peace within themselves so that they can be more beneficial workers on your behalf. Bless our Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, all the Grand Officers and Grand Presidents and the delegates, that as they work faithfully, we do so with a gracious spirit and a sensitive heart. For we ask these things in the Master's name. Amen.
Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you very much, Sobolat. You have our song. You've come to sing our song, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity for me to share this song. I wrote the song in 2005 after 2 years of praying for our state of Alaska, and prior to 2005. And then while I was in Nome visiting my family, I was looking at a huge map, and what took 2 years of praying for Alaska, I wrote the song in 10 minutes. And then 2 years later, I wrote the verse about the veterans that served our nation. So I just give God all the glory for giving me the song, and I cherish every opportunity to share it. So I'm going to sing the condensed version. You can see the song in the book. Thank you, Camp 87 and Grand Camp, for allowing me to share the song with you. From the mouth of the Yukon on the Bering Sea, the villages and towns all along you will see. The Yupik, the Athabascan people I plead, Lord, I claim this land for you. From the Kuskokwim Mountains to Alaska Brook Range, all the lake, river, tundra, all which you have arranged, the edible animals and plants that we eat, Lord, I claim this land for you. From the top of the world, which is Barrow, you see, to the east is Garden, to the west Diomede. In Nupi are people and their whaling crews, Lord, I claim this land for you. All the Aleutian Islands going southwest AK to the Kenai Peninsula and Bristol Bay. All the fishing that goes on every summer, thank you, Lord, I claim this land for you. Alaska, my home and my land. You can sing with me. Alaska, I place in your hands the richness, the beauty, it's all from you. Lord, I claim this land for you. From the Dixon entrance to the Yakutat Bay, the Tlingit, the Tsimshian, and Hideaway, variety of natives and the non-just the same. Lord, I claim this land for you. All the veterans that served our nation, Lord, I thank you. Territorial Guard Marine and Navy too. Lord, I claim them all for you. From interior Alaska branching out to the blue, every denomination that believes you are true. Together our people are uniting as one. Lord, together our people are uniting as one. Yes, together our people are uniting as one. Lord, I claim this land for you. Alaska, my home and my land. Alaska, I place in your hands the richness, the beauty, it's all from you. Lord, I claim this land for you. Lord, I claim this land for you.
Thank you very much. What an honor to have such talent within our midst. I think this is absolutely appropriate. The song is absolutely appropriate. It's appropriate for this morning, and I want to thank you very much for doing this. Now, before we continue on here, we have some unfinished business that needs to take place before we go into committee reports. And just so you know, the committee reports will go down in the order that it is on the previous page as assigned. So the chairmen of each committee can make their report. So with this, I'll get to you in just a minute. Okay. So with this, I need to call the chairman of the Credentials Committee, so you can come up and give us a committee report to let us know that whether we have a quorum or not. So, Mr. Chairman.
And the secretary needs to distribute the minutes for yesterday's meeting.
While he's being escorted, also the Grand Secretary can distribute the minutes from yesterday.
Mr. President? The minutes are not yet ready to be distributed. They were not on the agenda. I was not sure when they would be addressed. I do have a rough copy, and I will have a final copy later today.
Later today will be appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
See you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to propose or recommend that we do roll call this morning because we're going to be voting today.
Roll call will follow the credentials report.
Good morning. Credential report. Credential committee has received paperwork from those present. 10 A and B, 12 A and S caps, 19 A and B, 27 A and S delegates, 7 A and B, 5 A and S alternates. Executive committee, 6 A and B, 6 A and S grand officers, 4 A and B, and 8 A and S grand presidents, past grand presidents. Total of voting delegates, 29 A and S, 29 A and B, and 41 A and S. We declare a quorum of 70. Thank you.
Call up the ANS Grand Secretary to do a roll call.
Sergeant of Arms Kajaska. And Sergeant of Arms Kajaska. And then he'll do a
She needs to come up here. Follow this. Take your time. Feel comfortable.
We will do this in chronological camp order, and then I will call on the executive committee. Harvey Kitka.
Here.
Harriet Belil.
Here.
John Duncan.
You'll be here later.
Lorraine Allen.
Here.
Myrna Torgrimson.
Here.
Rhonda Butler.
Here.
Elena Duncan.
Here.
Okay. Ann Chilton.
Here.
James Miyasato. Samuel Campus.
Here.
Rachel Henderson.
Here.
Nancy Perlow.
Here.
Grace Larson.
Here.
Carol Lawrence.
Here.
Leanne Converse. Dr. Kevin Hall. Frank James. Vicki Fouts.
Here.
Natasha Clevenger.
No.
Yvonne Watson.
Here.
Monique Clevenger. Joe Peterson. Joe Peterson. Barbara Erickson. And Ross Nanook.
Here.
Oh, okay. I did not hear him, thank you. Adeline DeCastro. Chicky James. Bessie Singletary.
Here.
Jay Kabog.
Here.
Daphne Albee.
Here.
Frank Albee. Yes, I saw him earlier. Sean Gurko. Rosa Albee. Tamsin Alziut.
Here.
Elias Chase.
Here.
Marcelo Quinto.
Here.
Ann Fuller.
Here.
Mona Stevick. Beverly Russell.
Here.
Walter Soboleff Jr.
Here.
Janet Burke.
Here.
Marvin Adams.
Here.
Gil Stokes.
Here.
Paul Johnson.
Present.
Tasha Hodge. Lynette Hines. Lynette Hines. And Mary Marino Suits. And alternates, I am not intentionally ignoring you, but since you do not have a vote, I will record the number of alternates later. Joe Williams.
Here.
Moving into the executive committee. Heather Gerko.
Here.
Woody Watson.
Here.
James Lanos Sr.
Here.
and James Lanos Jr. Vince Reinhardt.
Here.
Paulette Marino.
Yada Hut.
Sandy Churchill. Kevin Allen.
Present.
Cynthia Lanos. Cynthia Lanos. Carol Dewis. Yada Hut. Cindy Reeves. Past Grand Presidents, starting with our Emeritus Richard Jackson. Dennis Demert.
Here.
Sasha Sobolev.
Here.
Eric Morrison.
Here.
And moving to our ANS, past Grand Presidents, our Emeritus Mary Jones. Mary Guthrie. Jackie Martin.
Here. Okay.
Millie Schoonover.
Here.
Janice Jackson.
Here.
Cecilia Tavalero.
Yada Hut.
Mary Brown.
I am here.
Frida Westman.
Here.
And that is the complete roll call for today. I will tabulate the numbers later.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Okay, let's give each other a good round of applause for being here this morning. Truly appreciate your presence today. This is an exciting time for this great organization, Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, the 107th convention held right here at Alaska Pacific University's campus. Unfinished business from yesterday. We need to hear from President's report. I'll call on your Grand ANS President, Ms. Paulette Marino. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Give her a mic, please.
Yes, I'm requesting privilege of the floor for just a couple of things.
Privilege of the floor is given at 11:45.
At 11:45 today?
Yes. Each day, the intention of that is to hold down any privileges of the floor calling because of the time allowed. Generally, it takes 20, 30 minutes of a day to do privileges of the floor. So with this, I elected to keep all introductions to be done at the 11:45, just before lunch.
Well, thank you for that information, so now we all know that. So, gosh, can somebody remind me to ask at 12 o'clock?
Thank you, Madam President.
Goodness cheese, A&B Grand President Joe Williams. Good morning.
Good morning.
A&B Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson. ANS Grand Emeritus Mary Jones. A&B Grand President Joe Williams. A&B Executive Committee. ANS Executive Committee. A&B Grand Officers. ANS Grand Officers. A and B and A and S, delegates, alternates. And also welcome to our guests, to our veterans, to our elders. Gunishish to the Athabascan people. Is there anyone of the Athabascan Nation that's present this morning? We have permission to conduct business on your land for this day. Gunishish, thank you. I am of the Tlingit Nation. I am of my mother's people, the Tlingit. My Tlingit name is Shkun Un Yek. I am Yoxtet of the Dipper House. I am a child of the Kagwantan. It is an honor to be before you at this time. I am also the great-granddaughter of two founding fathers, Chester Worthington and James C. Johnson. And like the humble people I am in front of today, we are all descendants of our founding fathers and our founding mothers. So I join in with you with that beautiful legacy that we have, not only in our blood, but in our spirit. As your A&S Grand President, from the last convention to this convention, I would like to share with you and report to you a few of the things that have taken place, not individually, but collectively. If our A&S Grand Officers could rise, please. A&S First Grand Vice President, Sandy Churchill. Second Grand Vice President, Kevin Allen. A&S Grand Secretary, Carol Lewis. A&S Treasurer, Cynthia Lanos. And our A&S Sergeant of Arms, Cindy Reeves. These are the officers that I've had the humble opportunity to serve with you, serve throughout this year. Our A&S Grand Emeritus and our A&S Executive Committee. Could you rise, please? I've had the humble opportunity to be guided and directed, counseled, corrected, and loved by the A&S Executive Committee women, of which I am very appreciative of. Thank you for your guidance and assistance throughout the year. To our brothers, to our A and B brothers, our Grand President, Executive Council, and many of the members, you are truly our balance. And you remind us of that in a way that without each other we do not exist. And I've also had the humble opportunity to collectively work with our brothers. This was one of the times throughout the year that the sisters were very present with the brothers. Throughout many of their meetings, throughout many of the decisions that took place throughout the year, throughout the planning of this convention. It was our desire and our wish and our intention only to assist and help. They say the Alaska Native Sisterhood is the backbone of the Brotherhood. I've thought of that many times, and I thought if I had an elder before me, such as perhaps Miss Sanderson, Helen Sanderson, if she was here, Rob's grandmother before me, how would she explain what the backbone means of the Alaska Native Sisterhood to the Brotherhood? As we know, it is not something that is, it is something that's very strong, because if you think of a backbone, the backbone is what holds the body. The backbone is what contains the spirit. So I would like to say very humbly that as Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President, I appreciate the Alaska Native Brotherhood. And I hope with all of our hearts that we have been your backbone. We have also had our voice throughout the year, something that we're very strong. But like the other 107 years, we have always had our voice. Like into the next 500,000 years, rest assured we will continue to have that voice and work together. So I wanted to open by saying how much we love our brothers. Thank you. So throughout the year, October started. It was a history-making year for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. We had the first woman ever to rise to the highest, one of the highest ranks. Heather Gurko, are you present? Okay. Heather Gurko rose to the ranks as the first woman to obtain the position last year of first Grand Vice President of the Brotherhood. Kevin Allen rose to the ranks of being the first man to hold the highest position in the Alaska Native Sisterhood. We had 3 family members within our Grand Office, all as Grand Officers. Cynthia Lanos, James Lanos as Treasurer, and their son, Jimmy Jr. as Secretary. We have Joe Williams, who was the mayor of Saxman, and he became Grand President very quickly. They say he may have had a learning curve. Joe's parents were both Grand Presidents of ANS and A&B. So he came in with not a curve, but a circle. I'm sure they would be very proud of you, Joe. Yes. And we've had many of our officers that were history makers this year. We had Carol with her native heart that is a Grand Officer and has served us for 11 years, Carol? 7 years. So, so she has a native heart and she has the ability in our civil rights organization to obtain a position of a Grand Office. We have Mr. Reinhardt, who stepped forward as a young man as our Sergeant of Arms. We have Cindy of the Yupik Nation, correct? Yes, of the Yupik Nation. So our Grand Officers reflected over the last 5 years of what was the charge that was put forward to us, and that was to bring forward young people, to bring forward people and to attract them and give them a chance at leadership. We made mistakes. We didn't do everything right. We humbly apologize for the things that we did not do right. But I would like to speak of perhaps a few things that maybe we did collectively do right. After October, when we came right after Grand Camp, we fulfilled our obligations in the Constitution. We had an organizational meeting. We had several meetings throughout the year. The sisterhood joined with the brotherhood to have many meetings of planning. As we joined in these meetings, we organized. We had charts that had objectives, that had goals. We did a plan of a year at a glance where we took all the most important dates that we could think of. We organized that every third Sunday of the month would be a meeting, a joint meeting between the brotherhood and the sisterhood and the Grand Officers. The brothers were very patient with the sisters because we had a lot to say, didn't we, sisters? We brought our voices to the brothers, and we want to thank you for listening to those voices. So as we continued forward, one of the first things we did is we sent out letters to the local camps. We sent out letters encouraging and thanking you for the work that you would do throughout the holidays, because we know that the local camps were putting together Thanksgiving, Christmas, Elizabeth Peradovich Day, and many other things. We reached out to some of the new camps that wanted to be here with us today, such as Sacramento. There is also a camp in Washington, D.C. and Denver that is still hoping to form. There is one in southern Portland that's hoping to form too. We reached out the best we could to them and gave them guidance. They were not able to attend this year, but we're hoping that through mentorship they may be able to attend once again next year. I was able to humbly attend the services of our ANS sister, Selena Everson, in Juneau, with other ANS Executive Committee members and local camps. That was very heartfelt, sisters. We will do our best to follow her example. Our first Grand Vice President, Sandy Churchill, was assigned and able to attend, along with Cecilia Taballero, the services of Michelin Kuntz McGee, another ANS Executive Committee woman. And I'd like to thank Camp 2 also for helping with the services and the people in Juneau. I had the opportunity to travel home to Sitka. I am a Sitka Camp 4 member. So I traveled home to Sitka and was able to attend the services of 2 A&B Life members, Fred Hope and Nels Lawson Sr. Joe and I organized and planned a trip to Washington, D.C., to Juneau, to the capital. We planned that trip during Tlingit and Haida, Before that trip in October, when I returned down south, I was able to attend the National Congress of American Indians. I volunteered at one of the tables for about a day and a half so I could get free entrance in. I think Rob helped me with that. And I see Will Mickelin is here. I'd like to thank Rob and Will, if you could stand up. Will and Rob, with Plinkett and Haida as our vice presidents, were kind and gracious enough, much as men should be and are. They took the opportunity and they escorted me as A&S Grand President to the front of the stage at NCAI. And Will did a beautiful introduction to how long it's been since an A&S Grand President has been at NCAI. So I want to thank you, gentlemen, for that escort on behalf of the office. You did well. Appreciate that. So at NCAI, if anybody knows Will, he broke right into a committee meeting, and of course herring coming from Sitka is a big concern for us. So we had a meeting right away in regards to the herring at the NCAI level. During Christmas and throughout the holidays, I did my best to stay in touch with some of the local camps. We did something called Call to Action. We sent it through the presidents. Calls to Action is something that was developed so that throughout the year, if there was an issue that came forward that was of a time-sensitive nature, we were able to send that out to the local camps through the presidents. There were call to actions on the landless issue, call to actions on many of the other issues throughout the year. We continued forward, and we also, in regards to Elizabeth Peradovich, one of the duties set forward in the A&S handbook is to promote Elizabeth Peradovich. Elizabeth Wanamaker Peradovich, as we know, is one of our own. She is a past A&S Grand President and the spirit behind the Anti-Discrimination Act passage, along with many other brothers and sisters. So with that charge, we took that to heart. What we did is we went to, when we were in Juneau, we met with the school board, the director of the school board, and asked them to include Elizabeth Peradovich history and A&B and A&S history on a statewide level. We also supported Bills on the Hill for Elizabeth Peradovich. The gold coin that will be coming out with the image of her, the dollar gold coin, we also asked through the 4-H. When we were in the Elizabeth Peradovich Gallery, it was a really humbling moment. There was young people right next to us, and they were probably 8, 11, maybe 13 years old, and they brought with them a bill. They brought with them an idea, and that was to have the Elizabeth Peradovich coin not only in a special collection, but circulated throughout currency, throughout the nation. We supported that bill and spoke to that. We also supported many other bills, including the Veterans Memorial Bill. We also spoke to the Senate Legislative Committee on other bills. We continued forward on a national level to advocate with the U.S. Mint. Several meetings over 7 months took place to be able to do that. There's 3 representatives that will be coming, but I would like to acknowledge Rosita Worrell, the Sea Alaska Foundation, Dorothy Webster, and many others that worked previously on bringing this forward. So as they brought this forward for the Elizabeth Peradovich coin, when they called and said, "We are coming," and they will be here tonight. You may see them come into the room at any time. There'll be Roger Vasquez, and he is a design manager. He worked with the design team and artist on the design. And we're not sure what it looks like. I believe it was sent to Paul's house. Is that right, Paul? Yes, ma'am. Yes, so Paul has that in his home, and I'm sure he hasn't peeked at it yet, because this is actually the national unveiling that will take place tomorrow night. So we had a chance to work on that also. We had a chance, I had 2 personal conversations with the governor of Alaska this last year and asked him to attend convention. We had very direct conversations, and they were strong, but they ended well. So throughout the year, there were many other things that took place. I think that organizing is really important. Coming together is really important. However, being able to do so in a collective spirit is what I want to highlight the most. There are many other things that we did throughout the year, but I don't want to take too much time away from convention or agenda today. I would just like to say that as we move forward into these different issues, oh yes, in the 2018 resolutions, we made sure, thank you, AAP Executive Committee Member Sasha Sobolov, ANS Legislative Liaison Kevin Allen, and others who brought forward those 2018 resolutions. They were personally handed to Don Sullivan, to the governor, and to many other representatives. They went through one by one on what they were and the intent of them. So I want to report that because those are the things that are important to the local camps. There is systematic change that needs to happen within our organization so that we can support our presidents of our local camps. We know how hard you work. So we hope to do that. We hope to continue to do that. So with that, I just want to thank the local camps for everything that you do. Thank you so much, and again, I want to go ahead and turn this back over to our Ben President, and I want to thank you all for your time. So that's just a few of the highlights, and I look forward to hearing the local camp highlights later on today. Good sheesh. Thank you.
Very busy Grant ANS president, thinking of all the activity that she has gone through. I'm tired. I want to sit down and take a 10-minute recess here. Yeah. First of all, I just want to say I'm very proud and pleased to take the opportunity to serve our Alaska Native people as Grant President, which has always been a dream of mine as a young boy. And the only reason it became a dream of mine as a young boy because my father was elected Grant President in 1951. And I can remember the many meetings between my mother and father took place in our kitchen. They're talking about issues. And I can remember when my father and mother had differences of opinion. And the end of the discussion was when my mother said, "But Joseph," and I knew he was in trouble. It was decided at the convention. That ended the discussion. So with that, you have just a little insight of what transpired during the earlier years of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. And I just want to point out that, yes, my mother and father were Grant Presidents. My father, Grant President of the A&B. My mother was Grant President of the ANS. But please know, it is not only this family that had Grant Presidents in the family. The other is Bill Martin. Bill Martin's father was Grant President, and also Bill Martin's mother was Grant President. So this is truly an exciting time for us. As you heard yesterday, we're entering in, we have passed the threshold of social media. We have passed the threshold of telephone calls. It's now texting. My interest in the Alaska Native Brotherhood, as I stated, was earlier years, and I became president of Camp 15 when I was 16 years of age. And I remember that very clearly as it was yesterday. When my father, who was Grant President, was nominated for Sergeant at Arms, there was a runoff. Who was the chairman of that? I was. And when it finally came down to runoff votes, it came time at a tie, then it was up to the chairman, which was me, to vote for whom. I did not vote for my father because he was an executive committee member. I did not vote for my father because he was past Grant President, and I felt honestly and truly that the opposing person certainly had enough votes to support, so therefore I voted for him. So therefore I attended my first convention in 1960. What an eye-opener. Little did I realize how much I needed to know. And I'm still here standing before you today, still wanting to learn what is needed to serve all and each and every one of you. Fast forward to last year, attending the convention. Please understand, I attended the convention last year only because the convention was held in Ketchikan. Only because the people who camp members couldn't attend the convention because they were busy putting on a basketball tournament. So I went in support of the Camp 15. Then I was asked to run for Grant President, and I said no. Why? I didn't come here seeking an office. I came here to support our local camp. And so when the second request came, my mother reminded me immediately of what my mother had told me. Son, when you're in a leadership, you're going to be asked to do things that you do not want to do. Honor that request. So then I said yes. So now you folks have to put up with me. And I really appreciate the honor that you've bestowed upon me. Moving just a little bit further into the future, we had installation of officers, and I want you to know that the installation of officers for me was a pretty big deal. The bigger deal was when Executive Committee member now, Sasha Sobolov, placed this Kogena on my shoulders. I want you to know the feeling that I had that evening was crushing, because I felt the weight of the need of the people of Southeast Alaska. It was monumental for me. It was very hard for me not to break down in tears because I felt the need. And please understand, ladies and gentlemen, I still am feeling the need. And I want you to know that I give all the praise to your ANS president of all the activities that we have done this year. Had it not been for her, we would not have met with Clinton Heights at Central Council. Had it not been for her, we'd never had that meeting with the Education Department. Had it not been for her, we would not have the unveiling of the coin, Elizabeth Pradovich coin, in this convention. I want you to join me in applauding her efforts. As we had many meetings by phone, and I want you to know I struggled with having meetings by phone because there was nobody in front of me. Then I realized that I could walk around the house. And nobody would even know that I was walking around the house. But I did. I'd walking around the house and I was looking. Sometimes they would ask me questions and I said, what? The reason I was saying what was because I saw something going on outside. I didn't know. So in any event, I had to stop doing that. So we had the meetings by phone, and one of the first things, please keep in mind, as Grand President, you know, when you're Grand President, you don't, my very first time, I had no idea what to do. So I asked Richard, so when do we have, Richard, the Dermester, our president here, so when are we going to have, executive committee meetings? I said, Joe, that's your call. That's the first time I realized that it was up to me to make those executive committee meetings. Little did I realize that that's what had to be done. And for those who called from great distances, Eric Morrison, it was always good to hear you on the phone. because I knew you were in Kenai. But you know, it was just like it was right here. That's what I appreciate. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's an opportunity taught by our very own grand treasurer to be able to make long-distance phone calls, committee meetings, etc. My encouragement to you today is to utilize that. Because all the things that we did between Paulette and I and the executive committee members was done by long-distance phone call on Uber phone call. Is that right? So it took me several months to figure out what the number was, and I finally entered it into my cell phone. So now it's in my cell phone. It's easy. Okay. So the future of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. It is my desire, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, it is my desire, as I stated to our elected officers at the very first day, it is my desire to see members of the delegation to be under the years of 35 and 40. And here's why. They're the future of this great organization, Alaska Native Brotherhood. We as leaders today, that where you are sitting, we as leaders today must have that in mind. You heard the speaker yesterday. I want you to take my job. I want you to get educated to take my job. And this is what you need to do, start doing. Do what I did in Saxman. Okay, you guys, come to my house. We'll talk about A and B. And I want to find out what turns you on. So here, what turns them on? You heard that yesterday. And I encourage you to do that. Because we are failing. We have lots of, our shoe is getting bigger and bigger, and we are shrinking. We have to have that mentality of growth. We have to have that mentality of growth. Invite, drag somebody to a meeting, and just let them hear what this great organization has done. We have what they've done on the back of your card, your membership card. I don't need to read that. You have time to do that. That's your opening statement to the young man that is interested in the ANB, the young lady that's interested in the ANS. This is what our ancestors done. I've had some people in our small community of Saxman say, I don't know what the ANB and ANS is all about. Boy, it broke my heart, because when I was their age, I knew exactly what it was all about, because I attended meetings. Why did I attend the meetings? They were held in my mother and father's house. That's why we didn't have an A&B hall at that time. So, getting back to the A&B's President's report. You've heard it given to you by Paulette, because I'm supporting her and she's supporting me, and we have done all this together. Now, my mother has always said, give credit and honor where it's due, and I did that this morning, because it is true. We have accomplished a lot because of your grand ANS president. All I can say is that she's young enough to do all that stuff, and I'm old enough to agree.
Oh, gee.
Some of you haven't caught that yet. It's because you're not there. Well, I just want to say thank you very much for allowing me to share my heart with you about the future of our Alaska Native Brotherhood. And it is my time to be here. I've always said that what was told to me by my mother, especially my mother, she said, you're going to be there because God put you there. And I'm here because of that. You folks made it happen, but I'm here because God directed me, and all the things that I've done years past, here I am. And it is my desire to continue to serve this great organization as the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand President until you're tired of me. But I want you to know this. It is my desire to have a young man here. It is my desire to have a young man the age of 35 or 40 to be Grand President. Because when we saw pictures yesterday, Richard Stidd was Grand President, a young man. We need more of that. And I want to encourage you to go back to your villages and say, we want to train you to be a Grand President. So with that, I want to say thank you very much. And I want to say in closing, please, ladies and gentlemen, do not get excited when a trinket says in closing. It's just that he's not ready to quit. It's just that I'm getting real close. My life in leadership has been always, and I started when I was 16, and I came up here to Anchorage to go to school, right in this building, as I stated yesterday, and graduated from school. It took me 16 years to get a 4-year degree. I'm a slow learner. Okay? But you know what? I'm saying that to say this, I did not give up. Okay? I did not give up. So with that, gosh, I got to share one. Can I share one story with you about being here? Thank you. Now, I attended school here, and we had a Japanese night, Japan night, with 9 Japanese students. Had one entire evening of Japanese activity, from the dress to the karate to the judo to the food, the whole 9 yards. The whole evening was absolutely wonderful. So I attended a meeting of the Alaska Student Native Organization called it, and which was right downstairs. And I said, you know, we're missing the picture. We're missing the big picture because, you know, we had Japan night just last Saturday. And we don't have a lot of Native students here. Why don't we have a lot of Native students here? Because we're not doing our job. We need to do our job. We have 7 distinct ethnic groups here, right in this school. We need to have a night for Tlingit, Haida, Simpson, and it went on down. And you know, everybody supported that idea. But I also want you to know, he who opens his mouth needs to be the leader. So that's where I came. So we had What's New with AMU here at Alaska Pacific University. And where we got our money was, I was working for Alaska Airlines at the time, and as a student, and I said to the organization, you get me a round trip ticket to Juneau, and I'll get $1,500. I could not tell you today where I got that figure in my mind, but that's what I decided. So they bought me a ticket. It was $12 because I was an employee of Alaska Airlines, and I went down and I went to meet the executive director of the BIA. Who wasn't there was the deputy director, and I told him that desire was we wanted to have a native foods dinner here at AMU. And what we need is $1,500. I said, Joe, we don't have $1,500. We have 10,000 students that are not able to go to school because we don't have the funds. I said, you know, Bob, I'm not asking for the 10,000 students. I'm asking for the 1,500 students that are in our school right now. I want them to turn on to what the Native organization is all about. I don't want $1,500 cash. Give me $1,500 in POs, purchase orders. The rest is history. The next year I didn't have to go to Juneau the next year. The next year he was coming in, checking in at Alaska Airlines, and I was there. I said, Bob, we're having Native Emphasis Week next week here or next month. we need some more money. He said, okay, how much money do you want? I want $2,500. He said, Joe, last year we gave you $1,500. I said, come on, Bob, it's inflation. Long story short, and I'll close here, and that is, we then, we had 4 years of Alaska Native Emphasis Week here in APU. The last year we received $5,000 from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So I want to say this, and thank you very much for allowing me to tell you that brief story of when I was just a kid here at this university. And I encourage you, all of you, to go back to your village and drag those students to your meeting. Finally, I want to acknowledge again Clinton Heights Central Council members here. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Truly appreciate it. And now on the agenda, our president here is chomping here, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, President. And Chief, for your report. Are you turning the chair over to me at this time?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, President. May I have the gavel, please?
Yes.
Ms. Sandy, could you bring me a copy of the Constitution, please? Thank you. So, good afternoon. Good morning. It's still morning, yes. So, at this time, we would like to thank you for coming forward. We have our committee on committee chairperson that was appointed by our grand president. And that is Millie Schoonover. And Millie will proceed with this part of the program, and that is committee chair reports. So we have Eric Morrison standing by. If we can have Cecilia Taballero. Thank you. She was escorted to the front. And also Rhonda Butler. Sergeant of Arms, could you escort Rhonda Butler, please? And then if we could have standing by after their reports, Vince Reinhardt and Heather Gertko and Kevin Allen will be next. So at this time, I'd like to turn the chair over to our Committee on Committee Chairperson, Millie Schoonover.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Good morning. Doesn't the morning taste good? Yeah. And I hope it stays that flavor all morning. Our Committee on Committees met, what day did I get here? The 2nd. We met on the 2nd. As a rule, we, yes?
I'm sorry, we have one announcement.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sister Millie, we want you to be excused to work on the cultural rights, so she's asking for
Good morning, I'm sorry to interrupt. My name is Lynette Moreno here, and I'm asking for Madam President to excuse me for the cultural event tonight, because I have to make the crab salad, some marinade salad, also some pieces of the smoked fish that was donated, and I should be back as soon as I'm done, but I'm not done. So
Okay,
please excuse me.
Thank you. You are excused, Sister Marino, and we look forward to the dish that you're making. Thank you for your service. Sister Millie.
As I was saying, normally a list of the committee chairs is distributed to all of the delegates, so you know who the chairperson is of each committee. And delegates, we ask, if you haven't already, and I know a lot of you are interested in more than one committee. For those of you that haven't chosen a committee, please do so. So I don't have before me the list of each committee chair. I can walk up there and read the list.
And then we have the first three right behind you. We have Eric ready, Cecilia ready, and Rhonda right behind you. So they're ready to give their reports.
Okay, so on the Fisheries and Subsistence Committee, the chair is Eric Morrison. Resolutions chair is Dennis Demmert. Health and Education is Cecilia Tavalero. Millie Schoonover is the Grand Ball. Rhonda Butler is Scholarships. Audit is Vince Reinhardt. Finance is Heather Gurko. State and Federal, Kevin Allen. And so you will hear a Fisheries and Subsistence report from Eric Morrison. Any questions? Hearing none, here is Eric.
Thank you for those corrections. Thank you. As they said, I'm Eric Morrison. I would like for my committee to rise, please, and be recognized. We had several members serve on this committee. Excuse me. Thank you. Very hard workers, I must say. I'm very serious. I wasn't allowed to tell any jokes. So it made the meeting go rather quickly. It was under 4 hours. So one of the things I looked at the comments, and I like to call them critiques, and I want to apologize to this body because some of the notes, it's for example the National Geographic names. There are avenues, as you're aware. The Geographic Department has a person that works with tribes on names, and the tribes are working diligently, those who choose to work on name changes and adding native names to. The other is peacemaking circles is not a tradition in Alaska. And I want to apologize specifically to Cake and Kenai, Tanana chiefs, and I know a large number of other tribes are using. I know in some instances the Sitka tribe has used peacemaking circles. It's become a very valuable tool in the villages to work with people who have antisocial tendencies or abusive and those sort of things. So we should be given support to our organizations, and that's all I'll say to that. But in regard to the resolutions, when and I do want our president's meetings to be our president's presentations to be read into the minutes, so if we can allow that, ask for unanimous consent, which hasn't been done yet. Do we have any objection? Thank you. As a chair of the Subsistence Committee, we have a lot of personal concerns. Some of them like bartering. I know John is big in bartering, and he's going to be waging this battle, and it's outside the purview of our resolutions. But there are so many important issues, which made me wonder. In the past, when we had people delegated to advocate for these issues, for example, fisheries, we not only went to the governors, but we also worked with Commissioner of Fish and Game, and we needed answers to be brought back to you. In this case, there are no answers to any resolutions from last year. I'm hoping that we can work on that in the future and do like we used to do, give you a report, provide the community with people that are responsible for the issues that are impacting the communities. So with that, I'll be moving on to our resolutions. The first resolution we dealt with was 1904. We added, we deleted ANSCA in the third whereas because this sea otter is not an ANSCA issue, it's a Marine Mammal Protection Act issue. So we included the Marine Mammal Protection Act where ANSCA was written. We also added another whereas. Sorry, I didn't bring that plate statement with me, but to talk about the Marine Mammal Protection Act is no, actually it's talking about we mentioned that the Self-Determination Act allows for the tribes to provide their own tribal membership, and that's where the membership identification should lie, not in the blood quantum, and that's archaic regulations. So we added that whereas that Self-Determination Act provides the tribe authority to determine its membership, and the agencies that deal with these should be looking to the tribes to verify tribal memberships. So with that, we recommended do pass with these amendments.
Madam Chairman.
The chair recognizes our Grand Emeritus, Richard Jackson. You have the floor. The committee's
Board member
recommendations.
committee report resolutions, and we need to have someone chair and oversee the process to approve or amend the resolutions.
Would you please kind
And
of...
that normally is the president or his choice.
Okay. So, Joe, Grand President, are you still available? He's not at this time. Richard, could you oversee the process? Our first Grand Vice President, Heather Gurko, could you oversee the resolution process, please?
Yeah, normally it's an appointment, but because the president isn't here, then that's appropriate.
Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jackson. Could you please escort our first Grand Vice President, Heather Gurko, forward?
Thank you, Heather, and stepping forward.
Thank you, Heather, for stepping forward. So there is a recommendation from the committee on the floor.
Yeah, right, we recommended do pass.
Madam President.
Richard Jackson.
I'm just checking, Madam Grand President, that everyone here has a resolution in front of them in order so they can follow along. Do all the delegates have the resolutions in front of them? Raise your hand if you do. Raise your hands if you don't. I would call it easy until they do have their resolution in front of them so they can follow along.
Excuse me?
5 minutes.
Request an at ease while they get copies.
That's fine, that's granted. So there will be a 5-minute at ease as everybody gets a copy of the resolution packet.
Well, thank you for coming. 5 minutes, okay.
5 minutes. If the Sergeant of Arms could let us know when we're close to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, so you're, okay, so what you do. So
resolution, and you need to make sure you keep on the notes on that. Resolution 1904, what is it?
Any more
Something
copies?
wait till somebody writes it.
We need three. One resolution.
And then you open it up for discussion.
But then if there's no discussion, I call for a vote. Yeah, but after.
Yeah, just manage it.
And they'll call for a question.
Yeah, right, exactly, just like a regular.
Right here, I'm gonna go get my notes so I can follow along.
Sure. Yeah, you got time. Yeah.
How do you learn to do your
Well, what's that?
your eldest?
Oh, I don't know. Actually, it was one of these native organizations that even done it before, and there's an area that said, "Yeah, get up there.
Anybody else need any copies?
Never did that before, so.
That's all right. Put Sam here and you and I can sit over here.
I forgot all my.
So Heather?
Yeah. At lunchtime or we're at?
Okay.
Good morning. We've got 2 minutes left, 2-minute warning.
Okay. Okay, sounds good.
How can we do any of that here when nobody's here? I mean, they're all gone.
Okay, so last. Great.
Okay. So we'll consider that.
I'm gonna squeeze behind you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nancy. I'll go ahead and pass the note to you, my note.
Okay, thank you, Richard. What's up?
Go ahead and pass my note to you.
Yeah. But
I hope you will really,
1 minute, 30 seconds before we resume.
because I've been talking to people for a reason. I've been talking rubbish for a
it's
reason.
going to come back around.
It's
So,
not even that. It's just the feeling.
give me your note. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Paulette, I ripped it out poorly, but hopefully you'll still be able to read it.
Okay, I'm gonna step in.
But I not only spoke to him, I spoke to
Okay, I'm
Sasha
gonna go
too.
this way.
Okay.
Just go down and do some folders.
Yeah.
fisheries right now. Then we'll help out in report. Then do well, then and then we'll do health and education, and then scholarship. Do those three. So and they're behind, and then we're going to go down and do the last. So put Kevin. Am I also giving my finance committee report this time? Yeah, last. Okay, so go ahead. Help us with resolutions. Start.
You can call me at the officio in your phone.
We'll call us back to order. Please take your seats. The resolution in front of us at this time is Resolution 1904. The recommendation of the committee at this time is do pass with corrections. What is the wish of the body?
We have a second.
I have second.
It's been seconded. It's under discussion. Mr. Demrick? Please do. Can we please have a microphone?
Yes. Make sure the secretary gets who first it.
1904. It is 1904 under discussion.
Yes. And always recognize who seconded it. Ross?
And before we go ahead, I want to recognize that Ross Nanek, the third, had placed a second.
Madam Chair, as I understand the resolution, the committee had removed the references to ANCSA because ANCSA is not referenced in MMPA. However, the mistake that is made by the Department of Interior by using a quarter blood quantum is that if you look at not MMPA or MMPA, but look at the regulation. The regulation says very specifically that it is relying on the provision in ANCSA that lists a little blood, 1/4 blood quantum requirement for participation in ANCSA. The mistake that they made is ANCSA does not apply to tribes. It applies to corporate membership. And the argument that we must make to the Department of Interior with new members there now, since this was initially passed, is that it was a mistake to rely on ANCSA. We need to cite it. And in the very last line of the column, you'll see where it is cited. And so I believe that taking that out would be a mistake because we can win, I think, using this. There's another case similar to this that was won by Alaska Tribe. And that was when someone said that a particular provision of the Indian Reorganization Act did not apply to Alaska and land could not be set aside for it. And they relied on ANCSA. 4 villages sued the government and they won. The point was made that ANCSA did not apply. In this case, if you look at the regulation, it's very specific. It does reply, it does say ANCSA has a 1/4 blood quantum requirement and they will use it as well. We are tribes, ANCSA is corporations. It's a mistake to rely on ANCSA, and I think the strength of the argument here is that the Department of Interior, when it promulgated this regulation, relied on ANCSA. They never should have, and that's what we need to do. So that was a mistake. So I recommend that those 2 resolutions remain in there. That's the strength of the argument for removing the 1/4 blood quantum.
I don't, he's recommending do that the ANCSA remain in, but whereas I was added, stated specifically that the Self-Determination Act and the Self-Governance Act now gives the tribes the powers to determine their own membership, and that's where the agencies should look to the tribes to determine who is a tribal member. Certainly, I would hope that nobody is going out with their Sea Alaska ID to try to do take seal otters, that they're going with their tribal card, because there's certainly be trouble there. Because as you're aware, we now have non-native members that are Sea Alaska shareholders, but we do not have non-native members that are tribal members. So, but I have no objection if it makes Dr. Demmert feel more secure, we can keep that in. Any objections?
The chair
Yes.
recognizes Executive Committee Woman Mary Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This request removal of blood quantum requirement for sea otter, I don't speak for it because I need to know the discussion that went on. As you know, we're on a very slippery slope. Every non-native out there would wipe out every sea otter that came inside on a heartbeat, because they know how to take the pellet. They have their own little system, their own little companies, they don't have to send them away. And we only have that blood quantum thing. So my question is, what was the discussion? Was the blood quantum issue discussed as there are people waiting on the sidelines to take the blood quantum issue away and have it open for everybody? I am curious and I'm scared of it, because we need to keep the sea otter for our harvest. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is specifically for tribal membership. I know just as Dr. Demmert stated in the original ANSCA, Alaska Native was determined to had to have 1/4 blood, but with the new regulations for tribes, they can establish their own descendancy. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
My concern is,
I'll recognize the sister from ANS Camp 2, and then we'll come over to you.
With your, thank you for the work that your committee is doing. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to, usually when we have any alterations done to our resolutions, the new draft is presented before us with some of the, if there's major changes like removal or adding a whole whereas column. And without that in front of me and the sensitivity of this resolution, I definitely am in opposition of approving this and voting in favor of this resolution. Because the way, when, like Executive Mary said, you know, this looks like to me when I'm reading it at first is that we're requesting and supporting the concept of removal of our blood quantum. But then you are saying you've included a whereas clause that protects that quantum requirement, because I think it would be a controversial resolution if we as an organization were to support the concept of removal of blood quantum because we fought so hard for our Native rights. But if we're protected in the new whereas clause that you have included, so I would feel more comfortable voting on this resolution if that whereas was edited into it and that was distributed to the floor so we could vote accordingly. So I would like to postpone to, I would like to make a motion to refer it back to the committee to bring us forth an edited edition.
So at this time, we do have a motion to accept. So we would need to have that motion maker and the second withdraw. We did have one other comment since we're under discussion from ANS Camp 1 and also our Executive Committeeman Richard Jackson.
Lorraine Allen, Wrangell, Camp 1. My concern, or our concern, was that our blood quantum is getting so depleted that our grandchildren cannot even go out and get any of these mammals. And the elders are unable to. And so that was one of the reasons we had put this in. Because if I wanted to go out there and get whatever, I couldn't do it. But my grandson could do it, but he can't because he is not a quarter.
I'll recognize Executive Committeeman Richard Jackson.
If I'm hearing the chairman correctly, it's a tribal. Let the tribe decide who is a member of their tribe. If they're a member of a tribe, normally that's done by, if it's not done by blood quantum, it's done by lineal descent, based on the fact that we as a people do not want to exclude anyone with lineal descendancy in tribe, Lincoln Heights, or Cynthia, to be prevented from going out and hunting. Right now, the blood quantum comes from the Department of Interior, I believe. We have the prerogative, and should have it, to decide who is a lineal descent. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANS sister from Camp 49.
Tam Tenelzi at Camp 49 ANS. Question is, could some of the verbiage be changed versus blood quantum? Because the other thing is BIA has removed the blood quantum. They're not going to be issuing blood quantum certificates anymore. And I do know the lineage is taken into consideration, so couldn't we use the verbiage of direct descendant or recognize federal tribal members? Because that, again, goes back to the lineage perspective.
And that's specifically what it says in the whereas, that the tribe determines who their membership is based on descendancy. For example, Central Council, if you're a member of the Central Council, you could be a 64th or even less, so long as you prove descendancy. And other tribes have their own determinations on what level of lineage they want. But it's the tribes themselves that determine. What he was talking about in the land claims, the 1/4 is basically a blue law, and you're all familiar with blue laws. These are laws that are on the books, but it was basically established to determine eligibility into the enrollment in the land claims.
So I do see that we have our Executive Committeeman Dennis Demmert wanting to, but I would like to hear from somebody at this time who has not spoken, and then I will definitely return to you, sir. Thank you. I recognize our Executive Committeewoman, Jackie Martin.
Good morning, Jackie Martin, Camp 70, Executive Committee. Are we acting on the motion? Are we under discussion on the motion?
We are under discussion on the motion.
Okay, I'm in favor of the motion on returning the resolution back to the subsistence committee so that the information that we have had at the committee would be in the resolution so that everyone could see that their concern is our concern, but you can't see it because it's not written in here. Thank you.
Thank you. The current motion on the floor as it stands is to accept the recommendations of the committee on 1904 with corrections. To return it back to the committee, we would need the motion maker to withdraw on the second.
We can vote on it first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not hear that. You made a motion to defer, is that correct? There is a motion to defer. I don't know whether the vote. At this time, we will, there is a motion to defer at this time, and I'm sorry, I don't want to disrespect you, but my understanding is that if there's a motion to defer, that we will go to a vote. Is that correct? Thank you. So at this time, there's a motion to defer the current motion that was on the floor. All of those in favor? Or does anybody need that restated prior to voting?
Yes.
At first, I'll recognize our parliamentarian, Jade Kellogg.
Thank you, Jacob Blog, Camp 36, Seattle. Basically, we have a motion on the floor. During the motion, I'm sorry, but I forgot your name. I'll recognize you in 100 years, but I forgot your name today. Her motion is to commit to committee. That is debatable, it's amendable, and it has to be passed by majority vote.
Mr. Parliamentarian, I do have a question. At this time, I would take further comment then since it is debatable.
Yes, you can, but you're making you're taking comments and debates only on committing this resolution back to the committee.
Thank you. Was there a second to the motion?
Rhonda Butler, A&S Camp 2, I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Rhonda Butler, A&S Camp 2. Under discussion? It's already been seconded, Brother Gill, thank you.
Question?
Question has been called. All of those in favor of returning it back to the committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I apologize. Can you please raise your right hand because we do have, and if we can have the sergeants.
We have a majority.
I could have been an aye and an A. I apologize.
You can declare clear majority.
52. Okay, so we do have a majority at this time, so we will refer back to committee.
Thank you. Now, my next question is, do we have a typing pool? So I wasn't just, if I could get help getting these changes, so that'd be great. So we will get that typed out, and we'd like to move on to 1911 hearing. And we've made one simple addition where we expanded in the first whereas the last population of herring, and we changed that to healthy herring stock. And that resolution, we do recommend do pass, so yes.
So moved.
And so moved.
Second.
It has been motioned and seconded by our Executive Committee woman, Cecilia Caballero, that the committee recommends do pass with corrections. Under discussion? Marvin Adams, Camp 87.
Marvin Adams, Camp 87. I'd like to, if I can, Madam Chairman, go back to the procedure. The only time you have to do a hand count is if it's a close on a voice vote. So that's when you do it. So you don't have to do it every time. To save time, that's the normal procedure.
Thank you. We're under discussion on the motion.
Call for the question.
Question has been called. All of those in favor of the motion to accept the committee recommendations do pass with corrections, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition, nay? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Resolution 11 has passed.
Yes, thank you. Resolution 11 has passed. Next resolution is Resolution 12, AMB and ANS proposed pebble mine. There were we did not recommend any changes or additions. We do recommend, the committee recommended do pass, and I am now acting as yes, right.
21912.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that there.
There's a motion made by our
Ann Fuller, Camp 70.
Ann Fuller from Camp 70, second by Marcelo Quinto. Under discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition, please say nay. Resolution 12 passes.
Thank you very much. Stop cruise ship dumping, that is resolution 15. We did have one edification in the end, where the local dump communities on dumping practices or hold their waste. We eliminated the rest of that statement and instead added, and dump only in the appointed city and borough treatment systems. And I could tell you we had some debate over that, whether we should have 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles. And the fact remains, anywhere they dump in southeast Alaska is going to eventually land on our beaches and remain in our waters. So we changed the resolution that say any dumping has to happen within approved city and borough treatment systems. So we do recommend, the committee recommend that you pass, and I give this to you for consideration.
The committee does recommend you pass on 1915, stop cruise ship dumping with corrections. What is the wish of the body? I recognize ANS Grand President Paulette Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino, ANS Ground President, second.
Yeah.
It was moved by Eric Morrison and seconded by ANS Grand President Paulette Marino. Under discussion? Question's been called. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Nay? Okay, resolution 1915, stop cruise ship dumping, passes.
Thank you very much. The next one, 21, is opposed BC mining in near rivers to Alaska. And where they had Camp 14, we changed it to Grand Camp because obviously this is now a Grand Camp resolution. And the second whereas, they included Unak River. We are also adding Stikine, Taku, Chilkat, and Alsac rivers. And we will provide you new type resolutions as they're done. And the third whereas mining, they have power generating projects. We changed power generating to large industrial. So that would be any development. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 whereas, the first large one in the lower middle, where about the third statement, this would have to be treated for at least 250 years. We removed for at least 250 years and replaced it with in perpetuity, which means that so long as there's mining there, it's going to have to be treated forever. And on last whereas, say sublethal effects for salmon, we also included in other aquatic life. And with that, the committee recommends you pass, and I so ask.
Okay, so resolution 1921, opposed BC mining near rivers to Alaska. The committee recommends do pass with corrections.
Second, Daphne Albee.
Seconded by Daphne Albee. Questions? I'll go ahead and recognize Executive Committee Woman Jackie Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, there is page 2 that you forgot to cover.
Yeah, and those were The only changes in there I've stated in the first part where it changed Camp 14 to Grand Camp. All language referring to Camp 14 will be changed to Grand Camp.
Executive Committee Man Richard Jackson.
Appropriate when they go to committee and come here with these additions would state motion to approve as amended. So otherwise you're approving this one here, this one that's the raw copy. And I'd also like to say we're going those additions and amendments. Our hope is that when you have a prepared document in front of you, we will be able to sign these before the end of the installation, so we can act on these immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Chair recognizes Executive Committee Woman Mary Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the second page of this resolution, the first whereas at the top, the wording of a resolution is very important. And on the third line at the end of the first whereas, on the second page of this resolution, it states, if the state of Alaska and people who use words say if is a weak word. So if we can put when the state of Alaska implements the declaration, and then it says it would have helped to have a unified voice, we could scratch it would help to have, we could scratch those out and put a unified voice with our First Nation neighbor gives Alaskan tribes a means to advance their rights in decision making and negotiating. It tightens up this paragraph. Okay, I'll say it again. I will read from dignity, survival, and well-being of indigenous people. Am I not clear enough?
Yeah, actually, that's in practice, so it's if you give me your proposed amendment, we will add it and get it typed up.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Ma'am Chairman, somebody Chairman. I move that we tighten up this revolution.
Revelation?
I'm hard on resolutions. On the third line at the end, scratch. Oh, wait, I move to amend, it needs a second.
Has been moved to amend the motion.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, second.
Second by Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Thank you. Third line at the end. When the state of Alaska implements the declaration.
Yeah. Right.
A unified voice, we're scratching, it would help to have. A unified voice with our First Nations Canadian neighbors, and scratch and, gives Alaskan tribes a means, and keep everything else in there. That's what I wanted, because we're asking another country, another indigenous group to assist us, but they're insisting us in a positive way. So I make that amendment, and it's been seconded. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor to amend the motion, and it has been seconded. Question's been called. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please say nay. Okay, we will go forward with that, and if you could please provide your comments to the committee so they can make sure it's worded correctly. We do currently have a motion on the floor to accept or adopt 1921 proposed BC mining near rivers to Alaska with corrections. Any further discussion? I recognize ANS Grand President Paulette Moreno.
ANS Grant President Paulette Marino. I speak in favor of the motion with amendments and call for question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Question's been called. All of those in favor of the amended, excuse me, I apologize, I don't have my glasses on. All of those in favor of approving 1921 opposed BC mining near rivers to Alaska with amendments, please say aye.
Aye.
I don't have my bag actually. Thank you. Oh. Any opposition, please say nay. Okay. 1921 opposed BC mining near rivers to Alaska with corrections is adopted.
Thank you. Okay. The next one we have is 24, protection of Sitka herring stock. And the committee wanted to thank the camp that proposed this in support. And we recommend do pass, and as chair, I ask for a pass.
Can you make your motion? Give your motion to pass?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have a motion to pass 1924, protection of Sitka herring stock by the committee. Do I hear a second?
Elias Chase, Camp 49 ANS, second.
We have a second by Elias Chase from ANS Camp 49. Discussion? Question has been called. All of those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition, nay. Resolution 1924, protection of Sitka herring stock is adopted.
Resolution 1925, it has a number of issues. We've asked the maker of the motion if they wanted to make some changes, as there were some incorrections, misstatements. So we did not hear, so we recommend this resolution be tabled. And that is my motion.
1925, request recognition of legal, oh, I'm sorry.
1925?
Yeah.
Request recognition of legal personhood of the environment. The committee makes some recommends to table.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Please state your name and camp.
James Daniels Jr., Camp 14.
Chairman, if you make a motion to table with no discussion.
There's no discussion? There's no discussion?
So automatically tables?
Right.
Okay, so 1925, request recognition of legal personhood of the environment. No discussion at this time. All of those in favor to table, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay. At this time, 1925, request recognition of legal personhood of environment is tabled.
Thank you. So the last one is cruise ship dumping, and we've merged that with the 15. So no action is needed on 1928 cruise ship dumping number 2.
Eric, 1915, Eric.
Yes.
What about resolution 17, the CD one?
Yeah. For some reason I don't have 17, but I do remember it. Does anyone have 17? They can. 17.
Oppose commercial harvesting of black seaweed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I do know the committee acted on it, and they did recommend do pass. Yes, the motion of this chair is do pass.
Thank you. So on resolution 1917, opposed commercial seaweed harvesting, the committee recommends you pass. There's a motion on the floor to be passed. Do I hear a second?
Elias Chase, Camp 49, ANS, second.
Second by Elias Chase, ANS Camp 49. Discussion? And our sister from Camp 70?
Thank you. I appreciate the resolution and think it's a good idea, but I'm very concerned about using the terminology of pointing out a people. So in the third whereas, perhaps you could change Korean gathering of seaweed to commercial.
Well, I know that, would you be fine with replacing the Korean with non-native? Because there are a number of people that gather indiscriminately.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes.
I was brought up knowing that there are hunters and slop hunters.
Yes, thank you. So we will replace, with a friendly amendment, we'll replace Korean with non-native. Yeah.
Okay, so, yes, I recognize Executive Committee Man Dennis Denner.
Madam Chair, I want to point out why Korean is in there. In doing amendment of this, I spoke with Dr. Gali Garza, my niece who worked in fisheries, got a degree, doctorate in fisheries, is professor at the University of Alaska. And she pointed out that there was an occasion when Koreans had seaweed collected in Resurrection Bay, and they pretty much destroyed the area where they collected. They didn't know how to do it. And in referring to Korean, I'm sure that the Alaska Department of Education knows about that. I mean, it's part of their records that the Koreans did this. And what we're doing in referring to Korean is indicating that we know about that as well. We learned that from one of our own people. And the reference, I think the Korean is inappropriate.
I'd like to reply to that. As we stated, we don't want to be racist, but the fact remains that it's not just Koreans, it's Laotians, it's Thai people, other people who live off and enjoy seaweed are indiscriminately harvesting seaweed. So would it be okay if we leave it non-native? We don't want to strike out at any one person.
So at this time, I believe that our sister Ann from Camp 70, did you have an amendment? Did you make a motion to amend? Can you please restate that amendment?
I propose an amendment to strike Korean and instead use the term non-native.
Thank you. We do need a second on the amendment?
No.
No?
Madam Chair, Millie Schoonover, ANS Executive. Brothers and sisters, I really feel firmly that we should be specific and say Alaska Native, because there's people that were born in Alaska that consider themselves native of Alaska. So let's be specific and say Alaska Native. That would clear everything up in my mind.
At this time, the amendment was to, request was for non-native. We do not have a second for that at this time. So is the motion maker wanting to correct that, or do I hear a second? Thank you.
All right, I'll take my guidance. So this is in the third whereas as a bad example. So we're saying instead of Korean, we would say non-Alaskan Native. To be the people who were engaged in uncontrolled harvest.
At this time, the motion is to make the amendment to refer to non-Alaska Natives. Do I hear a second on that?
I second for purpose of discussion.
Thank you, second by Mary Guthrie for purpose of discussion.
Under the, everybody who is native can pick seaweed, and those who aren't can't. I have neighbors who lived beside me for 50 years, and their children were raised with mine, and I'm from the village, and we don't see a distinction between us and them, because their babies get hungry too. I liked it when it said commercial. I liked it when it said commercial because it's not taking the seaweed from the baby's mouth. I don't care whose baby it is. It's our baby. So I would object to the native inclusion in this, and God helps us with this, where He's not gonna cut our babies' throats because we didn't say non-native. And the babies like seaweed. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Richard Jackson.
I think a preferred language amendment would be to say non-natives and commercial international industries, because non-natives would imply the United States or Canada. We're talking about another country. Non-native is a very specific. Non-native Alaskans would be more appropriate.
So the motion maker would need to make that amendment or that change.
You can do this. Okay. Thank you. I think I was accept the corrections that I'm hearing. What I want to talk about is the I want to say commercial exploitation. And that there's an example from Resurrection Bay is good. Perhaps my amendment is to remove the name of people in there and talk about commercial exploitation.
Point of order has been called. I'm not sure who that was. I apologize. Marvin. Your amendment's on the floor. Okay, Richard Jackson does have an amendment on the floor at this time to have it state non-native and commercial. Is that correct? International commercial. And that is the current amendment that we're discussing. Correct.
That little guy standing.
Thank you. I want to recognize, actually I did. Marvin. I'll recognize first our brother Marvin, and then we'll go to brother Marcelo.
Madam Chairman, we have a motion on the floor. It's been amended, requested amendment, but it seems like we're amending it all over while we're in discussion, and it can't. It has to be another motion to make amendment to the existing one that had a second. So please, we got to start following procedure here. If there's a motion on the floor, stick to that motion. Thank you.
So thank you for that reminder at that time. That's why I was going back to the original motion maker for the amendment. And then my understanding is I would need to go to the person who seconded, who would agree upon that. And then at that time, if that is not approved, that's when we can entertain another amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
So at this time, the motion maker for the amendment has stated that the amendment that they are making is to refer to commercial exploitation. It was seconded by Executive Committee Woman Mary Guthrie. Okay, so she has said we could go ahead with that amendment. Any?
But I believe it would have to be a separate amendment, is that correct?
Well, my amendment was on the floor for international.
At this time, I apologize. Hold on one moment.
And non-natives.
Commercial.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
International. International commercial and non-native.
I apologize. This is a learning opportunity for many of us, including myself. I've been reminded that the first motion to amend was made by our grandparents, President Emeritus, to include non-native, international, commercial. And that was seconded. Who seconded that one? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Elias Chase from ANS Camp 49 had seconded that motion, and we are under discussion.
A discussion?
Discussion, ANS Camp 2, and then I will go to
Marcelo?
Dennis Denver. Oh, I apologize, Marcelo, please, forgive me.
Yeah, he was it's hard to tell.
Thank you. I think I find myself very in an awkward position. I have to agree with Sister Mary Guthrie in that when we are talking about, our resident Alaskans and having them exceed, I think if we try to go against, letting them, gather, I think we're doing a great disservice to ourselves, because there's many times that we as Native people have to go to them for support for many of the activities we have. And I think that if we're going to, prohibit people from gathering that our local seafood, which is available to all of us, I think we'll find ourselves in a pretty difficult position for future reference, for other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was our sister from Camp 2, and then Executive Committeeman Dennis Denver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. And that was my concern, is the same as Brother Marcelo from Camp 70. When you use the term, when the terminology Alaskan Native, is that the terminology? Non-Native? So many people misinterpret the use of Native and non-Native of Alaska as Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian. But the correct terminology for the identification of us, me as a Haida woman, is I'm an indigenous woman. So when we're using this term Native of Alaska, is that meaning a resident, just anybody, regardless of race? This is my question, it's a question for clarification purposes, because I do have non-Native friends and family that go and harvest seaweed. Seaweed is not protected like our sea otter is protected by the indigenous people. So for clarification purposes, can you?
Clarification, any person born in Alaska is a Native Alaskan. An Alaskan Native is an indigenous Alaskan.
And the amendment was non-Native international commercial.
Thank you.
So I'll recognize Dennis Demmer, and then we'll go to Ross.
Madam Chair, in that particular whereas clause, whereas the third whereas clause, changing a few words confuses the picture, because that particular one cites a specific incident that involved Koreans. By eliminating the word Korean and putting in other words, non-Native, whatever, it confuses. But I'd like to point out that the resolution, even without that whereas clause, is a strong resolution. And I think we can do without that particular resolution. If we're going to correct it, there's a lot of correcting that has to be done, because inserting those words is going to confuse it. So I move that we remove whereas clause number 3 from
Point of order.
resolution.
You address the amendment only. You can't make a motion.
We're currently addressing the amendment.
Amendment.
We're currently under discussion about the amendment to change the language to non-Native commercial, international commercial fishing, or sorry, not fishing, I apologize, but international commercial. And the chair recognizes Ross. And then we will go to Gil from there. Thank you.
Ross Nem, 3rd, Camp 16. I was going to point out the same thing Dennis is. The changing of the word Korean to non-native or whatever it is that whole whereas is about one specific example, and they have apparently they have evidence that it was the Korean. If they're going to take the Korean out, then you might as well take out Resurrection Bay too, because.
We're currently under discussion about the amendment. Are you
Yes,
speaking
I know.
to the amendment? Okay.
I know, I'm addressing the amendment. But it changes the whole thing, and it just, as Dan said, it confuses. I think, I speak against it, but, if it goes through, I think we should also remove Resurrection Bay, because it's addressing one specific incident. That's my discussion.
Thank you. We'll recognize the brother from Camp 87.
Gil Stokes from Camp 87, Anchorage. There's a little correction here about terminology, about speaking of Native Alaskan and Native Alaskan. Okay, a Native Alaskan, to my knowledge, is capital Native. Native Alaskan. When you speak about not a Native Alaskan, such as we are here, a Native Alaskan is a little Nave. A Native Alaskan, that means he is not a Native Alaskan. Confusing? Well, anyway, I'm trying to say a big Native means Alaskan. Without a big N, it's Native.
Thank you. And at this time, the discussion is non-native, not the term Alaska Native. So it's non-native and industrial commercial. I'll recognize our sister from ANS Camp 19.
Thank you. I agree with.
Please do identify yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm Wendy Castro, Camp 19, ANS. I understand the deep feeling of having the Koreans harvest and they don't know how to do it, so we're losing that part. I also understand the reason for not pointing out a specific, because we understand language, I'll say a specific tribe. I think we're losing sight of the reason for this resolution. Resolved that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood urge the state of Alaska not permit commercial harvesting of black seaweed in southeast Alaska. With the limit of time we have, I feel like we're just bouncing this back and forth. And we need to keep the reason for this resolution in mind as we discuss things. Sheesh.
Thank you for that reminder. And at this time, as a reminder to the body, we are discussing the amendment. We are not discussing the original motion.
In regard to this amendment, I'd be all in favor of a second amendment after this one is voted on to change Resurrection Bay to in southeast Alaska, because it's happening all through southeast Alaska.
Call for the question.
The question has been called. Sister from Petersburg, was your comment with regard to the amendment or the original motion or the second amendment that was proposed?
No, we can't deal with that. We have to deal with
Are you speaking to the amendment to the motion at this time? Or the original motion? Okay, so at this time, I did hear a question called on the amendment to the motion, which was to change the language to non-native and international commercial. All of those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. And the original motion at this time, or I'm sorry, you had called for a second amendment, is that correct?
We'll be proposing a second amendment, a friendly amendment, I hope, to change Resurrection Bay to Southeast Alaska.
Second.
It has been seconded by Ross Nanak III.
Call for the question.
Question has been called. All of those in favor of the amendment, is that correct?
Yes.
At this time, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please say nay. Okay, amendment passes. Now back to the original motion to approve. 2019-17, opposed commercial harvesting of black seaweed with amendments.
Make that motion.
The motion has been made to approve 17. Do I hear a second?
Second, James Reynolds Jr.
Second by James Lanos Jr. Discussion? Question has been called. All of those in favor of approving 2019-17 opposed commercial harvesting of black seaweed, please say aye.
Aye. Mr. Jackson, please make my name for the vote.
I apologize. The motion was made by...
That's my fault.
Oh, yes, thank you. Our Grant President Emeritus Richard Jackson. So we did do the aye. All of those opposed, please say nay. Okay, so resolution 2019, opposed commercial harvesting of black seaweed is adopted. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
At this time, was this your last?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're going to be at ease until we can bring the other resolution.
Thank you. At this time on the agenda, we did have a break scheduled at 10 a.m. So
How long was that break scheduled? How long was it?
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Okay, so we will have a 15-minute break. Oh, I will recognize Marvin Adams really quick before we get a break.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, we have 4 resolutions that came in late, and we were wondering, we know we have to introduce them at the end of the resolutions, and I'm wanting to know if now is the time to do it for consideration before the end of the day. The procedure is that if they come in late, they don't make a lot of time, that they can be introduced on the floor, and I just need to know the process that we need to do it for on the floor, introducing those 4 resolutions. One of them is support of repealing the Stevens rider to allow BIA funding for Alaska. 2 is for resolution supporting establishing Alaska pre-K education and senior promise endowment. And 3 is resolution in support of placing native land in federal subsistence board control. And 4 is resolution in support of requiring the state of Alaska to meet constitutional obligations to public funding in rural Alaska.
Thank you, Brother Adams. We have made time at the end of the committee reports to address those resolutions.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are at recess for 15 minutes. Can I have a time check, please? Because I don't have a watch.
10:27.
10:27. So we'll call us back at 10:40. Committee Chair, our Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Tagalero.
Brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Brothers, give it a second there.
Brothers and sisters, the Health and Education Committee had 4 resolutions to deal with. We had 1901, 1902, 1918, and 1923. First, I would like to thank and recognize, or have our committee members stand, please, and be recognized. Committee members carefully scrutinized every single one of these, as they are important. I would like to just read down the list. Beverly Russell, Camp 70, Harriet Bellio, Camp War, A&B, Yvonne Watson, Nancy Furlow, Tasha Hotch, Ross Manick, myself, Natasha Clevenger, and Monique Clevenger. Thank you all, committee members, for your assistance. First resolution, 1901. We did refer this to the maker because we needed clarification. And the title is, original title, employ ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers. There are a number of amendments, including changing the title to support the use of ex-addicts and anti-drug speakers, excuse me. We referred it back to the author and it came back where it says resolved. Therefore be it resolved. Adding right after the resolved that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood in Grand Camp assembled in October 2019 support the efforts of getting these inspirational, informational, mentor speakers out into the communities. Adding. Yes. Well, it's being amended. It will be passed with the amendments. Not monetarily, but by resources and people you know of in this field. That's an addition from the author. Is that correct, Sandy? You are the author, okay. And then the very last paragraph, be it further resolved. In the very last sentence, add, our own Native elders can best understand the difficulties that these addicts face and how to best lead them through it. We need to hold each other up. We need to hold each other up. Wellness is possible and recovery is very worthwhile. Those are the amendments. And we will make sure that the secretary gets these amendments in writing. Should this pass, the committee does recommend pass with the amendments. I move that we adopt this resolution as passed. 1901, support the use of ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers.
Thank you. The motion in front of us is 1901, employ ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers. We do have a motion. Recommended is do pass with amendments. Oh, I apologize. Support the use of ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Beverly Russell from Camp 70 A&S. Question or discussion? We'll recognize Mary Guthrie.
Under discussion, Madam Chair. Yep. I I really do need to see the amendments to pass it. And until I see the amendments, because it's a powerful resolution, it's one of its kind as far as I'm concerned. And if we want to do this cleanly, let's look at the amendments to this resolution as one resolution, and then we can act on it and take it home with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, are you asking that it be returned to the committee, or please
Yes,
clarify?
and the amendments be added. Until it is, then I have to speak against it because there's no amendments in front of me. They were lengthy. Thank you.
So our executive committee woman, Mary Guthrie, has recommended it return to committee. As the last time we had this occur, we did have to bring it to a vote. Is that correct?
Can she make the motion?
Was that an official motion? The question is being asked of you.
I move that this resolution be passed with amendments, so there is a motion on the floor. It was seconded.
Yeah, and I merely spoke against it.
Thank you for that clarification. I will recognize, I believe it was our A and B Emeritus Richard Jackson.
So we're on the defer right now? Is that what we're on?
No, we're on the original motion discussion.
Okay, this is pretty much addressing the chair, which they do have the packet. We look at, I'm asking if they have addressed what the comment that come from the resolutions committee. It says number one is it number 4 or number 1?
Number 1.
Okay. Employee addicts and that's anti-drug speakers. We say the idea has merit, but this resolution would require an organized effort to recruit such speakers, assess their abilities for the job, find venues for their speeches, pay whatever cost that may be, including pay, etc. This means that it must be an organized program. The resolution makes no provision for any of that, and adopting this resolution would lead to no action. So this pretty much, I'm just addressing the chair, they discussed that, and does it have merit now?
I would like to call on the author to, this is the reason why the committee referred it back to the author, because it needed clarification. Thank you. Sandy Churchill.
Yes. Sandy Churchill, Camp 1. Yes, in the amendment, I did mention there will be no monetary request. It's in the amendment, which hasn't been taken, but it's just in a rough added to this resolution.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, point of clarification.
We'll recognize the point of clarification first from our parliamentarian, and then we'll go to Brother Nana.
We have a sister who's telling us that you have an amendment not written. It's okay to do that. The chair just needs to read the amendment out loud to the body.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. As in the past, we have done this. We have done this. When we're going through resolutions and we do make amendments, basically it's up to the delegates or whoever is going to be voting on these resolutions to write down the amendments. And if it's a really important one, then yes, I can see where we go back and reprint all the paper and distribute. But in the past, we have done it where the delegates wrote down the amendments on their own.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Brother Nana.
Ross Nana, 3rd Camp 16. I was sitting in with this committee. We did refer it back to the author, and they did address a lot of the issues that our Grand President Emeritus had brought up. And so that was in the amendments that we are proposing right now.
Thank you. Can we please have the amendments read?
Yes. So once again, the title would be changed to support the use of ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers. And the first amendment in the text would be, therefore be it resolved, and it would read that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood in Grand Camp assembled in October 2019 supports the efforts of getting these informational is where it picks up again. Informational mentor speakers out into the communities. Period. Adding not monetarily, comma, but by resources and people you know of in this field. Period. And in the very last paragraph, be it further resolved, it reads that the best way to speak to those who struggle with addiction in our communities is not to adopt a clinical judgment attitude. We need to let the strengths of those who have walked through the hardships be the voice of mentors. Our own, and insert Native, elders can best understand the difficulties that these addicts, insert addicts, cross out people, these addicts face, and how best to lead them through it. Period. That's the original text. Here is the amendment. We need to hold each other up, comma. Wellness is possible, and recovery is very worthwhile. Now, the author also added, as an example, quote, the owner of all, end quote, sobered up a village. This was from yesterday's guest speaker from the South Central Foundation. So, Madam Chair?
Thank you. Continuing under discussion, we'll recognize our sister from Camp 2.
Thank you, Rhonda Butler Haynes, Camp 2. And I believe this resolution is a wonderful resolution. It's something that does need to be supported. Again, I'm having a difficult time looking at something, trying to write all the information down with all the amendments. When I first joined Grand Camp, Bob Loescher was my mentor in regards to resolutions. And they put me on that chair with resolutions as a training, and I had to type all the recommended change amendments and have those distributed on the floor, ready for discussion and committee reports. I know that we're really been trying to stay focused on keeping our time crunch down, but our resolutions are our marching orders. This is what we do for the next year until we meet again. And so I would like to defer this back to the committee for a written, amended resolution to be presented to the floor. So that is a deferred motion.
So there is a motion to defer back to the committee to transcribe the amendments before it's brought back to the floor. Is that correct? Yes. Do I hear a second? Okay. I'll recognize Carol Lewis.
I will second it for the purpose of discussion. However, if you look at the first two whereases, there is not a single verb in there. This is not a complete sentence. And then in the third whereas, the former addicts. So it does need referral for more work and an amended version being brought to the floor. So I second it.
Thank you. It has been seconded by Carol Lewis. I'll recognize Daphne Albee and as Camp 36.
Thank you, Daphne Albee, Camp 36. I appreciate the resolution itself. Thank you for bringing that forward. I do have a couple questions where I'm a little confused on exactly what this resolution is asking Grand Camp to do. I understand that you're asking to support, but how do you, how? What is it that you want the camp to do? Do you want them to create a committee? Do you just want them to support you by letters? You say that it's not monetary, but by inspirational resources and people that you know of. Who is going to coordinate? How is it going to be done? I understand the thought process behind it, but I don't understand how the action is going to be implemented.
Thank you. So you're speaking in support to defer it to the committee, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Call for the question?
Question has been called. All of those in favor of deferring number 1, employ ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers to the committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please say no. Okay, resolution 1. Employ ex-addicts as anti-drug speakers is referred back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee next addressed Resolution 2019-02, support funding for Head Start. The committee recommends do pass with following amendment. Moving the "be it finally resolved" sentence, paragraph, and changing it to "whereas," moving up one line. It states, it would read, "whereas," instead of "be it finally resolved," that the mission statement of ours include the enhancing of our cultural resources and advocacy for our youth because they are our future. Moving that up to the other whereas, the last whereas. And change, therefore be it resolved, the last sentence would read, right after Head Start programs, by addressing this to the Alaska delegation and the Department of Education in Congress. That is the amendment. To add by addressing to the Alaska delegation and the Department of Education in Congress. The committee does recommend do pass. I so move with the amendments.
It has been moved that resolution 2, support funding for Head Start, do pass with amendments. Do I have a second? Second, Eric Morrison. Under discussion, Marvin Adams.
Marvin Adams, under discussion. I guess I'm a little confused by this resolution. I support it, but I look at it, it says State of Alaska Department of Education, but if the whereas is you're referring it to Congress. I guess I'm a little confused by that. It should be referred to the governor if it's addressed to State of Alaska. Correct?
I think that what the amendment was is to not only have it be in the state of Alaska, but also forward it on to Congress, because that's where the funding for Head Start comes from. Is that correct, Tasha? Our committee member.
If I can respond. The state of Alaska is the one that actually disperses, because I sit on the Rural Cap Board, and we work with them, and the Head Start funding was directly impacted what the governor of Alaska did. So what we need to do is let the governor know we want to make sure, because they do matching funds on these funds, that they include the funding for it. So I guess I'm just trying to, I think that would be a mixed message, and I'm just trying to make sure the title of it said State of Alaska. And I'm just trying to make sure that we're consistent in our message. If another resolution is needed for the congressional folks, and I think that's what it should say too. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Dr. Yes, Kim 36.
I just missed part of the amendment.
I can repeat it, yes. Moving the very last sentence where it says, "be it finally resolved." Committee members felt that was more like a whereas. So putting "whereas" instead of be it finally resolved, that the mission statement of ours include the enhancing of our cultural resources and advocacy for our youth because they are our future. Move that up under the last whereas, as it is currently written. We need to have professionals trained and qualified to shadow and teach our special needs students. So that last sentence goes under that. And move the resolve down. Therefore be it resolved that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood in Grand Camp assembled in October 2019 support the efforts of getting funds for the Head Start programs. The committee added the amendment by addressing to the Alaska delegation and the Department of Education in Congress. That was the amendment.
We're still under discussion? Yes. Mr. Jackson.
Perhaps our host camp president can add an amendment to the last result to include Alaska be informed that if you distribute the funds. I'm not sure how that would be worded. But he's more familiar with than I am.
Marvin Adams.
Thank you, Grant President Emeritus Richard Jackson. I think if you wanted to make it flow properly, I think you would have to include the State of Alaska Department of Education and the U.S. congressional folks in Washington, D.C., and then the last part of it would fit. I'm just saying you can't address it to a state, local government and then request that therefore it be resolved, asking funding from Congress. That's what makes it confusing. So if you include it on the top, and I'll make that a motion as an amendment to include the U.S. delegation, congressional delegation, and Congress. I so moved.
So there's a motion to amend?
Yes, whereas, number one.
Whereas number one, to include the, can you restate who it's including?
Let me try this again because it's got to flow. With the dwindling funds of the State of Alaska Department of Education, it is vitally important that these programs be funded. I would insert, and whereas Congress has supported and funded the Alaska Head Start program, that these funding should be reinforced, and then just go in. I'm doing this on the fly, but I think that's what you need to do. I think that's what, if you're asking the very final, therefore, as for more funding from Congress, that's where it'll all fit together. So, does that make sense, Madam Chair?
So that was for Congress to support and fund, and then
The Alaska, the Head Start program.
Head Start in Alaska, and then to funding reinforcement. Is that what you had said?
To reinstate or reinforce.
Reinforce, thank you. To reinforce funding.
I'm just trying to help it make it work. I support it, I understand the intent, but it just got to smooth so that there's an activity at the end of it, an action. Thank you.
Thank you, yes, please, Mr. Nard, Dr. Nard.
Madam Chair, I think the previous speaker made a good point on that, and I'd like to suggest that we take a look at the ending of Resolution 4 for how to refer to Congress. Rather than referring to Congress, it should be referred to our delegation. They are the contact. And if you take a look at that, there's a language there that we can use to send it to Congress, and that's, if you take a look at that, I'm having trouble reading it, but the language is there to suggest to the Honorable
Would you like us to read that?
And if you use that language, that would accomplish what the previous speaker made clear. That's how we get it to Congress, is through our delegations. With anything that we submit to Congress, language like that will work. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I did hear that it was hard to hear your comments, and what I will try and do is reread the section that you read, if that's okay with you. So referring, our executive committee man, Dennis Demert, is referring to Resolution 4, the final resolve, that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood urge the Honorable Senator Lisa Murkowski, the Honorable Senator Don Sullivan, and Honorable Congressman Don Young. So use that same language as what you are referring to, correct? Thank you.
So inserting
the verbiage
Resolved
from 4.
Resolution 2019.
The motion maker to make the amendment, looks like he does approve that, is that correct? And do we have a second for the amendment? Second, Beverly Russell, Camp 70 ANS. Any discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please do.
This amendment, in the same direction of Marvin Adams' amendment. He had an amendment on the floor, he was including Alaska.
So Marvin did say he does approve that, and yes, please, Marvin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, the original one, whereas I put the second whereases, where it recognized the congressional, the folks in the DC and the funding, was followed up by Executive Committee and Dennis Demert to also include on the therefore be resolved the recognition of that, and then I concurred with that. I concurred with that.
So we have one amendment then. Marvin Adams has, two. The last whereas, correct? To include the language that we discussed earlier with regard to Congress support and fund.
Yes.
As well as funding reinforcement.
Yes.
Then you've also added to your amendment the recommendation of our executive committee man.
Correct. On the very last therefore be resolved.
For the very last therefore be it resolved to mirror Resolution 4's
Correct.
very last.
Yes. I would second that or agree to that amendment.
Thank you. So you are the motion maker. The second, I believe, was made by Eric Morrison. Is that correct? Okay, question has been called. All of those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition, please say nay. Okay, we are back to the original motion to approve recommendation of due pass to Resolution 2, support funding, with amendments, support funding to Head Start. Excuse me, for the record, for Head Start. All of those in, oh wait. Question's been called, thank you. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition, please say no. Resolution 2, support funding for Head Start, adopted. Thank you.
Okay, next we had addressed Resolution 2019-18. This one does not have a title, and the committee recommends to postpone indefinitely. I so move.
So Resolution 1918. It looks like it may have been a clerical error. There is a title on the table of contents for Resolution 1918, support ICWA. Right now there is a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely. Do I hear a second?
Second, Tasha Hodge.
Seconded by Tasha Hodge. Under discussion. So I recognize Tamsin El-Zayut from ANS Camp 49.
Tamsin El-Zayut, Camp 49. There is actually a couple problems with it. One, it was mistitled, and it was also put under two different in the who it was assigned and what have you. The thing is it should be enforce protecting of our children against all forms of violence, which should be the title. When this resolution was written, it was based on close to 100 pages of documentation, the Alaska State Constitution, a K2 article, as well as U.S. Resolution 112 that is actually being co-sponsored by Senator Don Sullivan. And on the reason why I authored this and wrote, because right now our children are at risk. Governor Dunleavy walked away from the compact agreement, and we're asking him, as well as the tribal entities, to come back to the table, renegotiate it, and reinstate it. Again, I'm willing to work with it, but I don't want to see it tabled indefinitely, because this is a pertinent issue.
At this time, the recommendation was to postpone indefinitely. Yes, I will recognize our Grant President Emeritus, Mary Jones. And the title, the request is to read the title. So the title and the table of contents, it is missing on the resolution itself, which is in your packet. The title has been changed by the resolution committee to support ICWA. And the comment from our sister from Camp 49 was the title should be enforce all forms. What, can you please repeat the title that you stated?
Enforce protecting
No, wait for the microphone, please.
Enforce protecting our children against all forms of violence, and this is pertaining specifically to the compact agreement Governor Dunleavy has walked away from.
So we are under discussion at this time. Did you have a comment?
I would, just for clarification, I would like to read what the resolution committee report stated regarding this resolution, and also our Health and Education Committee concluded the same thing. The whereas clauses in this resolution discuss the recent Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals decision that decisively affirms the legality of the Indian Child Welfare Act. Then this resolution asks the A&B and ANS, quote, insist on continued support for ICWA, etc., end quote. The recent court decision gives ICWA solid standing, and the court decision is not being appealed, so continued support is not necessary. The circuit court decision put ICWA on solid ground.
So would you like to hear from the author again?
The committee also felt that it was unclear because it was crossing over between ICWA and violence against, so.
Well, we will accept a response from the author of the resolution, and then I will go to our Grant President Emeritus, Mary Jones.
Okay, again, we're talking about two specific resolutions, two different resolutions, not a combined, and they were mistitled. Resolution 1918 that we're discussing right now only pertains to protecting our children against all forms of violence and asking for renegotiation of the compact agreement. It has nothing to do with ICWA. That's a totally different resolution. There and those were submitted two separate, and why there is confusion, I do not know.
And for the record, can you please state your name and camp?
Tamsin LZU, Camp 49.
Thank you. And I do recognize our Grant President Emeritus of the ANS, Mary Jones.
I've never heard postpone indefinitely pass or do not pass by committee, and the recommendation, if it's do pass the recommendations by the committee, maybe it needs to be sent back to the committee and back to the maker.
So do I hear you making a motion to defer back to the committee, or are you making a recommendation at this time?
I have a question.
Thank you.
If the committee has no objection, we will go ahead and refer this back to the author.
Point of order.
So we do have a motion on the floor at this time.
We do have a motion on the floor.
So the motion at this time was to recommend postpone indefinitely. The motion maker.
I would like to, under discussion, speak against this motion and go ahead and refer this back to the author for clarification.
You're the motion maker, so are you withdrawing your motion?
Withdrawing my motion.
And who was the second? Pasha, do you as well withdraw?
Yes.
Thank you. It has been withdrawn. And it has been asked to be deferred to the committee. Do we need a vote since the committee chairperson has accepted it back into the committee?
You want us to make a motion?
Okay.
You need another motion to refer it back.
Yeah, that's what I was just clarifying that with our parliamentarian. Thank you. Do I, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2?
Rhonda Butler. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I make a motion to defer back to committee for returning to the author.
So there's a motion to refer it back to the committee to work with the author. Second by Daphne Albee, Camp 36.
Question.
Question has been called. All of those in favor of deferring to the committee for further clarification with the author, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, nay? Thank you, motion carries.
Thank you. The last resolution we addressed was 2019-23, titled Request Schools Teach Indigenous Language. This was submitted on Camp 70, and they do have an amendment. And I would like to ask Committee Member Beverly Russell to read the amendment.
Which resolution was this? Thank you.
23.
We read the recommendations by the resolution committee, and the amendments strengthen the resolution with more detail and direction. And I also wanted to explain that the Juneau School District has implemented an Indigenous language policy, which they have sent to the Alaska Association School Boards. So the amendment is on the last line. Therefore, it be resolved that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood in Grand Camp assembled in October 2019 ask school boards in communities where we have local camps to collaborate with partners on programs that allow students to acquire and maintain fluency in their languages, including professional development for teachers and administrators on the integration of Indigenous language with content, standards, and instructional strategies, thus expanding economic and academic opportunities for students in accordance with the Indigenous language policy considered by the Alaska Association of School Boards. And committee recommends pass with these amendments.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Second that.
So the motion is the committee recommends with amendments you pass, and seconded by Rhonda Butler. Discussion? Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson.
Well, there's a couple of comments that the resolution committee made. Dennis went through these. Our recommendations can be considered or not, but they are recommendations. And points out that AB, the idea is attractive, but it requires AB and to communicate with the school district, which is staff work, and we don't have staff to do that. Also, assumes that there are partners and programs available in communities to provide the teaching. There are a few fluent speakers now. Perhaps we can consult with Professor Len Twitchell, who is a linguist and one of our people at the University of Alaska Southeast. We can ask him how to revitalize with young people. For now, it is a good idea that needs more work.
May I reply to that? We did resolve that by adding in communities where we have local camps. We're asking the school boards in communities with local camps to collaborate with partners on programs that allow students to acquire and maintain fluency in their languages.
Is that all languages?
Richard Jackson, thank you. You resolved that with their work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will, so we have a motion, we have a second, so I will recognize our brother from Camp 87.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, or whoever I'm speaking. I would like to be able to say something and make a comment before we go on further. We're going quite fast here, and we lose track of what we're talking about, what resolution we're on from time to time. So it might be a good idea, if I don't mean to be rude, but if you could just repeat as we bounce back and forth about what we're doing, the resolution that we're on, okay?
Yes.
Please forgive me, but.
Yes, Gil, this one was the resolution 2019-23. The title, requesting school boards commit to teaching indigenous languages.
Thank you. And our brother from Camp 70.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You know, I advise and supported this thing, and I really want to tell you why, because I think it needs to go a little further. My granddaughter was in the program at Harborview for the first several years learning Tlingit, and it was doing very well and enjoying it a great deal. However, her mother decided that she needed to have additional training, so she put her into the Montessori. The problem you have there, they have, I guess, a little bit of a smaller program, but it's not quite up to par to where she's really still learning her Tlingit, because she's right now at a point where she learns, she grasps everything just like, you know, like a sponge, but she could lose it just as easily without having the proper teachers there to give her that knowledge. And I think that what we have here is a problem, and the school district says, well, we have no money. What we need to encourage the school district and the Department of Education is that how important the language is to our people, and that when they have it. We now have instilled a lot of pride in Southeast and throughout the state of Alaska that as indigenous people, we, you know, they're blossoming, you know, as a group of people. You see, look at everybody wants to learn their language. I'm very sorry that at my age, you know, I didn't have that same opportunity. But my granddaughter, she sits there and tells me that she explains to me how things are supposed to go. And it's wonderful, you know, it really is. I'm very proud of her. But I really believe that as a group here, we need to encourage, you know, the state of Alaska and the Department of Education to start considering that as a very important part of our school system from the time of kindergarten on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize our sister from Camp 1, Wrangell.
Yes. Lorraine. Get up here. Lorraine Allen, Camp 1 from Wrangell. The title is Request Schools Teach Indigenous Language. Is that with an S or? Oh, gosh, I took it off. Gosh, I'm sorry. $5. $5. $5. It fell off. No. Is that language or languages? An S.
There's an S, languages.
So that includes
Aleut.
Aleut? And where, is this meaning that the ANS and A&B are behind trying to find the people to teach in the schools?
I will refer to the maker of the resolution, please, Ann Fuller.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The therefore be it resolved is to ask school boards to do the work. So I think it's a matter of us advocating with our local school boards to do this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question has been called. All of those in favor of Resolution 1923 requesting school boards commit to teaching Indigenous languages with, as amended, is recommended do pass by the committee. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition, nay? Okay, this motion is adopted. Requesting school boards commit to teaching Indigenous languages, Resolution 1923. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, Grand President Emeritus, thank you.
I just want to say from the Resolutions Committee, this is a good example of our recommendations where you improve them so that they're able to come to the floor. I commend the chairman and their committee.
Well, Chief, thank you to the committee. Thank you, delegates, for all of your work.
So just so you know, we do have our scholarship committee report, and then at 11:45, or as soon as our ANS sister does wrap up, we will be moving to the next item on the program. We will revisit resolutions at 4:20. It's on your agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler, Scholarship Committee Chair. A&B and ANS Grand President Emeritus, A&B ANS Executive Committee members, A&B and ANS Grand Presidents, Grand Officers, delegates, and guests. I'm really excited to be here today to give you guys an update on the Scholarship Committee. As a refresher and a recap from last convention, the Scholarship Committee presented under our chair, our A&B Grand Secretary, James Lanos Jr., drafted bylaws and articles of incorporation. Those were distributed, and so delegates and camps last year in attendance they should have copies of that. And it was recommended by the body to bring those articles of incorporation and bylaws back to the committee for review and further discussion, to be able to present paperwork to the body for purpose of voting. At this time, as I stated, the chair was James Lanos Jr. In the middle of this year, James, under his responsibilities and duties as our A&B Grand Secretary, felt that he needed to relinquish the chair, and I'm the co-chair, and so Madam Grand President asked me to step up and chair the committee. So that's just a little refresh, recap for everybody that might not have been here last year, and that is what has happened since convention. So since obtaining chair, the marching orders from the committee was to submit those documents for some advice from Central Council and possibly other Native organizations, and it was recommended in committee that Sea-Alaska, maybe one of our representatives from Sea-Alaska, and board member Tate London has graciously accepted looking at those articles. He is a lawyer, so he will have some good sound advice in regards to being able to bring forth a draft of these articles of incorporation and our bylaws for the scholarship committee, to be able to present those to you guys so we can move forward with reinstating our scholarship. The scholarship proposed is Arthur Demmert Senior Scholarship, and we are pursuing a 501c3. And as I stated, it is a work in progress. Fortunately, Will Micklin, I did mail to Central Council copies of those articles and bylaws for review, and they were addressed to Brother Will Micklin, and he actually is here this morning, so I actually had the opportunity to hand deliver them to him also. So he is graciously accepted looking and reviewing those articles for us in hopes that we can come back next year and present to the body some sound paperwork so we can get this important scholarship reinstated. And we met yesterday with some additional committee members who have joined, and those that were in attendance was Bessie from Craig, Cade from Anchorage, Gil Stokes from Anchorage, Adeline DeCastro, where's Adeline? Camp 19, there's Adeline, and Chicky James from Camp 19. And to refresh everybody, the other appointed committee members are Harvey Kidka, Ann Fuller, and Vincent Reinhardt. And so with that, we were excited about being able to get these papers reviewed and hopes to come back to convention next year to be able to give you guys something to move forward with. And we do have an account, and the committee requested the balance inquiry from our A&B Grand Treasurer, James Lanos Sr., and he was able to give me a rough estimate. He said he will get exact figures at a later date and as soon as he can, but roughly we have about $4,000 in our scholarship account. And that has been money that's been accumulated throughout the years on convention floor. And again, that's a rough estimate, so we'll get some sound figures from our treasurer then. So we are a work in progress, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you so very much to the Scholarship Committee. I do see there is one question. I will recognize our sister from Haynes.
Thank you. I believe this scholarship committee is a 5-member committee, and since Jimmy dropped out, who have you replaced? You only read off 4 names, I believe.
That's a very good question. The scholarship committee appointments are done through our A&B Grand President, and I believe that will need to be addressed when he so chooses.
Thank you for the question. The answer is your president has not appointed a member to this committee, as I just learned that it was vacant this morning or yesterday morning, I forget which morning it was. But in any event, is the intent of this president to appoint before the adjournment of this convention. Thank you for bringing it to the floor.
Thank you. And we will receive your report from the scholarship committee, Madam Chief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will be handing over the chair to our ANS Grant President. But I do want to thank each of you for your gracious leadership and helping mentor and train us up. I take your comments and support to heart, and I'm learning. So, Madam Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Didn't she do a wonderful job? Very good. Heather Durko, AMB First Grant Vice President. Before we go forward, I would like to take a moment to recognize the chair of the Resolution Committee who spent numerous hours reviewing the local camp resolutions and making recommendations. He did a wonderful job, the chair of your Resolution Committee this year. And I'd also like to thank our Grant President for being accountable the time we called for the resolutions, August 15th of this year, and we had over 30 resolutions. So good job to the local camps. But first of all, if we could all rise and thank our AMB brother, Dennis Stemmer, an executive committee member on the resolutions, and his co-chair, Richard Jackson. Richard. Also, James Sr. James Sr. was on the resolution committee. The sisters are signed were Cecilia Tavallero and Millie Schoonover. Brothers, you did a wonderful job this afternoon. We will continue on. You did very, very well. So I just wanted to mention that, and thank you to our secretaries too for getting the resolution packets out. At this time, we are moving forward. After lunch, we will have our nominations and elections. We would like to thank Tlingit and Haida. They are here only until about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and then they fly out. So Tlingit and Haida has came in to help us this afternoon. So the elections will continue right after lunch, the nominations. We also would like to take a moment and give, if our Sergeant of Arms could please give our delegate from Sitka, Harry. Is that Harvey? Harvey. Harvey Kitka. Could you guys please? Thank you, Harvey Kitka.
No, give him the mic. Oh.
Thank you. I'd like to include my members from Sitka. This is probably all the ANS as well as A&B that have worked on subsystems. But first of all, I'd like to thank Mary Jones, President Emeritus, for the donations that provided by this grant camp. And the amount of money that grant camp donated this time was $648. City Tribe is very appreciative of this, and I'm here to speak a little bit about them. I know we got a proposal to the board of border fish that's going to happen here on the 22nd and 23rd of October here in Anchorage. The proposal is to be a little more conservative. It's just an ongoing thing. And
I would like the local camp at least to go down and listen in on this if they could. I'm sure Sitka Tribe would appreciate to know how the voting went on this. 'Cause sometimes we're making some small progress within the board of fish to their members that are starting to listen to us, realizing that how important this resource is. The forage fish in Alaska, most of it has claps, and herring is really the last major forage fish in Alaska. And this is not only in southeast, but also in the Bering Sea, and all across. The salmon, they tell us, there's enough escapement leaving the rivers, but they're dying in the ocean. And I don't know why the people that control the herring fishery don't recognize the fact that without forage fish, these fish are going to die. And I know the fish have been getting smaller. The salmon, probably for the last few years, the majority doesn't even make 15 pounds on an average, whereas we used to get bigger fish at times. I know the halibut have shrunk considerably, and some of our seals are starting to lose some of their weight. But I want to thank this committee for their support of Sitka Tribe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Harvey.
Yeah, we're not done?
Okay. The
Yeah.
chair recognizes Johnny Duncan from Camp
Pakyo
One.
Tiishi Hato Sa Kayao. The reason why I wanted to say a few things is because the Heron Rock and the story comes from the Clay House. I'm the speaker of the Clay House in Kiksadi in Sitka, and we want to be able to continue to distribute our hearing aids throughout the state and as far as the country. The trouble we have that I wanted to address is that we need all the help we can for you folks to bring up the Constitution right of barter, which includes money on most seaweed and everything else that we have. The trouble that the state is having is that the exchange with money. I wanted to remind you that the Constitution, even the Land Claims Settlement Act, was left in place. So this is a Constitution that we have the right to barter, and also in, I believe it was 1968, there was two fishermen came over to look at my papers in my house, who I was sending to, who was calling for aid. And when we were walking out, the white guy that was with the Fish and Game turned around and told me, "You guys have the right to barter." And because they don't have the goods on the other side, that you folks have the right to barter with cash. Now this was coming from the people that were representing the Alaska State Fish and Game. So this is what I've been going on, and I want you folks to know and take it back to your people and let them know that that's what's in the Constitution. Okay, for the kick study, we are so happy for all the organizations that put up money to support, and thank you very much for supporting the Heron, because it all comes back to you. King salmon, like Harvey said, and halibut and everything else. So thank you very much, and I hope that folks would, I'm hoping that this will be news, because if it's not news, a lot of you won't be able to get hearing aids this year. Because the warriors are are being harassed at the airport, and that's not right. But I think, and the other last thing I want to say is that for the state, they're spending a lot of money to investigate our Native people. That's wasting money. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Johnny, and thank you, Sitka Camp 4 and Camp 1 for all of your work on the herring. So with that, we would like to move on to introductions. But before we do that, if the Alaska Native Sisterhood, when you do receive your lunches, we are going to meet on the other side of the room, right directly across the hall. And then our Ground Sergeant of Arms, if you could stand by to bring down the screen, and Jimmy, they'll show the videos from our state and national leadership within this room. So with that, there's a few introductions. This is guest introductions, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize Ted Valley. Ted is Uncle Ted Valley from Yakutat. If you could stand up, please, if you're able to. Uncle Ted Valley. Welcome, Ms. Kukesh from Sea Alaska. Thank you for being here. And Ms. Medicine Crow, who was here yesterday. And Ms. Medicine Crow, if you could remain standing for a moment. Right behind your First Alaskan sign over there, Rob, could you get that for her, the dress? It's right behind the Alaska sign. The dress is not for you, Rob. Just kidding. Okay. So we'd like to present this to Ms. Medicine Crow. This is from Leona Santiago. The reason is we know you do a lot of work on murdering and missing Indigenous women. And this is for you to display here or wherever you would like. There is a blouse with it, and there's a pair of red earrings that I'll make sure that you get for the important work that you're doing. So we want to keep our sisters in mind, but you are doing so much work in this area, so this is a gift through the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Brotherhood for you to use as And I believe there are a few other introductions. Are there any other introductions of guests at this time? The chair recognizes Sister Jackie Martin and then Brother Frank Elby.
Thank you, Madam President. In the Tlingit culture, we don't have cousins or, and I have my brother, Gregory Bobo Watson, here. I'd like to stand. Thank you.
My name is Frank Elby at A&B Camp 49 in Portland. We brought a young man with us. He's a member of our camp, and he paid his own way. He said, I want to help any way I can. And he's helped the Sergeant of Arms many times at our camp and here at Grand Camp also. So he wanted to help, and he said he paid his own way, and so I'd like to introduce a young fellow by the name of Aaron Wynn. He's the old one.
Thank you, Frank, and would also like to introduce Mr. Malott. If you could stand, please. Mr. Malott was one of the visionaries of having Grand Camp in Anchorage, and particularly at Alaska Pacific University. It was something that he had brought up several times, and it's here now. It's here, we're here, so thank you for seeing that vision, Mr. Malott, and welcome. Madam Grand Emeritus, Mary Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to introduce my daughter, she's been my escort since Clinton Haida, and we've been escorted to be with me and family in Seattle. We met her from Germany when I had surgery. And we're real proud of her because she's done her graduate study in the TB vaccine that was experimented on our children. Almost 1,000 of our native children were experimented on like lab rats. A lot of them died. A lot of them had side effects, including my whole family. There were 6 of us. And my feature, Eleanor had, I got her.
Thank you, Sister Mary and Sister Eleanor, thank you for your important work. And sheesh, is there any other interjections? Sister Sandy Churchill and Sister Mary Brown.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Kate Wolgemuth. She works with Dan Sullivan.
Sister Mary Brown.
Madam Grand President, I don't have anybody to introduce here, but I did want to request of Grant Camp to send just because we miss you and are thinking of you, to Sister Ethelyn Davis Executive Committee and Sitka, and to let her know that she is really missed at the executive table, and that we love her, and we're here for her if she ever needs to talk to us. The other thing I wanted to do first thing this morning is to have us thank all of those Sergeant-at-Arms that we have walking the floor, all the volunteers, to please come out and let us thank you for taking care of us through all of this. Because please,
thank you, Sister Mary.
The other thing I wanted to bring forward at this time, because I have the floor, I was reminded that I was going to get the floor at noon, is to please mark your calendars every year for November 14th. It's a very, very special day for us Alaska Natives, Native Alaskans, Tlinkits and Haidas and Shias, because November 14th was made by the governor of the state of Alaska, the Dr. Walter Soboleff Day. Let's never forget that and celebrate him in the camps on November 14th. Have a lunch. Recognize your veterans at that luncheon, because those are the people that Dr. Walter Soboleff did a lot of fighting for and will never be forgotten. So November 14th, just like Elizabeth Bradford's Day, Walter has a state holiday too. Love that man. Goodness cheese, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Mary. Sister Grace, thank you for your patience. It's a little harder for her to stand, but she did ask for permission before. The chair recognizes Grace Larson.
Grace Larson, Camp
for Sitka. My understanding tomorrow is a special day for a special lady. Every year we celebrate this lady, what she has done. She has made all of us, all Alaska Native, very proud that we can walk through the restaurant, to the stores, see people in town, go to our meetings and come back, and we all feel good. I've had this book for a long time, and for the special lady, Elizabeth Pradovich. I have learned a lot from her reading, and I was wondering if Camp 70 would accept this for me and put it in that building where her statue is in Juneau. I just want to think that I have a safe place to put it.
Thank you, Sister Grace. So the chair recognizes my mother, brother, Harriet.
Yeah, I would like to thank everybody here last night during the memorial service we had from our Sitka. We had our clan leaders, Alice Lawson Sr., who we lost in July, and he devoted a lifetime to A&B, and he helped us very much in the A&B in Sitka, and I'd like to pay tribute to him and his family, and Fred Hope from the Hope family, who goes all the way back to Andrew Hope, first, all the things that the Hope family did. What I liked about Fred, he was so faithful to every meeting all his life, and whenever things had to be done or donations had to be made, he was right there to do it, and his family, his whole family contributed so much to the A&B, and I would like to acknowledge it today. And his wife, Margaret Rose Hope, my cousin, she was a lifelong too, and she would crochet and crochet, donate potholes, donate everything. She did the first A&S book with Marta Ryman, and they sold it for a scholarship fund. But we should always remember these lifetime members that spend their whole life keeping our camps alive and everything. And I visit Ethel on about every 2 weeks. She asks me all the time, how's the brotherhood doing? How's her sisterhood doing? Because she contributed to every Alaska Native. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Brother Eric?
Yeah, I just want to, I'd love for us to give her a bouquet of flowers, so I'm going to donate, pass the hat around, and give her flowers. So, as an appreciation for all her work and from Grant Camp. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Brother Eric. I'm so sorry. I do call him Elvis sometimes. Thank you, A&B Executive Committee Member Eric Morrison. Eric is asked to pass the hat for our dear beloved Selena Everson, A&S Executive Committee woman. Ethel Lund, excuse me, Ethel Lund, forgive me. Is there any others at this time? Sandy Churchill. And Marcelo Quinto after Sandy Churchill.
Earlier this morning, I met Mildred Sparks' daughter and granddaughter, and I think I see one of them in the back. Stand up.
Oh.
Yes.
Marcelo, did you ask for privilege of the floor? No? Are there any others? Okay, Joe Williams has asked to be recognized. Further, Joe?
You folks had an opportunity this morning or sometime during the convention is to visit Sea Alaska downstairs. I am encouraging you to do this because when you do the visit to Sea Alaska, you get one of these. That's called an identification card. What's so neat about this identification card is the fact that when I forget who I am, all I have to do is reach in my pocket and find out. But they give you an updated picture ID along with a neat little bag. Let's take a look at what's in this bag. You have a pen to help you take notes today. You have some kind of keep your hands clean, okay? The neat part about is also a fun little light. You know, sometimes you, especially you ladies, you need to look in a purse. Here it is, okay? Turn on the light, you need to look in the purse, all right? And then also, there's the Sea Alaska emblem here, and then also this little, I received this a couple of years ago and I had absolutely no idea what this is. Does anybody know what it is? Okay, I'll tell you what it is. Here's my identification card. Here's where it goes. So when you're looking for it in your purse, you know what to find. There it is. And so this big bag, you fold it up into this little bag. This little bag is more important for you when you're going grocery shopping. Okay? When you're going grocery shopping, you always need an extra bag. Or when you're traveling and you're 10 pounds overweight on your suitcase. Here it is. It'll hold it. So my encouragement to all of you is to go out and go downstairs and get your Sea Alaska identification card. That's most important. Sea Alaska needs to know where you are and update everything that they have as far as on you, because you know distributions are coming soon and you do not want to miss that. And so with that, I really wanted to introduce a good relative friend of mine, but I was beat to that particular line. But I do want to go without saying a couple of things. One is that I met this young man when I was attending Sheldon Jackson Junior College in Sitka. When I met him, I was looking like this, looking right up at him, and I said, "Boy, you're a tall one." And he told me that he was my cousin. Of course, we're in the Tlingit world, everybody's a cousin. So I want to introduce my cousin, Bobo Austin. Stand up, Bobo. And one of the things I did with Bobo is that I introduced him to the president of Camp 87. And I instructed Camp 87 president, don't you leave without getting his dues. And that's what he did. And so, also I want to introduce my daughter who's been with us for the last couple of days, Stephanie Marie. And I did the same thing when I attended the Camp 87 camp meeting. And I told Stephanie and her husband, you cannot leave here until you join. So they joined that evening. So with that, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, to give me this opportunity.
Hold on a second, Joe. We're going to recognize two more people, Brother Marvin and Brother Paul. And we will stand by for a prayer for lunch from our A&S Grand Camp Chaplain, Janice Jackson. But before we do that, did you know what else was in that bag, Joe? There's a ticket in there. Did everybody see the ticket in there? Guess what it's for? It's for $100. They're gonna do a drawing for $100. So, you missed it? Okay, so the chair recognizes Marvin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. As you probably all know, these types of events are extremely expensive in the city. And there's some I'd really graciously like to thank for their generous donations, and I'd like to take this time again to recognize them. Please give it up for Sea Alaska Corporation. They donated $5,000 for the convention this year. I would also like to recognize the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. They donated $5,000 for this convention. I would also like to recognize Ted Valley Sr. He is a representative of Yak Timber. Yak Timber donated $5,000 as well. I would also like to recognize the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Grand Camp. They donated $5,000 for the sponsorship of this event. Also, I'd like to recognize the Alaska Pacific University. They donated this space for our convention. It was very expensive. It was valued at around $15,000. I'd also like to recognize Gold Belt. Gold Belt has stepped up and donated, sponsored us up here. Please give it up for Gold Belt. Also, I would like to recognize First Alaskans Foundation. They had donated $2,000 for this activity. Central Council had donated $1,000, so give them a big hand. National Capital had donated $2,000, and Highliner Consultant had donated $2,000. And the Alaska Federation had also donated. And I really wanted to thank each and every one of them for that, because they paid for all the food that you've eaten through this course of this convention. The breakfast, the lunches, and the dinners. They paid for all that, all those activities. They also helped pay for the comedy club, because all those generous donations allowed us to bring that talent in. So when you see them, please let them know we really appreciate it. Anishish.
Thank you. And good job, Marvin. Excellent job doing fundraising. That is definitely one of your gifts. You shine in that area, and we benefit from you shining in that area. So good job. Excuse me a moment. So we have Paul, who is recognized next. Paul, if you could step forward. As Paul is coming forward, your convention booklet also was prepared by a young lady, and perhaps Paul can mention her name, and then we will get ready to recess for lunch after our closing prayer. Paul Johnson.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. This booklet was prepared by a company owned by Lisa Economanoff. You might know her as Lisa Polk, formerly. Economanoff Communications, your wonderful booklet. Definitely gave us a deal on it. I would not bank on it happening again, but she did it in support of A&B, A&S. Of course, you know her family. I'm joined up here with Sister Juliana, that's helping with our door prizes. In the spirit of recognizing those who donated, our amazing Alaska Native artists downstairs in the foyer are donating your door prizes today. And we're very proud that we have nearly all of Alaska's largest, most notable cultures in there, young artists as well as more seasoned artists. So, if you bear with me for a brief second, I'll tell you a little bit about the gift and the artists. First thing we have to donate, again, to the camp, is a beautifully embroidered little backpack purse. Inside of this purse or bag, little tiny backpack, is an A&S bag. There's a white scarf inside, a little package of Kleenex, and a package of cashew nuts. And this was donated by Kathleen Brown, and this goes to ANS Camp 14 Ketchikan. I do want to add that once a camp was won, we've taken their name out of the drawing to try to help everybody win. Oh, okay. All right. The next item is a beautiful. Oh, okay.
That's our second donation. We did ANS, now we want to do an A&B.
Then a cheese. All right, we'll do a drawing here. The A and B. Stylish little purse, clutch. I thought you called them. Oh my, like a shaving kit. Love it. And how fitting, A and B, Camp 1, Sitka. The next item is a beautiful pair of beaded earrings. And they come from Cass Pope. She's Tlingit and Greek from Sitka, Alaska. And she is located downstairs. They're donated by Rachel Marino. And the earrings go to ANS Camp 5, Haynes. The next item is a beautiful beaded necklace. It's beautifully done. Anybody who's beaded or appreciate beads, a pair of earrings, cross. These are donated by Vernon Taylor from downstairs. Their booth is right under the stairwell. And this item goes to Sorry, Vivian Taylor. My bad, I can forget it. A&B Camp 16, ANS Camp 16, Petersburg. Apologies. So I got ahead of myself because the next item is donated by Vivian's husband. A beautiful necklace, braided his own trade bead necklace, perfect for a Tana. Hint, Christmas. This goes to A&B Camp 76, Teneke Springs. And please do make an effort to go down and show your appreciation for these donations by your patronage purchase. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Sister Julianne. They have the big drawing prize. Someone got their PFD.
No, this is before the PFD. Same work. Okay, Finishes, thank you for coming. And so we got $100, and we're going to draw for one of the camps. We appreciate you all being here. And there'll be a drawing tomorrow, so make sure your camp is here tomorrow too. Okay. ANS Camp 76, Teneke Springs.
Gotta dance for it. Gotta dance for it.
Let's choose Madam Chair. Where we go.
Thank you, Brother Paul. Thank you. We would like to announce that the Pass the Hat for flowers for ANS Executive Committee woman Ethel Lunn has raised, and this has been verified by our treasurer, $159. To everybody that raised that. money. So at this time, if we could please have our AS Camp Chaplain rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everybody. Today was very productive and wonderful, and the spirit of sisterhood and brotherhood is very alive. It's really nice to see. Shall we bow? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for gathering and being together and working things through as we always do. And we ask that you guide us, you bless us, and bless all the people that are here and the families. And be with those like Sister Ethel that couldn't be here and everybody else. And we just ask for travel mercies when we start going home, but just to bless the rest of the convention, Father, in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sister Janice. So we stand at recess and we will reconvene after lunch. Thank you.
Gunoshtesh, I wish that I could be with you in Anchorage to celebrate and promote your work as the oldest indigenous civil rights organization in Alaska. I'm honored to have been adopted by the Tlingit Deshitan clan and given the treasured name Anchawaki, Lady of the Land. I'd like to start by acknowledging ANB Grand President Joe Williams, ANS Grand President Paulette Moreno, your elders, your tribal leaders, and your honored guests. The work of the ANB and ANS has achieved great historical significance in our state. Your organizations were one of the first to advocate for the rights of Alaska Natives back in the 1930s and 40s. The very first anti-discrimination law in the country was signed into law 19 years before the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And that was accomplished in very large part because of Elizabeth Peratrovich, a Tlingit woman who spoke to assembled lawmakers arguing for equality. So I'm glad to see the unveiling of the Elizabeth Peratrovich coin as a part of your agenda. The legacy that she and your organizations have left are an inspiration to not only Native people, but for all who fight for civil rights, for land rights, and the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood among us all. Now, I've reviewed some of your resolutions, and I want to touch on a few of the top related issues that I'm working on. On transboundary rivers, I've used my role on the Senate Appropriations Committee to secure funding for water quality monitoring, ensuring that we know of any impacts BC mines are having on our rivers and fish habitat. In August, I held a roundtable with IJC commissioners in Juneau, where they could see the rivers in the Southeast and hear about our issues and concerns firsthand. Protecting our transboundary rivers from harm upstream has long been a priority of mine, and I'm going to keep pressing on this issue. On upholding the Indian Child Welfare Act, ICWA, I signed on to a bipartisan, bicameral amicus brief in support of ICWA in January. In August, I was just elated to see that the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals unanimously voted to uphold the constitutionality of the Indian Child Welfare Act, overturning a lower district court's decision. Now, it's not the last word in a long legal battle, but it is still a very big win. On public safety, violence against women and missing and murdered Indigenous women in particular, I've got a lot of news to report. Thanks to your advocacy, we're beginning to see an even greater focus on the lack of law enforcement and justice in Native villages. And this has helped create a sense of urgency to address violence against women and girls and to help identify some solutions. We saw that urgency following Attorney General Barr's visit to Alaska in May. And he followed through on many of the commitments that he'd made here when he declared a law enforcement emergency in rural Alaska. And along with a delegation, he directed federal funding towards supporting critical law enforcement needs of Alaska Native villages. Know that we're going to continue to work with the Attorney General and with the DOJ and our Alaska Attorney General to find ongoing and longer-term solutions. And back here in Washington, I'm working on legislation to address the gaps in the jurisdiction of Alaska tribes that lack territorial reach. We are continuing to work on VAWA reauthorization. I'm also working to pass 2 other bills that would provide federal coordination and improved data collection on the crisis of missing, murdered, and trafficked Native women. These 2 bills are called Savannah's Act and the Not Invisible Act, both of which have bipartisan support and companion versions introduced in the House. And I've also used my chairmanship on the Interior Appropriations Committee to direct significant resources towards the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women. You all may know that I have introduced bills seeking equity for our landless communities for years now, and I continue to work closely with those communities to educate my colleagues here in Washington about how important this issue is. Now, I've been especially encouraged recently by the stepped-up local outreach and the discussion that's been occurring on this, and I think very strongly that it will help us build on the momentum in an opportunity to make some progress here. I think we recognize this has been an inequity that has been too long unresolved, so I thank you for this push. I want to thank you all for the hard work of the ANB and the ANS over the years. I wish you a productive convention. Take care. Ganashtish.
This is Congressman Young. Thanks for asking me to speak to you via video through your 107th annual convention. That's a lot of conventions, darn near as long as I've served. But I want to thank you for your work, the Brotherhood of the Alaska Natives and Sisterhood, the work for voting rights, the work for equality, the work for promoting the Alaska Natives for as long as you have. You're one of the longest serving Alaska Native organizations in the state. I think you are the longest one. We've been working for a lot of things and been working real well. I'm about ready to introduce my landless bill again for Southeast. We're working together. We think we have some good support from the other side as well as my side. It's going to take a little time, but that'll be introduced, I'd say, probably by the end of November, if not sooner. The communities were left out of the Anska settlement, and we're trying to get back and let they have some lands, and they're identifying the lands, and I think we have less support, opposition we had before. So I do thank the Alaska Landers Coalition for working and putting this bill together. I'll introduce it under my jurisdiction, and we'll see if we can't get this done. I've also worked on the House Appropriations Bill, advanced both appropriations for Indian Health Service, which is crucial because you got hurt when we had the last shutdown. If we have another shutdown, I don't want you hurt. I got big support for that bill from Betty McCullum, who is the chairman on the Appropriations Committee. She's introduced a bill which I'm a supporter of, and she's a supporter of mine. We had a hearing the other day and good testimony, and I think that bill will become a reality. So I do congratulate you on some of the work you're doing with me, returning sacred objects. I'm the lead Republican on that bill. It's called Safeguard Tribal Objects to be returned. It was introduced by Representative Lujan, and he is another person that's been very helpful to me, and I look forward to doing that. We also, I've co-sponsored Representative Hollins, the chairman of Public Lands and the Badges Act. That's a crisis for the crisis we're facing with missing and murdered Native women. I look forward to that being passed. I'm confident it will happen. It's been a good year so far for Alaska Natives, and I think we can continue that for the next year. God bless you all and enjoy your convention.
Greetings from Washington, D.C., and thank you, Joe and Paulette and fellow organizers and delegates for inviting me to say a few words to all of you. It is truly an honor. And thank you to Camp 87 of Anchorage for hosting the Grant Camp Convention this year at APU with the theme of A&B and A&S moving to the future with higher education and medical services. APU, by the way, is the perfect place for this theme as they are moving toward becoming a tribal college in partnership with A&THC. The Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood have such a long and storied history in our great state, and I believe in our great country, well before we became a state. Its history, and I don't have to tell all of you, is over 100 years old, and that certainly is worth celebrating as you're all doing today and tonight. Together, you brought about Native citizenship, voting rights, school desegregation, and an end to other forms of discrimination. You were also instrumental in the passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act and the birth of Alaska Native corporations. You have been involved in nearly every big initiative and issue facing our state, and I, as your senator, can't thank you enough. Now, I understand that Elizabeth Petrovich's the $1 coin will be unveiled this weekend. She was a true Alaskan hero, standing up against unfair treatment of Alaska Native people to enable positive change that we still see to this day. But we're not out of the woods. There's still discrimination. There's no doubt about it. We see it in our state, and we still need to work on this issue. You know, one of my favorite quotes from her during the fight for Native voting rights was, quote, "I would not have expected that I, who am barely out of savagery," I think she was being a little ironic there, would have to remind gentlemen with 5,000 years of recorded civilization behind them of the American Bill of Rights, unquote. That is one for the ages. As the proud husband of a strong Alaska Native woman, my wife Julie, who many of you know, and father to 3 intelligent and spirited Alaska Native daughters, I can think of no better representative for our country on its currency than Elizabeth, who set a shining example for all the citizens of our great nation. It's because of the selfless efforts of individual Americans like her and groups like yours that our democracy remains the hope and envy of the world. Now, my job in D.C. is to learn from all of you about the best ways to serve you and to keep that hope shining bright. My focus has been on helping to create the conditions so that Alaska will have a stronger economy, lower energy costs, more infrastructure, and support for addressing many of our social problems like domestic violence and mental health and drug addiction problems. In large part, that entails working to make sure that you have a federal government that works with you, in partnership with you, instead of acting as an impediment to progress. And I have to say, we are making progress on a whole host of issues. You don't always read about it in the news, but we are. Let me give you a couple examples. Just last month, the community in Metlakatla was awarded over $1 million grant in funding by the VA to create a veterans cemetery on Metlakatla. This made me so happy. It was the product of years of hard work by the local leaders of Metlakatla, the VA's National Cemetery Administration, my team and I. We made sure that the VA knew this was the top priority from the VA in terms of Southeast prioritization of VA cemeteries, to make sure that American heroes in Metlakatla had the final resting place they deserved. By the way, including hometown heroes like Saul Atkinson, our Navy SEAL hero who just passed away a few months ago. By the way, I never stop bragging about our Alaska Native veterans who serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. Incredible, incredible statistic. And I know many of you in the audience tonight are part of that proud tradition. We made progress on that. You may have heard this past spring, we corrected a long-standing injustice for several thousand Vietnam-era veterans when the Alaska Native Veterans Land Act allotment, my bill that I authored, was signed into law as part of a larger lands package that Senator Murkowski moved through the Congress. This law, the Native Allotment Bill for our Vietnam-era vets, makes it possible now for Alaska Natives who served in our military but were overseas and missed the deadline to apply for their Native allotment in 1971 to apply for that Native allotment if they were unable to do so due to their military service outside of Alaska. And by the way, one provision we were able to get in there, if unfortunately that veteran has already passed away, then that right passes to their heirs. So they can still apply. That's in the law. And I was very proud to be in the Oval Office signing ceremony of this bill and the broader bill. And I will tell you, when the president signed the broader bill, he pointed to this provision, my bill, and said to Alaska Native veterans, finally, you have some justice here. He said that in the Oval Office. I was very, very proud and wanted you to hear about that. Now look, getting this done took decades, team efforts, and so many of you played a key role in the advocacy for this bill. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we have to implement it, and it's going to take some time, but we've made good progress. Let me end on a more personal note. A few years, I had the honor of becoming a member of A&B Camp 76 of Tenakee Springs. I was invited to do so by the Soboleff family, one of the great honors of my life. So thank you for that honor. I will never forget it. I hope that you have a very successful conference, and remember that we are building on the strength and wisdom of our founding mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters who are represented at this conference, know that my door is always open, and thanks for all you've done for our communities, our great state, and our great country.
3 minutes, we'll be calling the meeting to order. 3 minutes, we'll be calling the meeting to order.
It's blanket time, right?
It's called Indian time. When it was new, yeah, just a little bit. That looked beautiful for you.
Well, it sounds like I'm going out tonight. It sounds like I'm going out tonight.
This is a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. I want to say thank you very much for being here this morning, this afternoon, and of course I'm really looking forward to this evening's event. I brought my dancing shoes. Now, I want to give an opportunity for a young lady who has been here to address any questions that may have come up in reference to the video that we have just viewed from Senator Sullivan's office. So I am calling for the representative from Senator Sullivan's office. Kate, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Grand President, and thank you, Madam Grand President. As Joe just mentioned, my name is Kate Wolgemuth. I'm with Senator Sullivan's office. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, but my family is from Barrow, or Utqiagvik is the new name, or the old name. My family is the Edwardson family, and so I serve as Senator Sullivan's rural advisor. I was in Washington, D.C. for about 3 years, and I've been back in the state for about 2 years. So, as the Grand President said, I'd be happy to take questions. I do have a couple things that I want to make sure everybody knows that all of your congressional offices provide. They're different services. So, one, it's called constituent services. If you or someone you know, a friend, family, you're having an issue with the federal government, let's say you're not getting your Social Security check, you are having issues with Medicare, you're having issues with the VA. If you're having any of those issues, please use one of your congressional offices to be your advocate to those federal agencies. It can be really intimidating to call or to wait, especially if you don't live in Anchorage or Juneau. So please use our offices. I have my cards with me. Second, if you are a veteran and you are not signed up for your veterans benefits through the VA, our office would be more than happy to help you sign up for those veteran benefits. As the Senator said in the video, Alaska has a strong history of service, and just over half of our veterans are signed up for their VA benefits. So if you are a veteran, or you know a veteran, or you're married to one, or your parents were one, please let us know how we can be of service for you there. And then it's super encouraging to see young faces out here participating in ANS and AMB. That's awesome. We want you to know that in the Senator's office there is an internship program that you can come out to Washington, D.C. for 3 to 6 months. And I wish Elizabeth Medicine Crow was still here, but we are doing our first partnership with First Alaskans Institute right now. Her name is Elizabeth. She's on a 6-month internship down in Washington, D.C., learning all about policy, process, and how everything works in Washington. So it's a great way to learn and then take the knowledge back home. First Alaskans Institute is how I got my start in all of this politics. I did a 3 months down in Juneau. So please get the word out if anybody wants to come out to Washington to learn a little more about the federal process. So with that, thank you, and I will be happy to take questions. The Grand President just asked how you would apply to be an intern. So we have information on the website. I have my card here. If you want to email me or give me a phone call, I can leave my card with the Grand Presidents, and you feel free to distribute my information everywhere. But we go through a application process. There's 3 different groups. There's one starting January, there's one starting June, and I think there's one starting September or October. So it's all year round. You can get college credit, lots of different opportunities, but it's an application process. So, any other questions?
Gil Stokes, Camp 87 Anchorage. I'm a Korean veteran. Although I never went to Korea, I was over in the Philippines. However, the benefits you're talking about, my understanding was just for Vietnam, or is it open for all veterans?
So the Vietnam era, or the Vietnam War, happened during land claims. So the intent of the bill or the law was to give those veterans a chance to apply for their allotment that they missed because they were serving in the Vietnam War.
I do understand that, but what I'm asking you, the Korean War, the Korean conflict, if you want to call it that, was not mentioned. They, at one point, did not qualify.
So the specific bill is for the Vietnam serving era vets?
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, it is. It's
What
just
about
for
the veterans
Vietnam.
or the Korean War?
If you served in the Korean War, you still had the opportunity to apply for your allotment because you had served and then came home. And then the cutoff was the end of 1971. So the assumption is that you would have been home and you would have been able to apply for your allotment.
Well, I hadn't, that knowledge hasn't been given to me.
I don't think I quite understand what you're asking.
I understand that the Korean veterans were not eligible for this.
They're not. So this is
That's
not.
what I'm asking.
Yes, they're not. It's not a veteran benefit. It's to ensure that our Alaska Natives that were serving during the Vietnam era, who also happen to be veterans, are getting the opportunity to apply because they missed it. But it's not because they served in the war. So it's not a veteran benefit. It's part of the 1906 Alaska Native Allotment Act, which allowed for individual Alaska Natives to apply for up to 160 acres of land.
Then I would be eligible to apply, right?
The eligibility to apply for your 1906 allotment was extinguished with the passage of ANCSA. So if you did not apply for your allotment before the end of 1971, then you have missed the opportunity.
I won't bother by taking up your time or the floor's time at this point. I'd like to talk to you privately.
Definitely. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Veterans in our area met with Carol Yeager, who's involved with Quinta Realty and finding these veterans. When I talked to Desiree Duncan, there's a presumption that you have your name in the database. Don't believe that. You have to call Desiree Duncan and verify that you are in the database so they can send you an application, because they're going to have an application come out in March. That's the perceived date that they're going to know if that will happen. But Desiree Duncan's number, for those of you who have relatives that may be unaware of this, or are deceased, even if they died in 1971, they're eligible for this land. That number is, her cell number is 321-2449. And their office number, work number is 463-7183. And one of the requirements to verify that you served, we went into discussion with the NCIA that they tried to get an honorable discharge or qualification. I said, that's wrong. You just served. That's all we're asking. Did you serve in that era? Originally it was for 68 to 71, they brought it to the air. And so it's from 64 to 75, I believe it is. Somewhere in that area. So if you were within that area, apply. And then Southeast Alaska, so the act itself doesn't include the national forest. So the only alternative is that we have to find land somewhere in the state that is eligible for this to apply for. That's going to be a real chore, and we as veterans will need assistance in that. And I ask you, how will we get that?
Thank you, Grand President Emeritus, for all the information and then your question at the end. So you are correct, they have expanded the dates. The deadline is the end of 1971, though. It didn't expand beyond that, just so you're aware. But it's from the beginning of the conflict until December 31st, 1971.
Okay, that I wasn't aware because Vietnam Air is entire air.
Yes.
Meaning went to the time they left Vietnam.
Yeah.
So we're just talking the deadline would be December 31st.
1971.
1971. And the issue was that in 1971, they extinguished the Aboriginal claims they did, And then you got the land claims, and so that's the premise of this.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, to go to under your question, how is this even being rolled out? How are we going to understand who served? Are they eligible? So currently, right now, the U.S. Department of Veterans and the BIA are cross-referencing their roles, and then they're doing that with the help of the Alaska Department of Veterans Affairs as well, because to my knowledge, they have done a better job of being in touch with our veterans within the state. We are more than happy to help you as well. If you think you're eligible, feel free to call our office or your parents or a relative. Feel free to call, and we would be happy to walk you through that process as well.
I've already talked to Desiree Duncan. The key issue is to determine the eligibility. It's called the DD-214. Now that's really confidential because some of us, may not have done an honorable discharge. I did, but how they handle it, that would be something that they have to work out with Lakewood Heights in our area, Lakewood Heights Realty.
Yeah, and if you have an issue getting your DD-214 or any other paperwork that might provide or prove your eligibility, going back to the point I made at the beginning with constituent services, if you don't have that or if you need to get it, our office would be happy to be your advocate to the VA.
And my response following that is, veteran doesn't mean you served in Vietnam in that era. You were a veteran. Is that my conclusion?
I don't think I quite understand what you're asking.
You say Vietnam era means any time in that era that you're a veteran.
So the dates are from the beginning of the conflict until December 31st, 1971.
71. So defense of my veterans, that includes anyone who is in the service.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Marvin Adams with Camp 87, delegate. The question I've got for you is with respect to the 1985 Stevens Rider that pulled out funding for Indian education from Alaska. Currently, that pool is about $880 million. And my question to you is that AFN had passed a resolution in 2019 to lift that rider up and get the funding back to Alaska. So my question is what action, if any, that's being taken on that, and what can we do to help expedite that? Because obviously we're sitting in a Alaska tribal resolution, or university here, and I think the president spoke eloquently about the need to bring funding back to Alaska. To add to that, we also met with the National Congress of American Indians and passed a resolution, them supporting us of getting back into the Bureau of Indian Education funding. So sorry for the long question, but I think you need to know that a lot of work has been done on this so far, and could you give a response? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marvin. That's the first I've heard of an AFN resolution. I don't know if that's for this year or if it's from last year. 17, okay, sorry. I must have misheard you. So that, and then the first I've heard of the NCI one. So happy to take it all under consideration. I understand that over 30 years of practice is not always the easiest to undo, but I think using a lot of discussion has been going around the tribal health system and how Alaska has a model for the rest of the nation and in a lot of cases the rest of the world. So I've heard of that as possibly being a model for our education system as well. I don't have an official position from the senator, but this is definitely something as more conversations go into the idea of Indian self-determination, amending that bill as we go forward, or even just removing the rider or amending the rider in one way or another. I think all of these are great starting points for a conversation, and we'd welcome that in the future. Happy to give you my card too. Thank you.
That rider was just put in, and I talked to Senator Murkowski's office. It's actually something you could just pull out because it is not an amendment to any bill. It's just somebody Uncle Ted put it in there and locked it in, but the senator, through the committees, can remove it.
Yeah, so it's an appropriations writer, so it's either put in every year or put in for about 3 to 5 years every time. But I think I'll go back to my point of like over 30 years of practice is pretty, it can be easily undone. I don't know how easily it would be undone with 34 other states having tribes in them, and then having a single pool of money then now be open to 229 tribes that exist in Alaska. So while Alaskans might agree on everything, it doesn't necessarily, well, you did say NCI supported it, but I do think that's a conversation to have with the 78 other senators that are in the Senate, and then obviously their congressional counterparts.
Oh,
I'm so busy looking at the other side of the room, I'm sorry I turned my back over here.
Yes, Tam Zinelzi at Camp 49. I wanted to know where is House U.S. Resolution 112 on that Senator Sullivan is co-sponsoring regarding child abuse on a global and protecting our children on a global level.
I really apologize. I do not have the history on that one. I don't know the name of the act, and if it's a House resolution as opposed to a Senate bill.
No, it's an actual U.S. resolution to the United Nations on child abuse, co-sponsored by Senator Sullivan.
I'm so sorry. I'm being a terrible representative right now. I don't have any information on that, but I can go into a list of other activities and bills that he has sponsored for the protection of women, children, men, for sexual abuse, violence. But on that specific UN resolution, I do not have.
Okay.
But I can get back to you. I can give you my card.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Yeah, Sam Campus from Camp 4. When that bill was signed, it's a time-sensitive bill, right? It's over within after 2 years?
So currently, they're in the process, like I said, of comparing the names between the VA and the BIA, and then BLM is actually the one who will be looking into lands and will be able to help you understand which lands are available.
Right. I've been in contact with Mikowski's representative in Ketchikan, but haven't gotten any information from her lately, so this is the first I've heard when I heard Dan talk.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be happy to give you some more information. And Sherry is just to make a note, Sherry is a split representative. She's with both senators' offices. So, but I'd be happy to give you my card, and then at AFN this year, if anybody's attending AFN up in Fairbanks, the senator, along with BLM Alaska Region Director, will be given an informational session on this bill to hopefully clarify some more questions like yours.
Thank you.
I yield to our Grand Emeritus, Richard Jackson.
Are there any veterans in here that are affected by the native allotment? Please stand up. On behalf of those that are eligible and their families, are there any families here affected? We want to thank Dan Sullivan, Senator Dan Sullivan, for resolving this issue for us, for the time it took. We're very grateful. It shows that Congress in Alaska is listening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good cheese, veterans.
Question back there.
Hi, my name is Frank James from Camp 14. My name is Frank James from Camp 14. You know, my wife had 3 brothers over the same time that served over Walter. But that's not my question. When they came out with this 1903 Allotment Act, revised in 1906, I got an application in 1967
Okay, it's between 67 and 71 was your time of filing. Before it was in 1970. They extended it 1 year to 71, December 31st. I filed for our family with all their signatures on it, N67, N68, N69, and 70. 70, they wrote me a letter, said I was one day late. We filed it in person with Dr. Al Woodmark the day before the deadline. And we put it in the post office. I filed it again, we hand delivered it again in 1971. Then they approved of it, that we'd get our land. And then they said they were going to give that land to us in 1982, in the middle of July 1982. But we never got it yet today, so what's all this allotment act for? I got the paperwork all at home. I got a batch of papers you wouldn't believe. I'm well adverse. You know, like I say, my wife had 3 brothers over there at the same time. In fact, one of them passed away. But anyway, so I know about this 1967 to 71, 71st deadline. So, but what about those that filed in that time? I mean, what good is it now? Are these people going to run into the same thing we did?
No, thank you, Mr. James. I would be happy to give you a card, and we'd be happy to advocate on your behalf to DOI to see if it is possible to still get you your land allotment. That if you, like you said, if you have all the paperwork, we'd be happy to be your advocate. And thank you to you and your brothers-in-law for your service.
Okay, my one's in Rhineville. My wife's got 2 half-brothers. Her real brother, my wife is the only living person now that she, like you say, that can go to the living. And so he's the only one left, I was wondering what kind of complications we can run in again, like I did in the past. And I did a lot of flying every year. I went up, met Mickey Smith, you check. She worked with the BLM during that time. And I worked with her real close, and she said we were working with this land. Never did get it.
As long as your brothers-in-law have heirs, they would be able to advocate on his behalf if they have a single person designated to be their heir. So, thank you.
Somebody way back there has been holding his hand up for a long time. Way back there.
Okay, I run into Gil Stokes, Camp 87. I run into confusion here. Maybe this just implies a yes or no answer. My understanding that the people in the Korean War, from the Korean War on back, are not eligible. Correct?
Correct.
I guess we don't count.
The understanding was that you had the opportunity to apply for your allotment and your service didn't interfere with the application timeline. Recognizes it Johnny? Okay, John Duncan.
Yeah, John Duncan from Camp 2, Central Alaska, Camp 1, excuse me. My concern is it seems to me like our subsistence that is very important to us is being overlooked, or not even understand. Most of the people are making decisions about our hair and don't even know anything about it, and they favor only the state. And just for instance, what is happening now, while we have to be fighting for going to court and fighting for our rights for our native food, for our herring. And the same thing goes to Bristol Bay area. Those foods are very important to them, and yet we're overlooking that because of money and the people that have the money. So, but I hope that Mr. Sullivan would pay attention to the commercial users and look at us and I'll keep saying, what about us? You know, and that's my question to him. What about us? We're here. We've been here many years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Grand Emeritus?
Oh, I left out one important part that in the meeting we had with Anchorage Realty Office. They presented Carol Yateman, who's an attorney, and Desiree Duncan, who's a realty, one of the workers there, BBC Dan, I don't know, said that between now and the application process, that they have living wills, and so there won't be a concern over who the land will go to. If an heir, because when they pass, a lot of us are passing away, and they pass away over time, there'll be a big discussion as who has a priority for this land. So if you're alive and before the application process, they do have living wills from Clinton Heider that you can ask for, and you can state who you want it to go to, so they won't have difficulty in processing if something happens to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that point.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a resolution that was passed by Camp 70 regarding Alaska Native veterans and their lands. I don't know if you're aware, but in the 50s and the 60s, the Forest Service burned down Native camps, hunting and fish camps and trapping camps. And they admitted to it, and they asked for our apology, but they never gave us the documents which they hold over which lands that were destroyed on Alaska Natives. And we passed a resolution that asking for your senators and Murkowski and Young's assistance in gathering that information, because it's so, I mean, Allotment Act, you know, you have to prove access to property before you can claim it, except for the lands that have been pre-selected for veterans. But as you're aware, Native people, we need to have access to the property in the community in which we were raised. And I don't care whether it's an acre or 160 acres, but we need to get that property back that was ours inherently and was taken away from us by the Forest Service. So I've got this resolution I'd like to give for you to take back to Senator Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Grand President? Oh, Mr. Grand President.
The Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood would like to thank you for being here and coming amongst us today. We'd like to invite you to join the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. You'd be a very good representative. On behalf of the Grand Presidents, we want to say "Gunashtish" in our language, which is thank you. We understand that also Lisa Murkowski's office had a representative here yesterday. It's nice to have you here today with us, as is Ted Stevens' video too. As we go forward into this historic year where Elizabeth Wanamaker-Pradovich will be recognized through the release of the gold coin, we would like to encourage Senator Sullivan's office and the other offices that will hold our nation and our state within their caretaking, that they would like to make a friendly recommendation that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhoods, Grand Presidents, whoever they may be into the future, or their designees, be considered for appointments and work sessions on these type of issues. We have many things, as our brothers have so eloquently spoken, their passion for as veterans, our passion on our landless issues, on our herring issues, on many of the other things, the murdered and missing Indigenous women. We have everything at stake here. We would like to be at the table as ANS, as the Alaska Native Sisterhood and the Alaska Native Brotherhood. So we just wanted to share that with you and Mr. Grand President.
Anchorage for being here with us today, addressing very important questions that you've given answers to our brothers in reference to the act that is giving the land that is rightfully owned by the Tlingit people of Southeast Alaska and all the other indigenous groups here in Alaska. So I appreciate your presence and the willingness for you to address the questions and give the answers. But what I'm going to do is call Mr. Johnson. You'd come up forward, please. Oh, very good. And also, Mr. Adams,
You're late.
if you'd come up here, please, I'd appreciate it.
Sisters, Carol, do you have $12? Cynthia. Oh my goodness. Sister Cynthia, could you pay attention to this pretty please? And Sister Carol, sisters.
Kate, in my effort of getting you involved in the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Sisterhood, I brought your local camp up here of the officers who made this organization run here at this camp or at this site. So what I'm doing is I am paying half of your dues, and you can come up with the other half, and I'll show you who you give that to.
Sisters, do you have $6 to donate? Because we do want to join our brothers in welcoming one of their. Joe was quick at that, wasn't he? So we have $6. Thank you, sister. The Alaska Native Sisterhood wants to join in your celebration of your newest brotherhood member, so we're going to donate the other $6.
It's one thing to be a member. It's also another thing to be an active member. Kate, I'm going to look at all the times that you attend a meeting. Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you all so much.
This makes him my brother. Mr. Dimmer. We have another question for you. Kate, if you just come back, please.
Thank you, Mr. Grand President. I have a question about one aspect of the bill that I understood. I have a nephew who is a Vietnam veteran, and he qualifies for this. And I have been told, and I want to find out from you what the truth is on this. I understand, I've been told that they can select land, but not within the Tongass National Forest. And I've also heard that there was an effort to circumvent that condition if in fact that's there. The land that would be available now, if it excluded the Tongass National Forest, would be pretty limited. And
And I think that those veterans who served in the Vietnam War, which is a very difficult war, that come from Southeast Alaska, ought to have the right to select land that's in the Tongass National Forest. And I'd like to find out whether what I've heard, what's correct about what I've heard. Can they select in the Tongass National Forest? And if not, is there any effort to get that provision taken care of?
Thank you, A&B Executive Member Mr. Dummer. You are correct. There are limitations within this bill that do not allow for selections within a national forest. It's one of the many consolations that was made to try to get this bill passed. It doesn't mean it's the end. The Senator, I'm sure your whole delegation is aware that is a severe limitation, especially when you're talking about Southeast.
Is there any chance that that can be taken care of in some way? I mean, I think that's excluding a large area. I mean, what's that going to limit them to? It's just very limited in Southeast if it excludes the Tongass National Forest. And National Forest land is where they should be able to select. Is there any chance of giving them that opportunity to select in the Tongass National Forest? I can think, for example, if my nephew does qualify. There were lands that we used when I was a child that are in the Tongass National Forest, but he wouldn't be able to select there with that understanding. Is there any chance of getting around that limitation?
Congress would have to pass another bill to get around that. I would be happy to have, to get you some more information from BLM on which lands are available in Southeast. So that's one option for now.
Thank you. And before you leave, Mr. Madam President, if I may, when I saw the name Edwardson on the bill or coming on tonight, it reminded me of someone that was a good friend of mine during the land settlement area, Charles Edwardson from Barrow. And many here are maybe too young to know the part that Charles Edwardson played in the land settlement. There were many leaders that had a lot of impact on the passage of the land settlement. Emil Naughty certainly, who I think we'll be hearing from. But Emil and Charles Edwardson each had a lot of impact on getting the bill passed. Emil was always very diplomatic. And Charles Edwardson, to put it mildly, was always very direct about what he wanted. He had a lot of impact, I think. And the name Edwardson, in my mind, ties very closely to passage of ANCSA. And we have a distinguished name with this tonight, and that is Edwardson here.
Thank you. My late great uncle, Ita. So thank you for those kind words.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcelo Quinto, and I am a veteran that's affected by this bill. I sat in a meeting here about 3 weeks ago in Juneau, and we had one of the land lawyers come in and talk to us about the bill. There were a couple of areas that I thought that we certainly that I object to. One is that they said one of the places we had to go for our land as veterans was our own corporations, and I said, to me, I said, why am I going to go to see Alaska for land when we already own that land? And I really totally object to that. I said, and the other part is that the state of Alaska, I seriously doubt is going to give up any land from their end.
When you take a look at the states from the East Coast, who know almost no federal land belongs there, and then you take a look at the state of Alaska, for us who sat in on the land selections, the state of Alaska owns 90% of the land. And they want us to go to the people that own, the 10 and 20% of the land that's occupied by us who live here in Alaska. So I really think that when you go back to the senator, that needs to really be looked at very seriously, because if you're going to look at us to go to our corporations to receive 160 acres, I seriously doubt that that's going to happen, okay? And I want that message to be carried very strongly, because, that was one of the things. The other said we would, they wanted us to go to our corporation areas in Southeast first, and then I think but I'm not sure if that was, the land selection would then be elsewhere in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. So within the bill, there's 3 different options. If your corporation is amenable to them, if you, depending on how big the allotment would be, up to 160 acres, then the corporation would be able to then select 160 acres elsewhere. So it's not a direct giving, it's kind of a swap. Same thing with the state, if the state was willing to go in to possibly get 160 acres somewhere else and then be able to give up that 160 acres. Otherwise, the general bill, I'd say most people would just look at the federal lands.
So, well, excuse me, hearing, that really was not totally explained. If Sealaska then could pick additional acreage, that makes a major amount of difference. That was not explained to us at our meeting. There were quite a few of us there.
Okay, thanks, Marcel.
Last one?
Camp 1, Sitka?
Yes, Harvey Kitkin, Camp 1 Sitka. I fall into that category where I was discharged in '68. When they extended it, allowed me to put in for property now. But I was wondering, my family had been for many years trying to get back the property that was taken during the Second World War from my great-grandfather, Rudolph Walton. He owned some acres on an island outside of Sitka. Now, this is not Forest Service land. It's still sitting out there. It's still part of my, we haven't really taken it to court yet, but I was wondering if there was a way possible that I could, or if somebody could tell me whether I could put in for that land as part of this veterans.
Yeah, I'd be happy to give you my information, and we'd be able to have help you from our office, or be able to connect you with someone at BLM, and they'd be able to help you there. Camp 87.
Thank you, Ms. Edwardson. Just know we have your membership card, Camp 87. Secondly, there is a maroon Chevy Equinox that's parked in the walking path that needs to be moved. Thank you.
I gotta go, no kidding. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Edwards, please remember that the sisterhood paid half your dues too. Welcome to the brotherhood and sisterhood. No, honestly. Yay, if we could give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Well, that was going to be a short 5 minutes. Now we're part to the agenda where we have elections. Process of election has changed somewhat, and please understand, I, as the Grand President of Alaska Native Brotherhood, is in a very precarious position. And that precarious position was the Alaska Native Brotherhood members met yesterday morning and have decided unanimously with one abstention to have the voting process being only done for the Brotherhood by the Brotherhood.
Objection? Objection. Point of order.
State your point of order.
Okay. Against Constitution Section
Just a moment,
5.
please. Wait for a microphone.
Thames and LZU, Camp 49. According to Article 5, Grand Camp, Section 3, local camp delegates and A&B and ANS officers of the Grand Camp shall be registered as members at the Grand Camp and shall be authorized when present to cast one vote on any matter that may come before the Grand Camp, provided the local camp or respective delegates is current and its payments are made. You are denying me my constitutional right to vote on any matter before the body.
I'm going to call upon the parliamentarian.
Jacob Waugh, Camp 36, Seattle. Just to clarify before I start, the A&B Executive Committee made a decision, a recommendation.
Mr. Kabwad, we met yesterday as an A&B, all members of the A&B locally here at this meeting met, made the decision. This was not an executive decision. It was A&B membership decision. Unanimously said we want to vote for our own officers with one abstention from that.
Okay, so you're bringing a motion, a recommendation to the floor. That's what you're doing.
I have to call on my executive committee member.
No, just give the answer.
Just a moment, please. I'm calling on my executive committee member to give you an answer to that, Mr. Kabal. You and the executive committee wish to address this.
Mr. Grand President, the parliamentarian had asked about the executive committee action, and indeed there was executive committee action prior to the meeting of the membership yesterday. And in the executive committee meeting, I don't remember the date, the A&B executive committee did approve the recommendation for the A&B members to nominate and elect their own at this convention. And if I may add further, I have been active since 1961, and in the earlier times, the sisterhood pretty much respected the right of the A&B to nominate their own members. They did get to vote, but the nominations always came from the A&B. When it changed, I don't know, but the last two grand presidents at least were nominated by ANS. And the A&B in discussion, the membership in discussion.
Mr. Demmer, I need to stop you right there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, he's going into debate on something we're not even talking about yet. I clearly just asked you, did the executive committee meet to make a recommendation to A&B only vote for A&B?
The answer is yes.
Okay, so here we have an executive committee had a meeting. they can only bring the recommendation to the floor. We as a whole vote for or against that recommendation. That's the rule.
Does the motion need to be made, or is that already been done?
It's a recommendation. Your chairperson for executive committee can make a motion.
Chair.
That chairperson falls on your grand president. Speaking for the members of the Alaska Native Brotherhood in attendance.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, you have to relinquish the gavel in order for you to make a motion.
I relinquish the gavel to our first vice president, Heather.
The chair recognizes A&B Grand President Joe Williams.
Madam Chairman, I move we have the Alaska Native Brotherhood, all camps voting only for Alaska Native Brotherhood election of grand officers. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman.
There's a motion on the floor.
Madam Chair?
Recognize
Can I
Deputy
move to
Alderman
postpone
Kemp.
indefinitely?
There's a motion and then also a motion to postpone indefinitely at this time.
Camp 49, Elias Chase. I will second the
Second
motion.
by Camp 49 to postpone indefinitely. Is now under discussion.
There's a motion on the floor to elect.
There was not a second at the time that the, I heard this side of the room first and then this side. So I will lean into our parliamentarian at this time. If I have 2 ears that Crater gave me, and that's all I have.
The motion to postpone indefinitely is in order during the making of a motion, even after it's seconded.
Thank you. So right now on the floor, we do have a motion to postpone indefinitely. It has been seconded. We are now under discussion. The chair recognizes our sister from Haynes.
A&B Grant Secretary Carol Dewis. I have admired Mr. Demmert for many years, worked with him previously. In fact, he is one of the 2 Grant Presidents who invited me to run for my current position. However, I passed out yesterday, fined $5. I distributed yesterday to everybody present a 6-page thing, which is a history going back to the 1960s, since Dr. Demmert mentioned the 1960s. And in that paperwork, not only did the A&B try this proposal 3 previous times, 1992, 1996, and 2006. In each one of those 3 instances, that failed. And there are other instances in those minutes, which are taken from convention minutes that I found at my local A&B Camp Hall. You will find places which are also underlined where the ANS did nominate A&B for grant officers and vice versa. So I refute the notion that this was always so, because if you will look through there, we have previous examples. And I also object, as chair of the 2016 Committee for the Constitution, that this, as was already stated, is terribly unconstitutional.
Thank you. The chair is recognizing our ANS executive, Millie Schoonover.
Brother Chair, my name is Millie Schoonover, ANS Executive. I need to remind the brothers that the convention belongs to the delegates. We as A&B and ANS executives we can, when we have meetings in between the conventions, because we only come together once a year, they made a decision. It's still, like someone had mentioned, it has to be a recommendation, and the convention belongs to the body. The body needs to vote. Just a friendly reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Marvin Adams, and then in order, I will go to our executive committeeman, Eric Morrison.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to declare a point of order on the motion. It's very clear in our Constitution that there will be elections. It's very clear that there's going to be an A&B and an ANS election. It does not specifically spell out in the Constitution under Section 4, or Section 2, Article 4. It says real clearly what the rules are. And I don't believe it's incumbent.
Excuse me, Mr. Adams, can you please share the page with the member, with the delegation?
It's page 4, Article 4, Section 2, ballot election, term of office. The officers shall be elected by ballot to serve 1 year until their successors are elected, and their terms of office shall begin at the close of camp on which they were elected. It does not say, if you go back to Article 4, Section 1, it says the officers and their duties, the A and B, pause, and ANS, each shall have the following officers. It is clearly in the Constitution that these are separate entities. That's A and B and ANS. No, I know. We heard you. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. This is our organization too. We are brothers. We don't meet but once a year, and that's here. My point is, we believe that the A and B has a right as an organization to determine how we're going to elect our officers. We've talked about this long and hard. We're concerned about us losing our identity. We are, because we're always the minority here. We always get no representation, and we have no real control on our elections. It's always not one way, but to the point where we're challenged every time. I don't feel comfortable coming to these conventions because I don't feel like I'm properly represented when we vote for our officers. I'm asking each and every one of you to recognize I wear a brown and red hat. I represent this organization. I represent the 9 founders that put this organization together. I'm asking each and every one of you to recognize our rights to exist as an entity. I don't feel like we are. So I believe how we have to proceed is that we have to proceed with our own identity, with who we are. And how we do that is that we start off by electing our own officers, which will represent us for the whole year. That's what we are. That's who A and B is. I've always been an A and B member. I have a right to be able to support and nominate the officers that will represent us.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. I did recognize that I would go to Executive Committeeman Eric Morrison. I do want to acknowledge our parliamentarian does have a statement. Will that statement reflect the direction of this conversation at this time, or?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and recognize our Executive Committeeman.
Thank you. I'm sure you have a point there that you want to address. Talk about the language that Mr. Marvin addressed. The language is not sexually based. I want that to be made clear. And I, for one, have no fear of the sisterhood. I think we all have worked together for the last few years to get to this point where we can work as a camp and grow. And to believe that if you want a little boys camp and somehow that will make you a big boys camp, I think is wrong, erroneous, and it has certain inequalities that just cannot be addressed at this point in time. I think if we had brought it forward and addressed it open, so that everybody can discuss it and address how the sisterhood should be voted on. Sisterhood isn't even addressed in this at all. And I, for one, will tell you that if this does not pass, I am not going to vote for the Brotherhood election, and I hope the sisterhood will allow me to be in on their election. Thank you very much.
So out of respect, ANS Camp 49, you have spoken on this already, I believe. So I know I was going to go next to our parliamentarian. Thank you.
Thank you. My point of clarification was Mr. Marvin speaking to Section 3?
4. Article 4, Section 2.
Okay. Article 4, Section 2.
Correct.
For the body, that is page 4.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you. I did see over here we had Brother Harriet.
Harriet Beale Camps 1. I just wanted to ask a question. I don't understand all the, I know the Constitution and bylaws, but does Joe's motion, it does not require a bylaw change, or can he make that motion and it wouldn't, and if it did pass, could we be doing what that motion says?
Out of respect, Brother Harriet, right now we are discussing the motion to defer or postpone indefinitely, and that is what we are speaking on at the moment.
Can you,
Thank you, Rhonda Butler.
can you,
Okay, I apologize. I was getting notes so I could see who I'm going to next. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and recognize our sister from Camp 70, and then we'll go to Rhonda. Thank you.
According to the Constitution, Article 5, Section 3, local camps of the ANB and ANS may be represented in Grand Camp by the camp president and 2 of its members elected as delegates, or 3 elected delegates if the camp president is unable to attend. Local camp delegates and the ANB and ANS officers of the Grand Camp shall be registered as members of the Grand Camp and shall each be authorized when present to cast 1 vote on any matter that may come before the Grand Camp, provided that the local camp of prospective delegates is current in its payment of dues.
Thank you, sister. And I will recognize Rhonda Butler, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally apologize. I stepped out of the room for 5 minutes, less than that, to change a diaper, and I'm going to ask for a better clarification in regards to what exactly did I just miss?
Thank you.
I wanted.
And I will defer to our Grand Secretaries. I'm not sure, would that be the ANS Grand Secretary? Do you have the motion language? I could do it to the best of my memory, but this is an important matter and we do want to have it be clear. Okay, so to postpone indefinitely is what we are discussing at this time. So are you asking about that, or are you asking about what are we postponing indefinitely?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Postponing indefinitely, what? Okay.
So I will go to our ANS Grand Secretary.
To postpone indefinitely let me look back here. Rachel, if you can help me here, I'm looking, postpone indefinitely. The motion was made by Daphne Albee. And that is the discussion by the A&B. This was not in the statement, but they are reviving the A&B election proposal. And that is what the attempt is, to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Carol. I think the question was, what is the motion that we're asking to postpone indefinitely with regard to our Grand President's motion?
Okay. Mr. Damrich spoke about the A&B Executive Committee approving their election proposal and gave his personal background on that. The parliamentarian interrupted him, stating that he was going to debate something that was not yet on the floor. The Executive Committee brought this recommendation to the floor, so we vote. And then he had to remind the chair to relinquish the chair so he could state his motion. He moved that all, but I also have written down only A&B camps vote on A&B grant officers.
Thank you for that clarification. We still are under discussion to postpone indefinitely, and I'll recognize, I believe our sister Carol, was that, oh yeah, sister Carol from Haynes, the other Carol. Did you have a comment? No, okay, thank you. So I saw a hand over here, our brother from Camp 87.
Yes, Paul Johnson, Camp 87. While I do not have the benefit of 20 years attending conventions, I am one of the people that was on the stage, recognized as one of the newer members seeking ways to attract younger members. And the discussion point came out, and I want to reaffirm that it has not to do with anything with gender. We have very capable men and women serving in opposite camps, but I can tell you that we should be able to vote for the camp which we are members of, and that you have, in this case, you have two separate, exactly the same organizational structures from presidents on down to that portion. And I would argue, even though I have not know the Constitution, if you're going to vote across the lines for executive committees or persons, then there's no need to have two separate camps at that level. But we should be able to vote for the camps which we are members of, with great respect to my ANS sisters, and I hope this does not ruin any goodwill that we've earned during this convention, but this is simply the ability for us to select our own leaders. In the words of one of my sisters, it is being denied our constitutional rights to not vote for the camp for which we are members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will recognize Camp 49, Elias.
Elias Chase, Camp 49, Delegate ANS. Under the Constitution, under Article 4, under Executive Committees, it says A and B Executive...
Excuse me, can you please state the page so the delegates can get on the same page?
It is on page 6. Under Section 2, A and B Executive Committee duties and powers. The A and B Executive Committee shall have general supervision of the affairs of the A and B sessions of the Grand Camp. Fix the hour and place of meetings, make recommendations to the A and B, and perform such other duties that are specified in this Constitution. The Executive Committee shall be subject to orders of the A and B, and none of its acts shall conflict with the action taken by A and B. Under that stipulation, and specifically that article, it does not say that an Executive Committee has the power or authority to assert a motion like this or to be even considered put forth on the floor.
A point of order has been called. Thank you. Marvin Adams, point of order.
Madam Chairman, we're not here to speak about the duties of the A&B Grand Camp officers. We're here to talk about the elections and how we're going to sit there and implement them. As my brother Paul Johnson had eloquently stated, it's our constitutional right to elect and appoint our officers for our organization. I don't think anybody...
Thank you, Brother Marvin. You have spoken already on this, and thank you for the reminder of the point of order with regard to the comment made by our sister. I do agree it was out of order. Thank you. I will go to our brother from Camp 70, please.
Yeah, I was eloquent, Joe. I've been the president of our Camp 70 for about the last 15 years, and I don't think that our Camp 70 brothers we are second to none in being able to work with our sisters. And I think they can stand up and lead. We have worked very, very closely over the number of years. We've had to discuss a number of issues about the way we have to address some of the needs that we have in Juneau, but we stay and stand together. However, the brothers get up and they vote for their own president and officers, and the sisters do the same. And one of the things we've always done is no matter who's sitting at the table and who's running what, we stand together, and we still do. And I think that, from my standpoint, I believe that, your brother Eric, that I'm very close to, I'm gonna wear my big boy pants and vote for myself, for our brotherhood, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I will recognize Ann from Camp 2, please.
Thank you. This is Ann Chopin, Camp 2, Juneau. And I was just wondering, if we pay our dues and half goes to A and B, wouldn't it make us the same, under the same umbrella? And should we be allowed to vote for them as well? I mean, I feel like we're going backwards instead of forwards. And that's not sending the right message to the young ones. They don't go to meetings and see us arguing like this. We have to go together. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do see 3 hands of people who have spoken at this time.
Mine was for
Oh, yours was for clarification. Thank you so very much. I'll recognize Rhonda Butler from Camp 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I do have the utmost respect for our brothers, I have the utmost respect for our sisters, and I have the utmost respect for equality. It is clearly stated, Grand Camp, in our Constitution, the ANB and ANS will meet annually in convention. This is Article 5, page 5. In October, the convention shall be known as Grand Camp. That means when I come here, I pay my dues. I am a member of Grand Camp, which entitles me to my voting rights. The purpose, Section 2. The purpose of Grand Camp is to elect officers, receive reports of officers and committees. So I'm here to do business. I'm here to vote, regardless if you are a man or a woman. I am here to fight for our voting rights. That's what this organization is about. It's not about red and gold, blue and white. We are red, gold, blue, and white. It's about time we start walking together and quit trying to bring up something that totally, I don't even know how the motion got there, because it's in direct conflict of our Constitution.
Chairman? I'm going to first recognize our Sergeant at Arms. Vince, do you have somebody who wants to speak, or you yourself want to speak? Thank you. So he has not spoken to us, and I'm sorry, who was it here that wasn't very concerned? So I will go ahead with Vince, and I will come to you. Thank you. Go ahead, Vince.
The question that comes to my mind.
Please identify yourself and camp.
Sorry. My name is Vincent Reinhardt. I'm the Grand Camp Sergeant at Arms and A&B Camp 49. The question that comes to my mind is whether or not A&B Grand Camp is its own entity. And in auditing the financial statements for Grand Camp, I audited tax filings with the state of Alaska and IRS filings that list Grand Camp A and B. So in my mind, there is a separate legal entity known as Grand Camp A and B. I may not have the exact name of that organization correct, but there is a separate legal entity called Grand Camp A and B. And then the second question that comes to my mind is who are the members of Grand Camp A and B? And I believe that's what we're discussing right now, and what has come up is who is the membership of Grand Camp A and B when we come here today, and who has the right for a vote in the governance of that organization.
Thank you. And that was a statement, not a question, is that correct?
I think it's a question. And for me, it's both a statement and a question, because whoever comes here and becomes a member of A&B Grand Camp votes in A&B Grand Camp elections. And the message I've heard is that the two organizations, in my mind, are financially entangled when we all come to Grand Camp, and depending on where our dues go, do we become brothers or do we become sisters? And I think that's the point we have to clarify.
Thank you. And I know I did say I would go to the executive committee woman next. We do have a parliamentarian response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To answer your question, follow me on Article 5, Section 3 of the Constitution.
And I'm sorry, what page is that, so the delegates can be there?
Page number 5.
And you said Section 3, correct?
Section 3. About in the middle, local camp delegates and A&B and A&S officers of the Grand Camp shall be registered as members of the Grand Camp and shall each be authorized, when present, to cast one vote on any matter that may come before the Grand Camp, provided that local camp representative delegates is current in its payment of dues. Once you pay your dues, we are one body.
Thank you, and I will go ahead to our executive committee woman, Mary Guthrie, of the ANS.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair. The brothers that were sitting at head table as executive committee men, when I first took notice of their glorious selves,
Point of order.
I'm speaking for this very thing. We're not challenged by the sisters because we're culturally ingrained. The sisters always took care of the brothers because the clan house was ours. And the brothers always took care of the sisters because the sisters' children were their children. And if anybody ever hurt the sisters, their children would cry, and they didn't want that. So it came over to the organization that they founded to help defend us. So the brothers, they were not in the least bit challenged by the sisters. We raised, Millie and I and the other executive committees, we raised $25,000 in cash before the endowment money came. And we gave 3/4 of it to the Brotherhood, and they were expecting it because that's how we were. We were one unit. And they were expecting it because they did the battle, and we were their backbone. And this we don't have what we want. And this, but we want to be united. And we want to have our own election. This is dividing us. It's not right. Look to the past and see that the executive committee never said, you sisters are threatening us. So thank you.
I will recognize our sister, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first of all want to concur with Brother Reinhardt's point. That is rather concerning that is the case of the financials. But to a larger point, since this is a postpone indefinitely and we have the right to speak on the merits of the original motion, I listen very carefully to what Brother Marvin had to say. And it makes me think that if there are brothers, that more than 1/3 of this convention is made of brothers, and they feel like they've lost the enthusiasm they once had, and they're in a situation where it's an inequitable situation, they feel that way, then when we do our advocacy work, we're sailing at lower than half-mast then. I just implore this body, we need to think carefully about this. This is very, very important. And it's not easy though. I implore that there be a compromise, because I want us all to be enthusiastic to be here. I don't want us to feel like we're stamping out each other. But after listening to Brother Marvin, and also the point that Brother Reinhardt brought up, I am concerned as a sister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I did see our sister from Camp 87 and then our sister from Petersburg. I'm keeping track on the thing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Tasha Hodge, Anchorage Camp 87. Thank you, Chair. I'm a first-time delegate. Everyone at my table right now is a first-time delegate. I've seen most of you growing up my entire life. I have lots of respect for everyone, and I'm very disappointed that when we have so much things that we could be fighting for, that we're fighting amongst each other. I'm sorry. I understand wanting people to feel empowered and to be engaged. And I want you to think about that, as this is our first experience coming here. That I'm embarrassed. I'm happy that my son's at school and not witnessing this. That if we want to have these conversations, that we have them more openly so that we can come to an agreement while we're together in public for everyone to see. I didn't get the 30 days notice on the initial announcement of the proposed changes, and that didn't bother me, but then I was concerned to hear that lots of people hadn't seen it, including my brother Camp. And so I don't want to be disrespectful or say that I think someone's voice doesn't matter, because I think they all do. But if we're not going to agree on this issue now, I would like for us to postpone it till we can have more in-depth discussions about what our goal is in doing this. So I support the motion to postpone. Thank you.
I think my microphone has given up. Can I please have another? Oh wait, I don't know what it's doing. Thank you. I did say I would go to our sister from Petersburg next. Thank you.
Thank you. With utmost respect, I am Barbara Erickson, Camp 16 ANS President. I have watched this battle go on from the time that we questioned Jim and Cynthia about the audit of the finances. My question is, if there is a 501c involved in our finances, does that make the differentiation between two camps of ANS and A and B? Because if the A and B is running as a business, then we as ANS are still an organization on our own. If that's the difference, we need to figure that one out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to give everybody an opportunity who hasn't been able to speak yet. I do see in order Carol, Delphine, and Bev. I do want to give everybody an opportunity because it is important. I'm sorry, I apologize. And Mr. Albie Camp 49. So I will recognize Mr. Albie Camp 49.
My name is Frank Albee, A&B Camp 49. I'm a lifetime member of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. I live in Portland, Oregon. Pardon? I live in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, I want to ask you a comment.
I live in Portland, Oregon, and I can only vote in matters that come up within the city of Oregon. I can't vote in the city of Salem, which is 50 miles south, because I don't reside in Salem. I reside in Multnomah County, and I can't vote in Marion County, which is 50 miles south, because I don't live in Marion County. I can only vote in my county. However, both Portland and Salem, Multnomah County, and Marion County, they're all part of the state of Oregon. It all represents the state of Oregon. We have the same thing here. We have the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, and we all part of Grand Camp. But because I live in one city, I cannot vote in the other city. Because I live in one county, I cannot vote in the other county. You can see what I'm getting at. And I think, we've had so many people speak, it's getting close to that time for a vote. And whichever way the vote goes, the important thing is that whichever side gets a majority votes, everybody has to accept that vote. That way it'll put it to rest. Koyana, thank you.
So I was informed that Brother Ross wanted to make a statement.
You haven't?
Ross Natter, 3rd, Camp 16. I stand with our brothers in the decision we made yesterday, but I stand in favor of the motion to suspend. Postpone. And my reason is, I did not get the 30-day notice. The first time I heard about this was a couple of days ago, and we did not get a chance to discuss it in our camp. So I favor the motion to postpone.
Thank you. And I do want to apologize, I did not recognize Camp 36. I thought she had spoken already, but she has not.
Thank you, Daphne Albee, Camp 36. I'd like to make sure that I don't rush through this. I have several concerns. One is that this motion is exactly the same as the bylaws that were postponed indefinitely. Second, I've been working on the finance committee, and all the dues that are paid to Grand Camp, when we come to Grand Camp, are paid to the A&B. We are all members of the A&B Grand Camp at that time. And of course, what is obvious is that this motion is in direct conflict with our current Constitution. Now, if you want to change that Constitution, there is a process for that. And so I can go on with my personal beliefs, but I'll hold off, as some of you have not been able to. I think we need to make sure that we understand that the A&B members have been trying to bring back the same information that was voted down and postponed indefinitely earlier in this convention. And while we are here, every person has one vote, as we are all members of the A&B Grand Camp.
So again, I wanted to make sure I'm allowing opportunity for any delegate to have a voice before I go to somebody who has spoken on this already. I do have a list of those who have spoken already. In order, it will be Carol, Beverly, and then Marvin. The chair recognizes Sister Carol.
I'd like to thank Paul Johnson for giving me the perfect segue had I used it earlier, but Daphne just stated it elegantly too. One of her 3 arguments is that if we pay our dues, then we are a member of Grand Camp. And I'm sure all of you remember, because I've heard some ANS sisters question when James Lanos, our Grand Treasurer for many years, has said, well, when you pay your dues, you're a member of A&B. In this case, I agree with him. After all, we have also heard from Vince that we are financially intertangled. So I hope we can get to a vote fairly soon.
The chair recognizes our Camp 70 sister if she still has a comment.
I was also going to talk about the dues that we pay. I've been on the credential committee in years past, and the dues from the ANS and the A&B are paid to the A&B, and we are a member of the Grand Camp. ANS and A&B delegates and grand officers and executives.
The chair recognizes Marvin Adams
He's
for
had
the
3
comment.
times. He's
Oh,
had 3
has it 3
chances to
times?
call for the question.
Parliamentarian, are we allowed only 3 comments per?
It's your call, Madam Chair. Things are going on and on. However, we have a delegate who's called for the question.
The question has been called.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. This is affecting our organization too. It affects something that we exist. When we leave here.
I understand, Brother Marvin, I understand. Our parliamentarian has made his decision.
I heard the sisters talk about one way. We hadn't had a chance as the brothers to really talk. And this is not right. This is why we're wanting to go. It's because it's only one way, and it's always been one way.
I have heard a point of order called as well.
Well, it doesn't matter. I am part of the Alaska Brotherhood. I have a right to speak here.
Mr. Adams, as the chair.
You guys had a chance to sit there and you shut us down once.
Mr.
You shut
Adams,
us down.
I ask you to please remain in your seat. We are not
No,
accepting any further comments at this time.
All right, I'm not given the right to speak, and that's not right.
You have been given 3 chances to speak,
No,
Mr.
you've heard
Adams.
a lot of comments come out, and we had no rebuttal. And because I'm one of those few that stand up that can address to that, and because I'm one person, you're cutting me out. The majority of the people of the Alaska Native Brotherhood yesterday came in unanimously to address this thing, and we're not getting that voice. That's my point.
I understand.
You
sir.
don't.
I
You were there. You were there, and you knew what the
I may
consensus
not-
was.
I may not express my personal viewpoints at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The question has been called. Point of order has been called again. Can I please have a microphone to our executive committee man?
Madam Chairperson, the question has been called for. That is not binding. That is someone indicating that I'm ready to vote. If I call for the question, but it's not binding. And if someone has stood and wishes to speak, as was pointed out by the parliamentarian, it's your call. But if there are people still willing to speak, that needs to be taken into account. But the call for the question is not binding.
Thank you for that clarification. As I have mentioned, I am new at this portion, and I in no way meant to disrespect our brother. You have had 3 opportunities to speak. If there is another brother who wants to speak, I have allowed for that time. And our Grand President, Joe Williams, has not had the opportunity to speak again, so I would like to go ahead and allow him the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am the maker of the motion. The motion was duly seconded. I want you to know, members of the Grand Camp that's sitting here before me today, I'm a leader, elected a leader by the Grand Camp in Ketchikan. I want to give you some little bit of history of who I am and why I did what I did. I was elected Ketchikan Gateway Borough Mayor. In Ketchikan, the constituency there was 2-1 in favor of having a bridge. I lived in Saxon. I was 100% against a bridge in Ketchikan. Elected, I was then asked, so how do you stand on the bridge, construction of the bridge in Ketchikan? My answer was, the constituency said 2-1 in favor of the bridge. Who am I to say different? I'm an elected official. I'm saying that to say this. I was approached this morning, reminded that the vote in the last Canadian Brotherhood meeting downstairs stated that one abstention, that we would like to vote ourselves. Please keep in mind, I'm sitting there very quietly, chairing the meeting, did not want to give up my position as the chair, as I did just today. And the reason is, when you do that, you lose control, as I have. Not saying that she's not doing a good job, it's a great job, but I'm not in control. I'm saying that because I was thinking of my mother, who was the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President. Who am I to tell my mother what should or should not be done, unless the constituency here says this is the way we want to go? I was asked over lunch, what is your position? I said, I'm in favor of what the Brotherhood decided because that's the way I voted yesterday. But once rank and file here today decide what they're going to do, I am going to support it. Because who am I to go against rank and file? So, Madam Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to address, and that is exactly how I feel. I feel that more time given, I for one, as a brother, we get more time given. We have opportunities now that it's out there. Now that it's in your mind, you can take this back home, and hopefully we can address this at the next Grand Convention. That's all I have, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do have a question of our parliamentarian, and this is for education, not only for myself, but for any of us who are newer to this experience. Is a point of discussion meant for debate, or is it meant to voice an opinion and allow time for rebuttal, or is it meant to allow each delegate to have a voice in the process?
That's a pretty close call to make. You as the chair want to make sure you keep the delegates focused on the motion being debated. This is a pretty highly emotional issue. I do want to let everybody know that per Robert's Rules of Order, once a person has spoken twice on the issue, you have exhausted your right to more debate. That's exactly true. So you want your delegates to speak to the motion. You got to listen carefully. If what they're saying is somehow connected to a for or against opinion, you'll make that call.
Thank you. I do hear. Yes, I will recognize Executive Committee Woman Mary Brown.
Goodness Chief, we have all been sitting here listening to this opinions, and we have heard everybody's opinions 2 or 3 times, and we're not going to change each other's opinion. And it just is taking up a lot of time, and I think I would just like to call for the question and let's just get on with business. Goodness Chief.
I have heard that the question has been called.
Second.
I do see delegates who have lifted their hands who have not had an opportunity to speak. So I will go ahead and go to Brother. Yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and go to our parliamentarian. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but this is what you want me to do here. Somebody called for the question. Somebody seconded the question. We must now take action on the motion.
That is not true. That is not true. It is not.
Thank you. Our Grand President has chosen our parliamentarian on his basis of expertise. I do not have that expertise. My understanding, though, is that that person was elected due to their understanding of parliamentarian order. At this time, I think that there is a question and it has been seconded. That was the ruling of our parliamentarian. I will respect our executive committee man, Dennis Nemeth, at this time, but that was our parliamentarian's decision.
Madam Chairman, I've been raising my hand more than once.
Oh, I thought that was you. I apologize. I apologize.
I saw one hand up, and I will recognize, I apologize, Mr. Demert. I saw one hand up, and I don't know which of you it was.
Madam Chair, before you call for a vote, I'd like to have it fully understood what we're voting on. It's not on the motion to postpone indefinitely. The motion's been made and seconded to close debate. And so that's the question. It's not voting on the motion itself.
The motion right now is to postpone indefinitely, and we are under discussion. The question was called and seconded.
What I'm saying is, what was called and seconded was the superior motion. It has to be dealt with before you get to the issue of the second one. It's a procedure, but there's a motion made and seconded to call for the question. That is a separate motion. And that's what you vote on first. If that passes, which I expect will be the case, but if that passes, then you vote on the question of postponing indefinitely. I just want to make that clear so you get on the record.
Thank you. So as I did state, I will recognize our Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson, at this time. I apologize, it is a learning opportunity, and thank you for that guidance.
Are we on postponed indefinitely? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, and it has been, question has been called and seconded.
Not closing debate, postponed indefinitely.
To postpone indefinitely is what we are closing the discussion on.
Well, I think there's some open discussion that has been asked for by the body. I also think that, Mr. Parliamentarian could say, calling for the questions, that you need to close it, but it's up to you. It's up to you as a chair to decide to do that or not. If you see people talking and want to discuss this, it's your call. And, I can't force you to do that or not. So the discussion to close debate, I think there are more people who are willing to speak, and we haven't heard everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is why I was going to recognize the delegates who have not spoken on this matter at this time. Our executive committee man also wants to make a statement, but there are people who have not spoken to this yet.
Right, Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a point that the chair could also decide.
Okay, I
that the
recognize
arguments have been exhausted. I'd
our
like a
brother.
parliamentarian ruling on that. The chair can make a determination that the arguments have been exhausted.
Yes.
So we are asking for parliamentarian advisement on, can you please repeat that? I had other discussions and I couldn't hear fully what you were saying. You're asking for parliamentarian advisement?
Yeah, that the chair on dealing with these motions, when you have people testifying, that you can make a determination whether or not the arguments have been exhausted and it's time to vote.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to allow our parliamentarian.
In debate, the Robert's Rules of Order refers to, once you've spoken twice on the matter, you've exhausted your right to debate. A As far as how long you want it to go, Madam Chair, that's your decision. When you see everyone starting to slow down, you start hearing the same comments for and against over and over. Being the chair, that's your call now.
Thank you. So I will recognize our brother Frank from Ketchikan, or I'm sorry, it was Gil first. Thank you for that. And then one question, I will go Gil to Frank, and then our ANS, I just want to clarify, are you a delegate or an alternate?
Gil Stokes, Camp 87. I don't believe I've heard this yet today. It is true that we have elections for Grand Camp under A and B. We have elections for ANS Grand Camp. We are separated. Yes?
No.
But we come together for Grand Camp for one. My estimation, to have two organizations but still come together as one. We are much stronger with two different organizations but become one at Grand Camp. Good as cheese!
The chair does recognize our Camp 14 A and B delegate. At this time, I'm recognizing our brother from Ketchikan, and I will address you in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Franklin James. I'm from Camp 14. Yesterday, I was embarrassed. I belong to the A&B, probably less than most of you guys. I belonged to the A&B for 48 years. These kind of meetings that are taking place right now, and like yesterday morning, what makes our people don't want to join this organization? We argue and argue and argue, and never accomplish anything. We came here to do something for our people. What's so hard about the brothers voting for the brothers who we want to represent? What's so hard about the sisters voting for theirs? We come, just like this young fella said, when we come to this meeting, we come when we vote for somebody, then we vote just like that, one vote. What's so hard about that? We're making a big issue of everything. Pretty soon we're going to have attorneys coming here debating. You know, you take a look at yesterday when we were talking. We got to get young people in. We can't. I came to these conventions for 18 years and quit because I listened to things like yesterday and like today. This is uncalled for. We got to come together as one, as brothers and sisters, husbands and wives. We got to work together to accomplish something. This year, we're not going to accomplish a thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We did have an alternate who wanted to speak, and my understanding is that alternates do not have a vote and are able to speak on matters on the floor. So I will recognize our A&B executive.
I'll ask for privilege at the floor so that the alternate sisters speak.
Thank you. So I am recognizing our executive committee man, Sasha Sobolov, and I will then entertain your request.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. By the way, you're doing a great job. She and I talked about this, and I said, you know, it's going to get intense, but that's okay. You're doing a great job. And looking at how the development of both A&B and ANS has gone, one of the things that most draws those who want to commit their lives to the dedication of what A&B and ANS does, and that means you do the work and you don't even get paid a dime. That was one of the key tenets of the founders of our organization held, is that if you were going to be with us, it was going to be a volunteer organization. You have a whole row of previous grand presidents, both A&B and A&S, that dates back long before I was on the scene. Although the whiter my hair gets, the more I think about that statement. And if my recollection is clear, all of us who were voted into the office were voted by every one of you. I distinctly remember in the heat of the moment that the moment I heard that there was going to be some ideas that were somewhat different than the sisters or somewhat different than the brothers, there had to be a common ground that met, that had nothing to do with whether or not I won or I lost, but it had and should be everything to do with whether our organizations would grow together. This subject kind of floated beneath the surface in Klawak when the Constitution was there, and it was contentious then. And our most esteemed Grand President Dennis was leading the charge at that time. And it got very much contention, and it was a development at that time which took Dennis 2 years to get that document which governs both of our organizations today. But my point for you today is that you have to decide, is it right that all of these officers that are sitting here before you, who have been all elected by your votes, is it your wish that you would like to keep on doing that, or you wish to do something different than that? Now understand, our history is clear. The brothers were charged with the responsibility to be the movers and shakers. Make no doubt about that. But the truth is, I saw my dad go and approach his mom, who had a money belt, and got money from her to go do what he needed to do. That's commitment, and that's at the most basic level of our organizations and how they should survive. So I think it's important that this discussion be on the floor, but I also think it's equally important that you afford the opinions and the versions and the ideologies that are in existence amongst us as we are individuals, and that they need to be tempered with whether or not you're going to be willingly able to do these things at no cost to you, and that you are representative of not only your family, but those who've served before us. And that's the key to how our organization should function. Sure, we have things to do. Sure, we don't get our way. And all of us who have been in the election process know what it means to count ballots, to count votes. And sometimes you come up short. Well, that's part of this unfolding. So I graciously ask you, whether you vote yea or nay on tabling this or whatever it is that it is your wish, be clear that you have the choice when convention is in session to vote how you feel it should go. And make sure that it does with the looking people in the eye, acknowledging that there are equally important things to do. But I am in complete agreement with, at the call of the chair, that when you see things going, you make the call. And you are doing a fabulous job, and goodness cheese for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do respect our brother from Sitka, but I did allow Marvin at that moment to request permission of the floor.
Madam Chairman, I respect the chair like that.
Requesting privilege of the floor to allow one of our sisters that is a delegate alternate to speak on this issue.
Thank you. I do recognize the sister from Camp 87. Please identify yourself.
My name is Juliana Smith. I'm from Camp 87. I'm going to tell you what I see here, and I want you to see that through my eyes. Back here, from this row, all the way from here, brothers and sisters united. When you look up front, you see brothers here, you see sisters here. Now, when we went to organize this get-together, we had the brothers, we had the sisters. If the brothers had something to say, we gave them the floor. The sisters had something to say, we give them the floor. Now I hear a division, like somebody wants to stop somebody from having a voice, or maybe we need a constitution that says we all in unity have to have one voice. I'm saying when we work together, the brothers had their voice, the sisters had their voice. When we come to the meeting, the brothers are here, the sisters are here, and the crowd are in unity, brothers and sisters. That's what I see here. So when you go and cast your vote, are you going to cast your vote for what you see here, or are you going to cast your vote for what you see here? Are you going to cast your vote for the people that you work for when you make your meetings together? You have your brothers and sisters, and you do your fundraise, and you bring the camp to your area with the brothers and the sisters. So I wanted to say that. Gunishjish for Tasha, Gunishjish for the brothers that were here to get you guys here. And and yes, hearing this argument, it really, at our first Anchorage ever, I mean, we would like to have a good meeting. We'd like to hear unity. We want you to go home saying, we had a great meeting. You know, we were together. We made decisions together. The sisters had a voice. The brothers had a voice. But together we were in unity. So my opinion is, allow the brothers to have their voice. Allow the sisters to have their voice. I know it's going to be hard, but I'm back here and I'm hearing somebody trying to take someone else's voice away. That's what I hear, and it's not right. Good speech. Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I do want to recognize, before I go to our brother from Sitka, we do have some very special guests who are here, and I want to thank you for allowing us to continue this discussion because it is important. We definitely do want to hear you, so thank you. I'm going to go ahead and recognize our brother from the Sitka camp, and then I will go to our Madam Grand President. Oh, I'm sorry, no. I will go to our sister from Camp 70 and then our Madam Grand President.
Yeah, John Duncan from Sitka NB Camp Number 1. I'd like to request a recess so that the brothers can get together at this time. And I'm asking sisters, as a sister, to allow us to do that, please. We're not going to badmouth you. We still know that you're our sisters. We're going to work together after this is over. But I'd like to request some time, a recess for all, so that the brothers can get together. Thank you.
So at this time, we have a request for a recess. I did acknowledge I would be accepting 2 other commitments of comment. I apologize, 3. James Lanos hasn't spoken to this matter as well. At this time, I will not recognize, out of respect, the recess so we can allow our delegation to have their voice. Thank you.
Camp 7.
Thank you. Ann Fuller, on Glacier Valley 70 ANS. I want to say that I had come to expect that it was customary that camps that were called sister camps and camps that were called brother camps
work together to nominate and vote for the officers. I do have to respectfully point out that the executive committee of Grand Camp A and B consists of all the past presidents of the A and B, or all the grand officers and the grand presidents of A and B, and just the sisterhood president. So it matters to me who's on the executive committee of A and B, but mostly it's that in the years I've been coming, it's been customary for us to vote together.
The chair recognizes the ANS Ground President, Paulette Moreno.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I've seated our first Grand Vice President, Sandy Churchill, as I have vacated the chair at this time to address our honorable people who are amongst us today. When the Alaska Native Brotherhood Executive Committee met, there were several members of that executive committee. Dennis Demert, Richard Jackson, of course, our past Grand Presidents, Sasha Sokolov, Eric Morrison, all of our Grand Presidents. The ones that were in attendance, though, were just about 6 to 7. The vote that went through our first Grand Vice President of A and B, when this was heard, voted no. I, as Grand President of ANS, tried to table the vote, however, it was not seconded. So when the vote came to me, I abstained. The reason that I abstained is because I felt that our sisters and brothers had not totally been heard at the time, and that we needed to be heard. That is what we're doing right now. In listening, in really listening, not only with our heads, but our hearts and our spirits, there were words that I was reminded that were spoken just as powerfully, just across the hall from us, when it came to the Native Claims Settlement Act. And those words are strong and they were powerful. And as those words that were spoken, there was something so significant at stake. I can't help but wonder today how significant at stake this vote. Because if it is that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood join together in some way and in some form, because we are going to go forward and be completely and totally unstoppable when it comes to the issues that are before us and that are outside of that door. If this is because we are going to grow leaps and bounds, the Brotherhood votes for the Brotherhood and the Sisterhood votes for the Sisterhood, then that is something to consider. If the sisters, many of the sisters are worried about this, the process of this that took place. The sisters don't seem to be saying, we don't want our brothers to, it was never our intention to hurt you, brothers. It's never our intention to make you feel the way that you feel. Our intention is just the opposite. So I wanted you to let us, because the Alaska Native Sister Grand President is the only sister on the A and B Executive Committee. So I wanted to weigh this very carefully. So in hearing from many of the Alaska Native Brotherhood members today, it still weighs very heavy on my heart. But I think that it's very good that we are having this discussion today, and I would encourage each and every one of us as sisters and brothers, yes, to think about the process of which this is coming forward, but to think about the tears that are falling in this room, the emotions that are happening. Something really good and powerful is about ready to happen for our people. If it be the landless issue, if it be that we have the first Native person as governor, whatever it is, there's always a storm before a sunrise. This is our storm before the sunrise right now. What is really worth it? Don't hold on to just what is personal right now. What will bring us together and unite us the most right now? That is what's on my heart and on my mind. And I'm really glad that we're talking and we're having this conversation today because it's important. But I do believe that there is something very big on the horizon. And will we be ready to fight that? As the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, will we be ready to go out these doors into this world, into this land, and never be second-class citizens on our own land? We will be ready if we can just do this. So please, as Sasha, Executive Member Sausage said, it's not the color of the hats we wear. It's what's in our heart, and it's where we're going from here. However this vote goes, sisters, there will be many emotions. Brothers, there'll be many emotions. I ask that we not lose one single one of you, either way it goes. Please, we're gonna have to get past that. The Sasha said the other day we have to get over ourselves. But this does weigh heavy. This is heavy right now. So please, as we do go into the votes, ask what is really best for the organization. I know that we as sisters pay our dues to the A&B, so we need to keep that in mind, of course, too. But the motion right now is to postpone indefinitely. It isn't saying that we're not ready to take this up and look at it. It's saying maybe take a look at it a little closer. But either way, what I want to say as Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President is that we hear your call. It sounds like you need more support and more love from us. We can do that. That's no problem. We can do that, right, sisters? We can do that. But I do want to say that we have something big right there on the horizon, right out these doors. I want to be together when that comes up. So let's do whatever it's going to take to bring us together. It's what's the greater good here.
I did say I would recognize our A&B Grand Secretary. I do see that our parliamentarian, is it something that needs to be spoken before we hear a comment, or is it, okay, thank you. I also heard our Brother Marvin. Brother Marvin, I'm recognizing James Lanos, and then I will actually go to our Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson, to our parliamentarian. Hold on, and then I see Brother Harriet's hand is risen also. So, Brother James, you have time for a comment. Thank you.
Just a slight indulgence. If you're a member of Camp 14, would you please stand for a second? Anybody who is a member of Camp 14, that includes our most recent addition, Sasha. We got others. We went through this in the 90s. You may not know about it. The days of Linda Blankenship. You remember it, local cancer. When we incorporated, we filed as Camp 14 A and B and A&S. And that has more symbolic message than you would believe, because we identified ourselves, you may be seated, as Camp 14 of A and B and A&S, not of A and B or A&S. We filed our constitution with Grand Camp as required. And we're a joint camp Our Constitution states that. It doesn't say, here's A and B's Constitution for Camp 14, here's ANS. We filed a joint one in which we take care of our business together. Some of us may not like the results, but we get over it because we're adults. So it's an important thing to learn from local camps. You can get along. Linda Blankenship, she was a brother. Boy, could she write. She did a very good job on the Constitution because the convention president at that time really appreciated it. And we get along. We share the same money. We share the same agendas. We share the same voting. We vote together because we're a camp. Now, Grand Camp could be a different thing. We file separate paperwork because we're required to. But when you look at our sheets, it says camp accomplishments. We're joint. And we maintain that. So it's important that you realize that we're adults and can get things done if we just want to work together. And I know there's other people who want to talk, but either we call for the question or orders of the day. We have important people, very important people that are waiting here that we are insulting by our selflessness, selfishness, rather. We should. Can we pause this and let our important guests be heard? They may not be talking about what we're talking about, but they have important business that we invited them as guests to be here. And we are insulting them as a people. So I think we should all take a deep breath and listen to some other things that'll give you time to think. That's all I had. Who gets to sing?
Thank you. I do recognize that we do have guests, and we also have Klingette and Haida, who is only here until 5. I did already acknowledge that I would go to our Grand President Emeritus, and I will end after our brother Harriet. So it was.
She called for question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Question has been called.
Second.
Second to the question. My understanding is that it is up to the up to the chair if we will entertain any further.
I would like a roll call vote.
Thank you. I hear your request for a roll call vote.
On the record.
On the record. Thank you. Am I correct in my understanding that it is my choice to hear somebody after a question and a second has been called? So I understand we have a lot and we have given plenty of time for discussion. I have told our Grand Emeritus, Richard Jackson, because I did not see his hand separate from Dennis Demertz, that I would give him an opportunity because he has not spoken on this. Have you spoken on this, sir?
Yes.
Once?
Yes.
I believe he spoke on the original motion.
I spoke on a debate.
He spoke on this too. Madam Chair, I have the motion read.
Can I please, I have a request first of the motion being read.
Pardon me, I thought I was getting ready for a roll call vote. I'm sorry I didn't use my highlighter earlier, so this would be simpler to refer to. Sister Rachel? I defer.
Defer to Sister Rachel.
you accept my deferring to Sister Rachel?
I do accept that, and Sister Rachel, can you also state what a yes vote would mean and what a no vote would mean? That is the request of our ANS Grand President Emeritus.
So right now I have the motion being to postpone indefinitely, was the amendment. And then, so if we were to vote yes to postpone indefinitely, that would mean that the main motion is just kind of cut, right? And then, you want the main motion as well?
Would you like the main motion as well? Please, I think it would be a clarification for the body. Thank you.
The main motion was A and B, all A and B camps voting for only for A and B officers.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. At this time, I will recognize comments that are new to the floor. If we have not discussed an item that you wish to, that you're wanting to discuss, please do bring those forward at this time. So I did say I would go to our Grand President Emeritus at this time, at the A&B, Richard Jackson.
Madam Chair, I call for the orders of the day. If we have guests that are waiting, we should not be insulting them as going down.
Thank you. A question has been called and has been seconded out of respect for the Grand President Emeritus and Brother Harriet. As the chair, I'm allowing them to speak. I will allow 1 minute each, please. Thank you.
I'll have to correct Joe Williams and his responsibility for the motion. When he made the motion, I asked for unanimous consent.
Why are you on the screen?
For the.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grand President Emeritus. We asked for people speaking to not be on the stage at this time. Could you please?
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize.
The reason being, we wanted to know if we supported each other, and we did. And I'll give you an example of where there was no support. At the table, we lost 4 or 5 executive members in the 2011 Constitution because of the Constitution that you see in front of you. So, the knowledge that's at the table in terms of the oldest member on the committee is me. I would have wished that they were there, the other executive members, but they never resigned. They just laid their cocaine on the table. And I hope they come back. And what I will say is that regardless of whether you decide to pass this motion or not, I'll still be in A and B. I'll still be at the table. But what's really important here to me is that the A and B Grand Campo would be dispirited. Their identity is in crisis. And by voting for this, that's what's going to be the effect to the Alaska Day Brotherhood Grand Camp. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to, because I did state we could hear from Brother Harriet. Brother Harriet, are you planning to bring a discussion to the floor that is new, or is it to support the discussions that have already been stated? Because I do believe you have spoken on this matter.
Well, I kind of feel that after attending the A and B meetings downstairs and hearing all the A and B members felt, and they voted on it, and they passed the motion, what Joe just stated. And that we usually with Robert's rules, when you pass the motion, that's how you feel. And at first I thought, well, you know, Clayton Ida has an inequity way of voting. I mean, to me it does. That's my opinion. They have like a whole bunch from Juneau and a whole bunch from Seattle. And then here comes Angoon, which is 3 or 4, maybe Clark 3 or 4. And I felt that was not equal. And I used to say, well, they should do it according to the towns. But in this case, I heard the Brotherhood say and vote that they would like to vote for their own officers. And if you were somewhere else, and there were 2 different organizations, and then you say to that other organization, no, we both vote for each other. I know we have a common goal. I know that. But the Brotherhood had spoken and the Sisterhood should consider that. They're saying they want to elect their own officers, and I'm a Brotherhood. So what's so bad about that? What is so bad about that? Maybe if the shoe was on the other foot and the Sisterhood had 29 and the Brotherhood had 49, it would still be the same. The Brotherhood's electing who they want and the Sisterhood's electing who they want out of their camp. But they're going to work together for the Grand Camp. I just wanted to say that because I think the Brotherhood's had a right to vote that way and ask the whole delegation.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is to postpone it indefinitely. There has been a question and it has been seconded. At this time, we have asked for a roll call vote.
Okay, we have machines.
We do, at this time, we do have the technology that we could do the vote with Clayton Ida's technology. It's gonna.
They have to explain it and set it up.
It'll be a roll call either way. I don't know how long the technology takes to set up, so the roll call vote has been called, and so that is what this chair will have us go ahead and do because the technology will take time. I will request for a roll call vote, please. Orders of the day were also called for at this time. We will do the roll call vote, and then I believe that we will step into the presentations from our guests, and then we will continue with elections. Excuse me, I apologize, nominations. So we are doing the roll call vote first, and then we will stand at ease until our guest is able to speak.
She's right here.
So at this time, the motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. A yes vote would mean that the original motion to allow the Brotherhood to vote for Brotherhood grant officers would not go forward. A no vote on this motion to postpone indefinitely would mean that we would go back to the original motion and vote on that original motion.
If I was a guest speaker, I'd get up and leave.
Who's keeping track of the votes? Who's keeping track of the votes? Frank?
Keep track of the votes.
Rachel?
Sure. Tell them to ask them if I need it.
No. We're just preparing.
Whenever you're ready for that.
So again, I will state that the motion on the floor is to
That's my
postpone
vote, yeah.
indefinitely.
Harvey Kitka. Harriet Valil. John Duncan. Lorraine Allen.
Yes.
Myrna Torgrimson.
Yes.
Rhonda Butler.
Yes.
Elena Duncan.
Yes.
The first mail, the same mail.
Ann Chilton,
Yes.
James Miyasato. Not present. Samuel Campus,
Yes.
Rachel Henderson,
Yes.
Nancy Furlow, Grace Katas Larson, Grace Larson. Okay. Carol Lawrence,
Yes.
our other delegate, Leanne Converse, was excused to work on the food for tonight. Dr. Kevin Hall. Would you all please speak up? Dr. Hall?
No.
Franklin James?
No.
Vicki Fouts? Natasha Clevenger?
I abstain from voting on this time.
I was thinking of abstaining.
Yvonne Watson? Yvonne?
Nope.
Okay. Monique Clevenger? Abstain? Joe Peterson? Joe Peterson? I'm sorry, Joe Stewart. And Ross Nanook the third.
No.
Barbara Erickson.
No.
Adeline DeCastro.
Yes.
Chicky James. Bessie Singletary.
Yes.
Jake Bogg.
Yes.
Daphne Albee.
Yes.
Frank Albee.
No.
Sean Gurko. Rosa Albee.
Excused.
Tamsin Alziud.
Yes.
Elias Chase.
Yes.
Marcelo Quinto.
Yes.
Ann Fuller.
Yes.
Mona Stevick.
Yes.
Beverly Russell.
Yes.
Walter Soboleff Jr.
Yes.
Janet Burke.
Yes.
Marvin Adams.
No.
Gil Stokes.
No.
Paul Johnson.
No.
Tasha Hodge.
Yes.
Lynette Hins.
Excuse. Look at all the.
That's correct. Juliana Smith was designated as her.
No.
The answer is no.
Does it mean
And Juliana Smith. What? Okay. And Joe Williams.
No.
Heather Gurko.
Yes.
Woody Watson. James Lanos Sr. James Lanos Jr. Vince Reinhardt.
No.
Paulette Marino. Paulette Marino.
Yes.
Yes. Sandy Churchill.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Cynthia Lanos. Carol Dewis, yes. Cindy Reeves.
Yes.
Richard Jackson.
No.
Dennis Demert.
No.
Sasha Sobolev.
No.
Eric Morrison.
Yes.
Mary Jones. Mary Guthrie.
Yes.
Jackie Martin.
Yes.
Millie Schoonover.
Yes.
Janice Jackson.
No.
Cecilia Tavalero.
Yes.
Mary Brown.
Yes.
Frida Westman.
Yes.
Thank you. Have you a tally? I have to sum them up here on this column.
Those are those accused and major outreach should have received.
Oh. Okay. Is that what you came up to tell me once? I'm sorry. I managed to skip one vote because when Rosa Albee was excused, Mr. Alziut was to have taken her place. That was my mistake, and I apologize for it. So, turning back to Camp 49, A and B, what would you, Ali, what is your vote on this issue? Yes or no, or abstain? Yes? Thank you.
Is he understand?
So would you please add Rachel one? You did already, okay.
As chair, I do have a clarification from our parliamentarian. Since I am chairing this portion of the meeting, am I allowed to vote?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So we have 3 abstentions, 24 no votes, and 40 yes votes. So that is a majority. I'm sorry, the majority. This is a majority vote, not 2/3, correct? Thank you.
Yes.
So the majority. Hold on one moment, please. So those were just requests for copies to be made of this record. So the majority is a yes, so the motion to postpone indefinitely passes. Thank you. I would like to ask the Sergeant at Arms to make 2 copies of this, one for our AMB Grand Secretary, and also there was a request from Camp 87 President Marvin Adams. Thank you.
Sorry.
So at this time, I'd like to hand the chair over to our ANS Grand President, Paulette Moreno. Thank you.
Thank you.
I turned it off on
Thank you, AMB First Grand Vice President. You did a really well job. With no further ado, I'd like to introduce our guest, Roel Helgeson. Welcome.
Chadala is Arlen is Adigurene Lagen, Kut Hangi Hinudikyam, Rold Helgeson Hinudikyam. Good afternoon, Alaska Native Brotherhood Grandparent President Emeritus Richard Jackson. Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Emeritus Mary Brown. Alaska Native Brotherhood President, Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee members, Alaska Native Brotherhood Executive Committee members, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood delegates and Sisterhood delegates. Hawa, thank you for inviting me to attend your 107th Grand Convention and first time here in Anchorage, Alaska. We know that this is a historic opportunity for you to all get together here in Anchorage. Not only are you here in the very hall where ANCSCA was debated, but your first trip to Anchorage also will lead to important unveilings and recognition of Elizabeth Bradovich, and you are now in Alaska's effort to be a second tribal college. I bring to you tidings from our Chairman and President of the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, Mr. Andy Tuber, who could not be here today, but I wanted to express on his behalf his thanks for the opportunity to report to you. I'd also like to say that I just made it under the wire in paying my own Camp 70 dues, and so I was able to pay my dues to Marcelo, so I wouldn't be called out for that as I got up here. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Bob Anders, who's here. He's with our affiliated organization, Alaska Pacific University, and we so much appreciate him hosting you all here with Camp 87. Hurry up. So I am the Chief Executive Officer at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. I've been here since 2011 when I left Surge to come up here. I've also acted not only as the CEO of ANTHC, let's advance the slide, but I've also acted as the administrator of the Alaska Native Medical Center since about 2014. So I've been doing both jobs during that time period. The Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium was created. The existence of it was created by Congress in 1997 so that we as tribal organizations could take over 100% of and the remainder of the Alaska Indian Health Service area. And we have now been operating this program for more than 20 years. Our board of directors is made up of 13 of the regional tribal health organizations and 2 members from those tribes that chose not to affiliate it. Those 12 tribes that chose not to affiliate. For many of you that are in this room, you're represented by Kimberly Strong on the board of directors as part of the Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium. ANTHC itself, our abbreviation, is broken into 4 main areas, and I'm going to go from the bottom up. The support services from human resources and IT, but also a vast telehealth network reaching more than 185 clinics across the state of Alaska. Our environmental health and engineering, building water and sewer projects, more than 41 different projects in the last year. Now I think we're down to about 26 as we move in toward winter across our state, in some cases bringing first-time water and sewer to our communities. Community health services doing primary and secondary prevention, but also training health aides, dental health aides, and behavioral health aides across our state. Our training center here did more than 120 health aid trainings this year in Anchorage, up from 58 just a few years ago. And then finally, we co-manage the Alaska Native Medical Center, and I understand Dr. Gottlieb was here earlier earlier this week to present to you on South Central Foundation, where they provide the primary care. We at ANTHC provide the specialty care, the hospital care, and the emergency room care. That is what we do here on the Alaska Native Medical Center campus. We've been working very hard to increase access to care, and in a moment I'll be able to show to you that the numbers have proved that we are improving access for our people. But we knew we had to do it in 3 ways. In order to get our people into the care that they needed, we needed to first get the providers that we needed, which meant we needed to pay the going rate to get those doctors, neurologists, neurosurgeons, rheumatologists, pretty much all the ologists of the world we needed to get on board here at ANMC. But the second thing we needed to do was get them the space to do the work. We were all compressed in our hospital, and there wasn't enough space. In fact, when I went to see the podiatrist myself, he was in a converted janitor's closet. So to get them the space they needed to see our people, since 2011, we've grown 3 times the size of what that hospital was. And now we are in buildings across this entire Alaska Native Medical Center campus, as if we had built 3 hospitals. Some of our clinic expansion we're showing you right there into the Alaska Spine Institute building, which is on the lower picture. There we placed our ENT department, ear, nose, and throat, our ophthalmologists, the doctors who do cataract surgeries, and then we also have an ambulatory surgical center. 4 ORs are located in that building. So if you're just getting outpatient surgery, we'll do it in that building. The upper building is where our pulmonologists are at. It's called the Alaska Pacific Medical Building, located right next to Spring Hill Suites. And there, in addition to pulmonology and a pulmonology function test, we also have a 6-bed sleep center that operates 6 days a week. Dr. Gottlieb was here and she talked about some of the programs that South Central offers on the campus. And this is just an example of some of our programs. Some of our programs that are operated by ANTHC and which ones are operated by South Central Foundation. Oftentimes this is one of the big confusions for folks, is what does South Central operate and what does ANTHC operate? So I wanted to share some of that. I'd like to say that it's a pretty straight line that primary care is operated by South Central, specialty care is operated by ANTHC, but you know, no line is straight. It squiggles just a little bit. And this is an example of that. Let's advance one. And this is some more of our clinic operations as well. But although they're operated by 2 different organizations, we have one governance, a joint operating board over the Alaska Native Medical Center, with 5 members from ANTHC and 4 members from South Central. Because although under self-governance, the primary care for Anchorage is operated by South Central Foundation, we need to assure there's continuity in the services. And so I, as the administrator, as well as the CEO, report to that joint operating board to make sure we have one set of policies to deliver the highest quality health services for our people. But we've been expanding our services, not just the volume of services. And we're very proud that we've been able to add this year, just this summer, an allergy and immunologist provider. This is a brand new service that we have never had before. And in fact, the Indian Health Service would not pay for this service. This is something that we have done under tribal management. But not just that, we've opened a walk-in clinic about 18 months ago so that if patients are coming through Anchorage, they can still get access to primary care. And that walk-in clinic is located in our Healthy Communities building, open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and 10 to 6 on Sunday, so that you no longer have to go to the emergency room to get care when you're coming through Anchorage. And we have now seen more than 10,000 patients through our walk-in clinic. And this week we had our record of 60 patients in just one day in our walk-in clinic, which is way better than the 200 patients that we see in our emergency room almost any night. So, if you don't have a medical emergency, go to the walk-in clinic, just like I did. It was about an hour for me to get in and through, but I wasn't waiting for those who had medical emergencies. just other urgencies like me. And it's a wonderful location with great staff at our walk-in clinic. But we've also extended our critical care unit from 16 beds to 22 beds, and unfortunately, we filled it. And we've also grown what we would call a step-down unit of 8 beds, and that is filled as well. In fact, our hospital that the Indian Health Service believed in the middle 90s when it was under construction and nearly done, that it would meet our needs for decades to come, is 100% occupied. And we are in desperate need of expanding our hospital, and we are under design for that expansion to expand approximately 100 beds. And we've been able to expand our pulmonology clinic and our sleep center at AMC. So I told you about our effort around access to care, to hire the right staff, to build out the space that's necessary, but also we need to remove the barriers in access to care. And like you, when I would come to Anchorage, either as a patient or as an escort, we used to have no place to stay. We were happy when the Quiana House was built because that added 58 beds, 58 rooms. But you never knew who you were going to stay in that room with. And sometimes that could be a scary thought. Who would be in the other bed? And let's hope it's the same gender.
And you wake up with somebody in your room.
I won't repeat that part. I'll be as red as my cat. Now I lost my train of thought. But it wasn't enough. And oftentimes our people had to make choices about not coming to Anchorage for care because they had no place to stay. No wonder it was $200 a night just to get a hotel room in Anchorage. So immediately the board of directors for ANTHC started to make a change, and in 2011 we pushed hard to build our own patient housing facility. And in the interim, we said we're going to address our access to care. But I'll get to that in just a minute, because it's not just housing, it's how do you get around when you get here. So removing barriers in access to care means surface transportation when you arrive. How are you going to get from the airport to a location? How are you going to get between all of these buildings as we have spread out in order to serve our people? We started with 2 shuttles and had no ability to do wheelchairs, and now we have a little fleet of AMC shuttles that will take you around this campus and out to the airport and back. And while this system isn't perfect yet, we keep expanding it. And by the way, we have some of the best drivers around. So removing access also meant the housing that I talked about. And this graphic shows you how we started with the 58 Quiana House rooms. And then we built our own housing facility. Don't tell anybody it's a hotel. Our own housing facility. That has 200 rooms. And we worked in partnership with the state of Alaska to get $35 million from them. That bill passed the legislature in 16 days. 16 days. Because they too could see the need in the tribal health system so that we could have housing in Anchorage. But we didn't stop there. We filled it up too. We filled up our patient housing of 200 rooms. And so we have to buy anywhere from another 30 to 200 nights in the community. So you may hear folks say to us, you know what, I didn't get to stay on campus, and I'm frustrated about that. And I want you to know, I understand that. It is way better to be on campus. Our first step is to make sure everybody is housed. And I'm sorry we haven't got you on campus. But I will tell you, our board of directors just gave our chairman and president and myself a direction this very week to build another patient housing facility on our campus.
Oh, wow.
And this shows you our housing occupancy from Quiana House, and you can see that we began to use outside hotels in the interim. And then finally our own hotel in the blue came online, and how we've been able to use that to remove the barriers and access to care. We don't want housing to stop any tribal citizen from accessing necessary health services. Something we started this last year, though, was to confirm housing. because we know that people would come in and then they would wait in a line at patient housing and Quiana House to get their assignment. And we knew that that was a problem, especially if somebody was going to have to turn around and go off-site to housing. That was not desirable. So we started a confirmation process. And this is the percentage of patients who are confirmed and they know exactly what facility they're going to go to. So if we have to put you in the Spring Hill Suites, you'll know that before you ever arrive. And here you see we're greater than 95%. Our target was 95% of our patients arriving into Anchorage would know exactly where they're going when they arrive. And so those are current information through March about how we are doing. And I'm due to update that slide shortly. And are people satisfied? And some of the folks who were least satisfied were patients who had Medicaid. So we wanted to change that. And we set a goal about how many people would be, what percentage of our Medicaid patients arriving, because they have a choice and we want them to choose us. Would they be satisfied with coming to stay with us? And there you see the numbers speak for themselves. Our expected is 85% and we're significantly higher than that right now. But at the same time, we still have further to go. We haven't achieved 100% satisfaction yet. You know, Medicaid used to arrange through their contractor, and I won't name their contractor, all of the travel, all of the housing, and the pre-authorizations for that. And it took as much as 3 hours for that to happen. When it was an urgent situation, sometimes patients would watch the last flight fly out of their village and they weren't on it as they were waiting for the state's contractor to do it. Our chairman and president, Andy Tuber, and I went to the then commissioner and we said, listen, we're not perfect, but we can do this way better than what your contractor is doing. Why don't you let the tribes take over the tribal Medicaid coming into Anchorage? At least allow us to do it for those that we're responsible for, and then our regions that choose to join us, like Search or Manilic Association, could do the same. And so we began to take that on. We were able to reduce that from 3 hours to 30 minutes. That is our current average, but our goal is not 30 minutes, our goal is 20 minutes. So we're partway there. But this shows you the number of tickets that we're doing by month and how that has grown. So who knew we'd be involved in a hotel, a bus company, and a travel agency? But that all means access to care at the end of the day. But there is the results. From 94,000 visits per year, up by almost 90,000 visits per year. We expect to be, in this next year, almost 200,000 specialty visits in a year. So when we look, if you walk through A&MC lately and said, gee, it's really busy around here, it's because it is. We've more than doubled the number of appointments that we're doing, but we're not where we need to be yet. There's still more to be done. There's still challenges we run into. There's still glitches in our systems that we need to work on and make them better. And we will continue to do that work. But our efforts around removing the barriers and access to care are bearing fruit. And we're moving down that road together. One of the challenges we've run into is our referral system. So first we had to get a place for you to even see the doctor. But now we can work on the referral system that's been broken for years. And so we've been measuring from the point that the primary care provider puts the referral in the system to the point that you're actually seen. Not all the background stuff, but just when do you get seen? That's what this is measuring. So that's what we have been measuring in this case. So I'm sharing with you the good and the bad about our system, and you can see what our goal is 14 days, and we're not quite there yet, but we're getting further down that road. And then this is that same graph, but by specialty, because I'm going to show you the good, and I'm also going to show you the bad. That in some of our specialties, we have challenges, like pain management, where there's just 2 providers in pain management. But cardiology is very low. And so, but that's just a sampling of our 36 different specialists at the Alaska Native Medical Center. This is a This is a representation of the volume of activity happening on our campus. Not just the blue is what ANTHC is, but the green is our partner South Central Foundation. You really have to look at both numbers together to understand just how busy we are on this Alaska Native Medical Center campus. Very few places in the world combine primary care and specialty care, operating rooms, doing 80 surgeries a day, inpatients at nearly 170 inpatients a day, 200 emergency room visits, almost 1,000 primary care visits, between 700 and 800 specialty clinic visits. When we add it all up, with the 3,150 employees at ANTHC and 2,500 or so staff at South Central Foundation, this whole place is bigger than my home community of Sitka. We figured that there's 12,000 people coming and going on the Alaska Native Medical Center campus. And when I heard our ANS Grand President talk about that Alaska Native people would be a force to be reckoned with, she's right. We're a major economic driver in Alaska's largest city, that being Anchorage. We had a problem though in our emergency department. We were so busy in there, from the time that a person walked in and sat down waiting to be seen to the point that they were seen was too long. So we made some changes in our emergency room, so that when you come into the emergency room at ANMC today, the first person you're going to see isn't a registration person anymore. In fact, the first person you're going to talk to is a nurse. And the nurse is going to make an important decision. Are you emergent or not emergent? Because if you're emergent, we need to get you back right now, not register you first. We can register you at any moment over the next several minutes that you're going to be in the emergency room. And we added a second triage. And we're pushing very hard, and actually we're pulling, so that if we have a bed in the back, we're bringing you to it. We'll register you right there at the bedside. We don't have to do that at the front door. We can do it at the bedside. You can answer all those same questions there. And so that is part of called pull till full. And so we went from 45 minutes from when a patient walks into the door till when they're getting treated by a doctor, down into the 20s. National average is 24 minutes, and that's our goal. We're not there all the time, but we're doing better than where we were. But this was important. The people who left our emergency room without being seen used to be 8%. And if you think about that, 8% of 200 people, that's 16 people left our emergency room every day without being seen. How many of those people had strokes? How many of those people needed important medical attention? It was unacceptable. We had to change it. So we've worked very hard through this same process, and we've reduced that to less than 2%. 2% is the national average, or I should say considered national best practice for left without being seen. I realize these are technical numbers, but we understand them. How many people left? And if you leave our emergency room today, you better watch out, because the manager is going to call you and find out if you're okay first, and find out where do you need help still? Can I get you scheduled into another place? Because it matters to us. So this is some of the volumes. Every year we have about 1,541 new tribal members born at the Alaska Native Medical Center. You see we have about 13,000 specialty clinic cases, 61, almost 62,000 emergency rooms. Did you know our emergency room is just as busy as the Providence Hospital's emergency room? We're almost tied. Alaska Regional Hospital has about 24,000. We've been able to increase our inpatient days as well as our specialty clinic visits, and we've improved our emergency room, but we continue to work on that. But it isn't just the work that we're doing at the ER, we're also working in our communities. And oftentimes we talk about traditional water systems, piped water and sewer into our communities. But in our smallest of communities, under 100, especially in interior, western, and northern Alaska, the ground doesn't perk. You can't have a normal septic system. And some of the water has to go through a filtration system that's appropriate. So we've put together a new program called the Portable Alternative Sanitation System, and this is an example of it, where the whole unit can be inside your home, where the water can be filtered, where you can have a separating toilet system, and that the gray water can go one way, the solids dehydrate and can be disposed of, so that we don't have a honey bucket anymore in those communities. And now we have more than 57 of these across Alaska. We started in the community of Kivalina because Kivalina has to move. Kivalina has to move due to the erosion that's happening in the community. And once it was determined to be moved, the government's support for their sanitation system ended. So our board of directors put its own money into a new system that could be put into the house. And when the house is moved, the sanitation system goes with it. Now, this doesn't get you the gallons per minute that New York City likes, but some gallons per minute is better than no gallons per minute when we're reducing skin infections and respiratory infections by having access to clean water and safe sanitation. And that is part of the vision that our people will be the healthiest people in the world. This is some of our other programs that are in our environmental health and engineering program. You may know that we're working in the community of Klawock right now, partnering with Klawock to work on water improvements in Angoon. That's also another community that we're working in. And some folks in Southeast Alaska are familiar with our Scattered Sites program, where we will dig a well and put in a septic system. Each one of us is eligible for that once in our lifetime through the Scattered Sites program. Currently, we're working in 26 projects in 17 communities. ANTHC operates a forced work account in partnership with our local tribes when we're doing major projects, and you can see that we put to work 224 local folks this last year in their own communities. And they walked away not just by participating, but they also walked away with a skill as they move forward. I mentioned our Community Health Services Division, and I wanted to share with you some of the programs that are in that division. One of these is the Alaska Tribal Conference on Environmental Management, or ACTM. It's one of the biggest conferences that happens with several hundred people at the end of November each year. Oftentimes, when you go home and you sit on your tribal council, you have a local environmental health person who comes up to Anchorage and attends this very conference every single year. But we're also involved in research. And I'm very pleased to say that our research in this last few years has been incredibly successful, especially in the area of hepatitis C treatment. You see, a new set of drugs came on the market, like we had never had before, but they were expensive medications. But these medications were curative for hepatitis C. Curative. Not just taking care of the effects of hepatitis C, but we could cure hepatitis C. By doing secondary research and partnering with some of the medication companies, as well as ANTHC's own money, we began to do hepatitis C treatment. And of the patients that have come through, more than 95% have been cured of hepatitis C. And that is a significant improvement. When I talked to the head of our liver disease program, he said, few times in his life as a doctor has he ever been able to cure somebody of a disease. And this has been really the highlight of his entire career. And if you know Dr. McMahon, he's had a very, very long career. Bob, is he in his 80s now? He's close. But he'll never retire, I don't think. Let's advance. And then I was wrong. I told you we had 120. We had 129 community health aides that came through our program this last year. And it's great to see those community health aides come through that program. But we also operate the dental health aide therapist program, where we create mid-level dentists. We borrowed it from New Zealand. We brought it to Alaska. And there, in that 2-year program, we now have mid-level dentists who are the primary dentists for more than 40,000 Alaska Native people in rural sites across the state. Wow. And it is a great program. It's so great that the tribes from the lower 48 have now sent up students to become part of our dental health aid therapist program, and that it can hopefully be infectious across the whole United States. But you see that we continue to fight tobacco, and we've been training out our behavioral health aides, or BHAs, as well. These are all programs that are operated by our community health services for the purpose of our people. But you're here at the APU campus, and Dr. Anders has ceded his time to me today so that I could talk about our affiliate program, the Alaska Pacific University. The ATHC board, and I was able to say this during our welcoming dinner, saw that we have a real challenge. We have a real challenge in training our own people in this state. But we also have a real challenge in getting the health professionals that we need. And the way we have done that under self-governance is to take charge of it ourselves and make a change. And that's what we have done in this process of creating an affiliation with the Alaska Pacific University, and already it's on its way to making improvements. This next year, 184 new students, 26% of them now are Alaska Native or Native American. And you can see that we've already started a nursing program here at Alaska Pacific University. An important program that starts with a pre-nursing program and then works in partnership with UAA's program initially so that we can have associate degree RNs. And our hope is that eventually they'll come and join one of our tribal health programs, whether that is in northern Alaska or back home in southeast Alaska. But our goal is to train our own so that they can take care of our own people. But we do all this for a reason. I know that some of the numbers were big, but for you, you know each one of those numbers is a person. And each one of those persons has a name. For us, their name is auntie and uncle. There are our nephews and they are our nieces, our children and our grandchildren. And that is our great honor to serve Alaska Native people. Grand Presidents, it has been my honor to present briefly on the activities. I've been honored as well to sit in the audience for a period of time this afternoon and listen to you debate and discuss very important issues. And as you discussed very weighty issues, it reminded me that I missed home. Thank you for the opportunity, Hau'a, to present to you today.
Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question. In your dental department, have they
Excuse me.
menu. Has their dental Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, boy. On their dental, I'm Lorraine Allen from Wrangell, Hamlin. And there is issues over elders and their teeth and hearing aids and glasses, hearing aids. Anyway, so I was concerned with some of these people that have their needs of these, and if there is anyone that I am a caretaker in Wrangell, that I could find out who I can talk to about any of these issues for some of my clients or for myself, an elder. So, do you have a name or a phone number that, okay, good.
So, good news, our partner, the Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, operates in Wrangell. And with the help of my staff member that I forgot to point out, which is Walter Kukesh, right over there, who we stole from Southeast Alaska as well, by the way. Of course, people are saying I'm a little biased in my office these days. But we'll get you the contact for Letha Makuliev, who is the administrator of the Wrangell facility at Surge, so that she can let you know about what's available for dental, for eye, and for audiology services locally there.
Okay. Do they have programs where you could just make payments?
You know, I don't know right now
Okay.
about Surge's programs,
Okay.
but we will most certainly get you the information for the local programs.
Okay.
Our programs are at the, at A&MC, and then we provide statewide support to several other programs. But like South Central does the primary care locally, Surge does the primary care locally in Southeast, and we'll be happy to get you the right contact so that they can let you know what those options are, because those are very important issues.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question.
Mary. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to publicly thank you, Roel, for the key role that you play when we have issues with patients that come to Anchorage, when, especially our elders. In fact, the last one that we both discussed was being told she had to move out because her housing wasn't approved and her son was going through dialysis. And so when the daughters called me, I said, okay, I'll make a phone call. Well, I got on and I remembered I had a request from you, and I sent you a message. And I am so thankful, and I publicly want to thank you for responding immediately to those kind of issues. I'm sure I'm not the only one that calls you when somebody calls us and says, I need help. And I'm glad that they feel that they can call me and that we can get a conclusion to their problem. And we did take care of them, and we really appreciate it, especially when it's our elders, because they're so precious to us. But Dennis Cheech helped us, and you're in my prayers daily. Dennis Cheech, thank you.
Next, I'd like to recognize Dennis Demmer and then Janet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's really good to have you here, Roel. And I have a question, but before I forward my question, I do want to say that I've been extremely pleased coming up here on this trip for medical reasons with the quality of service of your staff. I've had contact with many of the staff on this trip for different appointments and with housing, and every place the staff was consistently high quality. I filled out a report and everything had to be excellent, just because they must be very well trained, because they're consistent. They're just very good. And if you can, I'd like you to pass that on, and I appreciate the quality of service of the staff at NNC. The question I have, I was glad to hear you talk about you having research. And there are a couple of areas where there are needs in the Native community, very serious needs. And I think I see a need for some preventive assistance as well regarding health. There are a couple of areas that we're talking about at the local level where we see needs that we don't know how to address, but we at the local level somehow need to. In the Native community, since the very beginning, since white people first introduced liquor, we've had problems with addictions. And many of our families know that it's there, but really don't know how to deal with it. We can send people to institutions and so forth, that doesn't always work. But there are things that families themselves can do. And what is needed, I think, is some professional direction in how to deal with that problem and get the communities involved somehow. But I think it takes a professional organization. We were thinking at the local level about talking to a search, but I didn't know I'd have this opportunity to bring it to your attention at the highest level in ANMC. And so I'd like to suggest that. And well, there are several problems. Another one that I'll bring up that's a little awkward maybe, but at the national level, there's been stories in the news about there being a national level problem with body weight. I don't remember the percentages, but there's a high level at the national level of overweight individuals. A lot of that depends on knowledge of eating habits, for example. And by the way, we make the mistake of silencing children by feeding them sugar, sweet. And we need to learn how to get over that problem, because in minority groups the problem is higher than it is on the national average, including Native people. We do have that. And if there were some way for an agency such as ANMC to get the word out to our people, how to deal with these things. What can we do at home to deal with those problems? And so, posing it a question, is that something that might be of interest or possibility with the ANMC? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Mr. Demmer. I will definitely share that with our staff. I appreciate hearing that. Both the compliments and the challenges that we might run into from time to time, and we learn from those challenges. I would like to say that you could have easily been in our board strategic planning meeting this week, because the issues you described are the very issues that they were tackling. Issues of addiction, substance use and abuse. How do we partner more closely with our tribal health regions, not just in the Anchorage area, but across this entire state? How do we get our treatment centers out to rural Alaska and to our regional sites, and a direction to be working on that from our board? Thank you for also addressing the issues regarding physical activity. And really the answer isn't too far back in our history, and that is bodies that are in motion stay in motion, and that when we're eating traditional foods and we are hunting, we are fishing, we are gathering, those are healthy activities. Not just activities that is better food for our bodies and that we are physically active, but we also build protective factors so that when we are struggling with issues that we'll all struggle with in life, that we'll be able to fall back on that training, that education that we've had from our family members. ANTHC has been involved in the Play Every Day program in partnership even with the state, so that all of our kids are regularly getting physical activity. But the best activity is going to be to get out and hunt and fish and gather, not just play. And so we have to recognize that traditional and customary activities really are the answer. But short of that, how can we get active each and every day and encourage our kids? Which also means when we talk about substance abuse, sometimes the issue for us, even in times of dwindling budgets, is to keep the gym open at night, not close it down. So the kids have some place to go and that they can be active. because we know that if kids are active outside of the school day, that they're gonna have better outcomes. And so you're absolutely on the same track that our board is on. And we're looking forward to, as they finish up their strategic planning, I think the concerns that you have, you will hear resonated in that same strategic plan and the new direction to us as staff for working with our tribal partners across this entire state. We know we won't solve it all overnight, but if we don't start now, we're not gonna get to the end of this journey. Thank you for your questions.
Next, the chair recognizes Camp 76. Jan?
Janet Sobolev Burke, Camp 76, Tenakee Springs. It's great to see you, Devon.
On Devon.
3 positive things. The first one is I was diagnosed with lung cancer not quite 2 years ago. I was referred up here to A&MC. I'd never really thought that was going to happen, but it was a very positive experience, and here I am, and I'm cancer-free. The second positive thing that I'd like to say is I have a granddaughter who graduated with her BSN from UAA, and she is now one of their nurses in labor and delivery. So that's a good thing. And number 3, her sister graduated from Wichita State with her bachelor's in health sciences. And she always wanted to be a dental hygienist, but the curve was a little bit stiff. So she stuck with it, and she is now in your dental assistant health, the tech program. And she's in her first year, so she's up here also. So you took two more from Southeast. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, the chair. Hi, the chair would like to recognize Sister Nancy, and then Sister Rhonda, Brother Frank, and Cecilia. And Sister Mary.
Nancy Furlow, Camp 4 Sitka. First, I want to thank you for being here and having had my medical care up here when I lived up here. I did move back to Sitka, as you know, I told you yesterday, but it's awesome here. The treatment here is like amazing. I'm always bragging about how wonderful it is and the changes that you've made. So, and I know that you work really, really hard for us, and I just want to say thank you for that. And we notice it. With that, there's a couple things I'd like to bring up, and then one fun thing I'd like to share. But I concur with Dennis Demmert that the addiction issue is essential to address. And I lost a grandson because he couldn't get treatment in the state. There's no residential facility here. There's nothing that's addressing the kinds of addictions that he had, which was meth and heroin. And meth, everyone talks about opioids and the opioid addiction, and the governor has a task force, but they don't talk about meth. And with his opioid addiction, there's medication for that, and that really helped him sustain his sobriety. But there's nothing for meth, and meth is killing our kids. It's killing them. He's dead. He's gone now. I lost him. He's not coming back. And we were waiting for treatment outside the state. He was 2 weeks short of being able to go. And I think to myself every day, what would he still be here if we had something here for him where he could have gone So I beg you to please think about that as you're thinking about, if we want to be the healthiest people, we have to address the addiction issue. You know, what the police told me and what he said was now it's easier for kids, like in my day, you know, we used to go out and get somebody to buy us beer. And, you know, I could get into the bars when I was 15 or 14. But now, you know, it's easier for kids to go get meth and heroin than it is for someone to get them alcohol. And he tried those drugs one time and he was addicted. Once, as a teenager. And that is so frightening to me, to know that that's what our kids are dealing with now. They make one mistake. His friends pressured him into trying these drugs one time, and he was addicted. And we fought that addiction. He fought hard. He fought hard. He really did. And he almost made it. I think if we had residential treatment in our state, he'd be here today. So I'm begging you, as a mother who's lost a child, to please make that one of your priorities. A second one is that because of what happened with that and some other family issues, you know, we're born into historical trauma. And we have great behavioral health, except that they're not trained in historical trauma, or grief. And so when I was trying to find a behavioral health specialist for myself and for my daughter and granddaughters who have gone through some trauma, we can't find anybody within the system that has that specialized training. And that is so frustrating. And we couldn't find it here. I can't find it in search. I mean, I've decided it's probably going to be one of my missions because we're born into historical trauma. We bring that in. It's in our genes. I mean, now they're finding it, you know, literally is in our genes. It's encoded in our DNA. And we have a right to have behavioral health specialists who have that training, specific kind of training, compassionate training, that will help us move through that and learn how to carry that in healthy ways. You know, so that the addictions and other things that come out of that often, you know, aren't part of our lives. You know, none of us want to live with that. So those are two heavy things. And then the second, what your comment made me think, my youngest daughter, I'm proud to say, is in the UAA pharmacy program. She will be the second ever Plinkett pharmacist. She has worked as a pharmacy technician at Chief Andrew, at ANMC. She did her first summer rotation as a pharmacy student in Sitka this year. Hopefully, we're crossing our fingers she'll be in search in Sitka this year, but you know, her goal is to serve, you know, hopefully here, back at ANMC or South Central, but she really wants to serve our people. And she really wants to help elders and those who don't understand, you know, medications can be so confusing. I mean, she's so excited about really working for our people and really sitting down with people in a compassionate, kind way, and teaching them, you know, what their medications mean and how to stay healthy with them and maybe questions they might want to ask their doctors. So, and she's been really inspired by her work here. So thank you for giving her that opportunity. And I just wanted to share that with you as a piece. We have some of our young people are coming back and they're very, very excited.
Thank you, and I'm very sorry to hear of your grandson. And I hope that our work today, well, I wish it could have made a difference on that day. I hope that our work as we go forward will do exactly what you're seeking, to honor his memory and that we can make a difference. I also want to express my appreciation to you because you're bringing up the very issue that oftentimes gets overlooked. That while opioids isn't a huge issue, Heroin is a huge issue. It is significantly overpassed by methamphetamine abuse in our state. And if we could put the same resources to methamphetamine abuse that we've been putting to opioids, what ambulances bring to our Alaska Native Medical Center is significantly more methamphetamine than it is heroin and opioids. That is the real challenge in our communities right now. That doesn't minimize alcohol and it doesn't minimize opioids, but we have to remember meth is a scourge in our communities. And I thank you for reminding us of that. I'm going to share your information about trauma-informed care with Dr. Tina Woods, who leads our Community Health Services Division, as that is truly, as a clinical psychologist practicing, an Alaska Native clinical psychologist of Lunengan descent, she has been focusing on this very issue, is that how can we share out with all of our clinical specialists that are in the behavioral health, how can we support them in being able to treat our people better? We have recognized historical trauma and trauma-informed care is essential, not just in the behavioral health front, but on the medical front as well. That is a whole person that we're treating. And congratulations to your youngest daughter. Obviously, I would understand if she would choose Search or Ketchikan Indian Community or Yakutat, but if she fell into A&MC, I wouldn't be heartbroken.
Thank you, Roy. So the chair will recognize Rhonda Butler and then Frank Albee, and then I believe Cecilia had asked her privilege of the floor. There was one other person that had rose. I believe that might have been Carol, but I don't see her. So the chair will recognize 3 more speakers, and then I will turn the chair over to our Mr. Grand President, who will speak of the rest of the orders of the day. So thank you. Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Rhonda Butler.
And if you have 2 to 3 minutes, and if you have a question for him, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. It's almost as if sitting here next to Sister Nancy was like, I must have been sending those same exact vibes to her, because she hit on the 2 major issues that I was wanting to mention, which was the methamphetamine and the lack of residential treatment. The residential treatment in we're so limited in Southeast Alaska, and I know that Search is doing, really trying to address that issue, but the overflow that happens with the few facilities we do have in Southeast is so significant that we have to seek out-of-state treatment. And I personally had to experience sending one of my own children out of state. He went to Washington, and thankfully he is 2 years sober. So I'm very thankful for that. Yeah, thank you. And meth doesn't have a face, regardless of your status within your community or your wealth, or whether you're of poverty or middle class or high class. It doesn't have a face, and it affects so many of our indigenous people. And for us to not have residential treatment facilities for our people, it's so disheartening, because it is such a huge, huge issue among our people. And then the historical trauma, behavioral health, I think these preventatives that we talk about will be able to help addressing those aftermaths of seeking alcohol or seeking drugs to subside those historical traumas that we all go through. So I just wanted to emphasize, thank you, Nancy, and I have the same concerns as her. The overflow and the need is there.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Thank you, Sister Rhonda. The chair recognizes Brother Frank Albee.
Thank you for coming, your old. My name is Frank Albee. I'm married to one of your relatives from Heidelberg.
I live in the lower 48.
And, you know, it's a struggle down there for urban Indians like myself. Live in the city of Portland, live in Seattle, live in San Francisco, live everywhere. It's a struggle for urban Indians to get the proper medical care that they need. And now I know why. All the money went to Alaska. But now that we know that you have a lot of money, I'm gonna ask you if you would check into something. What can we do to reach our Alaska Native people who live in the lower 48, who are not receiving the type of health care that they need? Is there some way that we can extend a helping hand so that they can get their dental work, so that they can get their glasses, so that they can get whatever the medical help that they need? Is there some way that we can reach from Alaska to our natives who live in the lower 48? If there was some way you could do that, you make a lot of people happy. And as Alaska Natives, you know, there's not just 100 here, 100 there. There are thousands of Alaska Natives that live in the lower 48. They call Seattle, you know, the biggest Eskimo village in the world. The reason they call them that because there are more Alaska Natives living in Seattle than there are any village here in Alaska. And that's, you know, for whatever reason. So if you could kind of check into that and see what can we do for our people in lower 48, that would really be helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albee, for your comments. I think it's very important you bring up an issue that many of our people under relocation programs through the Bureau of Indian Affairs moved to places like Seattle and San Francisco, LA, Cleveland. I don't know what's in Cleveland. Something's in Cleveland. But we also went to Cleveland. We went all over purposefully as part of the assimilation plan that was put forward by the government. We have to support the urban Indian programs, not just the direct Indian health service programs or the tribal self-governance programs, but we also have to support our urban Indian programs with names like the Native Clinic in Spokane or the Seattle Indian Health Board and others, because our people are in those locations as well. We need to support those urban Indian programs so that there can be parity and that our people who are living distant from home or possibly even distant from their own reservations for our cousins in the lower 48, that they too can get access to the health care that they're owed under a trust relationship for the ceding of millions of acres of land. And so we have to continue to remember that when we advocate for direct Indian Health Service appropriations, we also have to consider what oftentimes is a byline is those urban Indian programs, so that they too get funded and they can serve our people. So thank you for remembering all of our people. Hawa.
Thank you. So the chair will recognize Cecilia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request privilege of the floor to have a member of the Cape delegation. They did register, but they had conflicting meetings. Del Cadet.
Sir, hearing no objection.
1 minute for a question. Thank you.
So ordered.
Thank you. Thank you for your help in the past. There was a couple months ago when thank you to this lady who helped out my family, and I want to thank you publicly for helping out my family. The question I have is in our community, I'm from Camp 10 there, we're unorganized there. We asked for help in the past, or we want to get organized there, but the question I have is for our elders in our community. I like the graph here that you guys are really improving on how we get treated up here as Southeast people who come up to get help. But it's already stressful enough for our elders when they leave home to come up here to get treated. And when they do come up here, to me, I hear stories of how there's no housing here for our Southeast people. And when they do get up here, they have to get sent out to the hotels. and sometimes they have no money, because back in our community, 80% unemployment is really tough here. And for them to come up with $100, $200 deposit is really tough. And when they don't have money, what are they gonna do? If your housing's already filled up already, that's really tough there. So I appreciate what you're doing there on your housing there, but I just wanna bring that up and point that out there, that when these elders come up here, they're already stressed out. And I wanna see if we can keep improving on how our elders get treated up here. So thank you very much for all your hard work, I appreciate it. Thank you, Cousin Cecilia.
Thank you. So, I do want to take a moment to say thank you, Cake, Dilbert, and Henry, for being here today. I know that you guys could take your seats since you're registered correct under at the table with Cake. So welcome to convention. This is their first time coming back to convention in a few years, so you could sit at your cake table. Yay!
Thank you for bringing forward those concerns, because those have been significant concerns. What we have done for our elders is we do give priority on the on-campus patient housing to elders. They will have priority first, but then we'll fill up our on-campus location, and then we will then, if we overfill on campus, then we will rent rooms in the community. When we rent the rooms for our people will not any longer have to put those $100 down deposits. That's all against us now as we move forward on those, so that they won't have to do deposits in the local hotel. But we do need your help, that we have to work really hard on confirming those reservations. And so making sure that we're confirming reservations is really important so that they don't get stuck between and betwixt. And if they still get stuck and they don't have a confirmed reservation, they don't have a hotel, if they still come and see us, we're still putting up about 15 people a night anyway. We just can't promise one of our hotels at that time, because now we're dialing around trying to find any room in town at that point. So confirmation really helps, because then we can find the better hotels for our people to stay in if they're in an overflow status. And so that's what our hope is as we move forward. I think with the expansion of new housing in the next few years on campus, that will reduce that need for off-site use. But you bring up a really good point. At one time, they were asking people to put down a deposit of their own, and not everybody had those kind of deposits. So thank you for bringing that up, and that's how we've been able to address some of that at ANTHC as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if the dance group could stand by, please. And as the dance group is getting ready, I do want to go ahead and recognize the last three who are slipping their hand up a little bit. So they're putting pressure on me to keep you here a few more minutes. Is that okay?
I'm at your pleasure.
Okay. So, and then we will talk about orders of the day. Would like everybody, all the delegates and executive committee members, grand officers, if you could please be seated. Our grand president is going to ask what the wish of the body is for orders of the day. So if all of our delegates and all of our elders, including Cake, if you could come in, please. So with that, I'm going to recognize just three more people. If you could keep your comments fairly short, we'd appreciate it. So, Mr. Grand President, Joe Williams, the floor is yours. And then Richard Jackson, our Grand Emeritus, and then our ANS Executive Committee woman, Jackie Martin, and Mary Brown. Okay, so very briefly. So if you could please respect our time, but we do want to hear your concern. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Williams. I'm presently Grand President for Alaska Native Brotherhood from Saxon, Camp 15. I do not have a concern, I have a praise. And I want to share that with you. as the chairman of the hospital of where I receive my medical attention. Several months ago, I attended, I had to have a knee replacement, and I went to your hospital. Checking in, I want to know that the checking in process was really great. When I went to do check-in in the morning to set up for the operation, I want to know those folks were the friendliest people that I have ever met. And I want to know, sir, that I am in the business of public contact. I want you to know that those people are the friendliest people that I have ever run into in service. And I say, please, by all means. I say this because I am now considered an elder, 76 years of age. And I say that because of their sincereness. I told my wife, I said, when I first checked in, I said, "Do you feel something that's wrong here?" She said no. So we went to the second appointment, and it was the same attitude of careness of what was going on in my life. And I want you to know it doesn't stop there. And through the nurses, here I am trying to button my shirt. And one of the doctors, young lady, recognized that. She came over and buttoned my shirt. A very simple thing for me is profound. Please share that. And finally, I want to know that I am on the board, Ketchikan Foundation board for the hospital. And I shared a lot more, recognizing the time here tonight, I shared a lot more about what Alaska Native Medical Center is doing right. I recognize there are problems, I recognize it. But I want you to be encouraged because I, Joe Williams, have been taken care of beyond measure in my mind. So I want to say to you, oh, thank you.
Well deserved. I'd like to recognize our Grand Emeritus, Richard Jackson.
I kind of have a real interesting scenario. Ketchikan Indian Community has a veterans memo agreement. I go to the clinic for care. Then they refer me to up here. But I entered the clinic as a veteran under their agreement. So the question is, do I come here as a veteran? Because the reason I asked that is that the Veterans Administration pays the bill. You don't get docked. The other thing I would ask is, can a veteran go into the consortium healthcare just as a choice card? There's two options there. They're interesting because it involves the government and agreement. So I just wanted to know your take on that.
Thank you for the question. We know that our Alaska Native people have served their country at a higher rate than any other group of people in this United States. And because of that, our tribal health programs created these sharing agreements with the Veterans Affairs. And so these sharing agreements are even above the choice program or the new program that they're rolling out right now. And they're putting a contract out there in what the VA calls Region 5, which is Alaska. And so our sharing agreements will be higher than any other agreement. So veterans can stay in their tribal health system, veterans getting their primary care at home, and if they want to come to ANMC by choice, that they can come to ANMC and VA has to pay us, ANMC, for the service that you fought so hard for. And so that benefit is shared in the system. And so that will be above the choice program. And that is what the VA has informed us and instructed us, that our sharing agreements are a step above the choice program.
But the reason I'm glad you said that, because what it does is the VA pays you, and it goes into your general fund, it helps their programs, and it helps the veterans.
Yes.
It's all a win-win for the tribes and the veteran.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. ANS Executive Committee Woman Jackie Martin. And if Mary Brown will have our final question, if she could stand by, please. Mr. Graham, President, could you please...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have a kudos. I've been coming to ANMC for 7 years, not for myself, but for Harold. Every time we came up here, we always had instant help and caring staff. And your staff is who I want to talk about. When Harold decided that he wanted to pull his life support, the nurses and doctors all came around me and my family and just poured love onto us. That was very awesome. I think that not only the doctors and nurses, but the kitchen staff sent up food, and we had a pastor who works there. It was getting to be 2 o'clock in the morning, and Harold was still battling. And I went to the pastor and I told him, you can go home because this could go on for a while. And he said, no, I've never seen such a family that loves someone and you want to be there to the end of his life. But the end of life program that you have is great. I don't see anything that needs to be improved. I just wanted to give kudos to your staff. They're loving and kind. Thank you.
Oh, I will share that with our staff at ANMC.
Thank you, Sister Jackie. Sister Mary Brown. And then the final word will be from our Grand Emeritus, Mary Jones, who was asked to speak. So the chair recognizes Sister Mary.
Madam President, I will concede to our ANS Emeritus. My thing that I wanted to do was a presentation to one of our delegates.
You may.
I already told Rule what I think of him.
You may.
Thank you. Excuse me for sitting. What a gentleman. Roald was just new. Okay. I said, what a gentleman. Roald was just new on board, and I met him on Alaska Airlines. And he came up to me and introduced himself, and it was just so enlightening. We were friends. Florence Helgeson, I believe, is your great-grandmother.
My nana.
Yeah. I went to school with Joe Jackson with several of the Helgesons. And it's been real. Personally, I've been involved in health my whole working career. Medical record, surgery and medical transcription. Then I took a 2-year course through Indian Health Service for medical record technology. So there was always something available, and certainly a lot of encouragement. And proud of my family. It's still a struggle to get our young Native people into the health field. I have 2 nephews who are doctors from Mayo Medical School, Rochester, and 2 nephews who are masters in public health. And they know how excited I am every time one of them decided to go into health. My oldest grandson just was an environmental engineer, decided to change careers and just starting into nursing and with Indian Health. So I worked a few years in Indian Health in Ketchikan, so I got to know a lot of the people, especially Prince of Wales. And Prince of Wales is just so cute. They basically base themselves all these nicknames, and I got to know all the nicknames, especially of Heidelberg. And anyway, I just want to congratulate you again. It's just amazing that I was on the first health board, the area health board in the 70s. And there's a gal I'm at the Anchorage Pioneer Home, and there's a gal there from Seward, and she was on one of the health boards, and I was just telling him that we're going to get a picture of ourselves and send it to you, just so old-timers now. So we welcome you again and wish you well.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Sister Mary? Thank you. If everybody could please give a representative a round. Thank you so much for taking these questions. You look very good. And Renee happened to be. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Sister Mary will be our last person we recognize before Jill takes the program chair.
Madam Chairman, Madam Grand President, you know, we sit here and we debate and everything, and it gets to the end of the day, all that trouble stays here. Now we have something really special that I wanted to bring out. We have a celebration among us. 62 years of love. 62. And I'm just, really pleased that we can recognize them. And brothers and sisters, happy anniversary to Frank Albee and his lovely wife, Rosa. We'd like to present this to your lovely wife. I see you had an Amy hat. So congratulations on 62 years. We're happy for you and we're happy to see that love. Goodness, geez. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. If we could have our dance group stand by, please, and welcome to the stage. I'd like to thank everybody for their attention this today, and thank you so much for coming together. I'd like to turn the chair over at this time to our Mr. Grand President. Very good. Really fast. Thank you, Mr. Grand President.
I want you ladies to recognize how quickly I responded to our sister. Did you see it? Okay, I just want you to remember that, okay? That's what was taught to me by my mother, but more importantly, by my wife. So, I am very honored this afternoon to be able to have a group that is willing to come up and share their culture with us. It's very different from where we come from. And It has been decided by both presidents, President Paulette Marino and myself, that we are going to go to the order of the day, which now at this time requires our dance group. Following this, we'll recess till morning, give you an opportunity to go and prepare for the dinner and dance this evening, which we'd love to see each and every one of you. And one of the things that is going to take place there is that we're going to have a dance. Okay, and in the dance, you will pay a given sum of money, whichever you decide, to dance with Grand President Paulette Marino and yours truly, Grand President Joe Williams. And he who brings in the most money, you guys got to remember, okay? And when I was a teenager, which was many, many years ago, you gave me the floor. Which was many, many years ago, I want you to know that I have won many, many dance contests. And please understand, during those days in high school, girls line up waiting for their turn. Okay? They would line up waiting for their turn. And
Madam Grand President, save me a dance, please.
Okay, I heard Joe does the jitterbug really good. We can do that like this.
I'm talking, and I know how to do it.
remember, young lady from Camp 36, I am the chair. You must keep your mouth quiet. I can say that to her because she's my niece. So, I'm her favorite uncle. You've got to keep that in mind. Why am I her favorite uncle? Because I'm the only one. Now, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Thank you very, very much. Jeez, thank you. Jeez, thank you very much. I am very honored to have these folks come dance for us, because I remember when I came to this building, very first time I saw Eskimo dance group. And they impressed me so much because of their drums, and I left my girlfriend at that time, who's now my wife, and I said, we've got to see what this is, and she didn't walk fast enough, but I did, so therefore I was able to see the Eskimo dance group. And I couldn't tell you who they were, who they are today, but I want you to know I was impressed, and I'm very excited to hear them here today. So thank you so much for being with us. If you could introduce yourself, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, good late afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Albert Buster. I came mostly from the village of Alakana on the lower Yukon River, near the mouth of the Yukon and on the coast of Bering Sea. That's where we catch our seal up. We catch our seal up there so we can have seal oil for supper. And so I have been involved with this dance group since 1997. That's when I sobered up, and it's been a blessing for me to continue on with this traditional singing, dancing, and drumming. As we continue along, we always have a lot of fun every time we get together. Hope you enjoy what we're about to entertain you with. Go on. to do one more.
Do the other turn. My bad.
Which one?
The other turn.
Oh, you're bad.
Let's do Monica.
Monica.
now you folks can see why I was so excited. And you know, these folks are doing it because they want to. They're not doing it because they're being paid. They do that because they want to share their culture with you. And I am so excited that you folks are here tonight. Sheesh, from my heart. Sheesh, who's the leader? Okay. Now, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, I was compelled to do this, and I really feel this is what God was telling me to do, and that was to pay you for your activity this evening, and I really appreciate this. And so, thank you, from my heart.
You're welcome, Brianna, for
I know who else who really enjoyed this was our Grand Sergeant at Arms. You can see her over there in the corner dancing along with those folks. So with this concludes the activity for this evening or this afternoon, and I really appreciate your attendance again, and keep in mind that we do have the dance this evening and the dinner. It's not going to take place here. It's going to take place down at the Molesley Center in the gymnasium. Okay, and so go home, get your regalia, get ready to dance this evening, because that's what we're going to have. Tomorrow morning we'll undertake the nominations and election for officers, which we should have done today. So, Madam Chairman, you have anything else to say? There's guests from the U.S. Mint. You'll know who they are. I mean, East Coasters, folks from the East Coast dress totally different than us. So, we have one announcement.
Folks, last night, if any of you saw a bag like this, I'm borrowing Frida's as a sample. This is what I keep my cap and Kugana in. However, I thought I had tucked it into a safe place, and inside that bag, if you mistakenly picked it up, are my car keys. It's a rental car, and so I had to go to the airport last night and get duplicates, but if I don't return the original keys, that's $350. So, just check if anybody has one of these Wrangle 100-year things that has a set of car keys in it.
Thank you very much. So with this, the chair will declare a recess until tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.